The hooded man begged him to spare him, as he was only following orders. The young man with the sword promised that if he revealed the identity of the person who ordered the murder, he would be spared. The criminal doubted a little and confessed that the queen had ordered the girl to be killed, for which he received a blow with a sword. He didn't understand why he was being attacked if he had given up his client. However, the young man smiled bloodthirstily and noted that he could not spare the one who attempted on the life of his beloved. He put his foot on the criminal's head and promised to cause him terrible pain. At this time, Celine's room in the house of the Dukes of Eldred was flooded with bright light. The girl had just been informed that His Highness Wilfred had arrived to see her. The young man knelt down in front of the beauty and said that he missed her very much. She smiled and noted that only 5 days had passed since their last meeting. The guy was exaggerating the time that had passed, but she understood that he was speaking seriously. The girl noticed something red on his sleeve, but the prince said he got it dirty while taking out the trash. Celine guessed that her beloved had killed a man again, even though she had done everything she could, but he still remained cruel, just like in the novel. The prince apologized because he understood that the girl did not like this. However, he asked her not to leave him because she is the only one he has. Celine admitted that she would never hate the prince, so she does not intend to leave him. She couldn't even imagine what would happen to him if they separated. The girl treasured her prince, and he'd promised to protect her all his life. Whatever it was, this future turned out to be not what she had imagined it to be at the very beginning. When the girl woke up, she found herself in an unfamiliar room in a form in which she could be observed. It turned out to be the same reincarnation from the manga and Roman after death in real life. The girl looked at the face and figure and realized that it was Celine, only a little one, a selfish villain who is the older sister of the main character from her favorite novel. The girl abused her status as the Duke's daughter and had fun beyond measure and was idle. Celine was a hated character who bullied her younger sister Adele and eventually met her unfortunate death at the hands of the prince, the protagonist. The girl had already had a rather difficult life, so she liked that she was reincarnated in the body of such a character. The former one was stricken with illness since childhood, spent most of her life in bed, enduring pain and torment day after day. Previously, her only joy was reading, but in this body, the girl could walk and even run as before. The girl was too happy and accidentally tripped. The maids immediately rushed to pick her up. Celine noticed that little Adele was watching this, peeking out from behind the door. The girl was very charming. It was immediately clear that she was the main character. The complete opposite of Celine herself, a soft-hearted beauty, according to the plot she and the first Prince Louis are the main characters, they fall in love during a chance meeting. Initially, the story is about the couple overcoming obstacles while dealing with their younger sister and the second prince, a dark wizard who is the final boss targeting the first prince's life. In the end, the heroes achieve their happiness, and in the story itself, only Celine dies. The only reason she was killed was because she had been bullying Adele since she was a child. The girl realized that if she had a good relationship with Adele, no one would kill her. She embodied a villainous character who was supposed to be killed according to the story, but most of all, she was happy that she had a healthy body. In this body, she would certainly be able to eat whatever she liked and go wherever she wanted. That is why the first thing the girl decided to do was to improve her relationship with her younger sister Adele. However, before she could do anything, the little girl immediately burst into tears and ran out of the room. Celine realized that she had been bullying her sister all the time and that she had developed a bad opinion of her. The girl was afraid that her fate might already be decided and nothing could be changed. From that moment on, Celine tried to greet her sister every time she saw her near her. However, each time the girl either ran away from her or hid behind the backs of other people. Her stepmother also ordered the maids to guard the girl and not let her older sister into her room. Celine was unhappy that she couldn't even get close to her sister. But it was natural, considering how her sister had treated her before. However, this was not a reason to give up, because the girl did not want to die in this story. She felt like she was in for a fight with Adele, but for now she needed to focus on her diet. The first thing Celine did was start running, which turned out to be much harder than when she was just sick. The girl was running in the garden and accidentally ran into her stepmother, who was walking with Adele. However, instead she just said hello to the girls and ran on, surprising them. The father watched the girl from the window of his office and did not understand what she was doing. The butler said that recently, Celine has been running around the area every day. She also began to contact Adele more often and often tries to talk to her herself. The butler noted that these were not hostile attacks, but simply an attempt to talk. A little later, the whole family gathered around a huge table to dine together. The girl put a very small portion of food on herself, which surprised even the maids because she used to eat a lot. The father turned directly to his daughter and asked what she was up to. He noticed that the girl had been making mysterious movements lately. Celine realized that she was not very trustworthy, so everyone thought she was up to something. However, it was a chance to declare his moral change and admit his guilt for what he had done. The girl admitted that she wants to sincerely ask for forgiveness for everyone, because until recently she caused them a lot of problems and worries. However, even she, being so stupid, finally realized her own actions. Now she promised to make every effort to live up to her status as the Duke's daughter and get her body in order. The girl sincerely apologized to Adele because unlike her, she was beautiful. Everyone adored her, so she felt hatred because of her own envy. This speech greatly impressed the little girl, and everyone gathered in the dining room. Celine didn't expect everyone to accept her apology right away, but she asked them to keep an eye on her. The father only asked the girl to try not to create problems for strangers. Celine thanked them for their trust and asked to provide her with a tutor at home. The maids noticed that before the girl did not even want to see the letter, but now she suddenly wanted to learn even magic. And the father heard his daughter and promised that he would immediately deal with this issue. After this, the girl thanked everyone for their attention, bowed and left first. A week later, the girl continued to run around the garden and take care of her health. She noticed that she had lost a few kilograms recently. Her muscles were gradually getting stronger and she could run longer distances. The girl still greeted her sister in a friendly manner every day when I saw her. However, this was the first time that Adele did not run away, but bowed politely and greeted her in return. Celine realized that the speech she had given the other day had had an effect. The girl noticed that her sister looked especially cute today and dressed up. Celine assumed that someone important was coming to visit them and that her sister would be there to meet him. However, she was a little sad because no one wanted the guest to meet her. In order to avoid running into the guest, the girl decided to run a longer route. However, suddenly a small kitten appeared on her path and caught her attention. Celine loved animals very much, so she couldn't pass by and stopped. Previously, due to illness, she could not even pet animals, so she was very happy. The girl extended her hand forward, but the cat got scared and scratched her. After some time, they were finally able to find a common language, and the kitten even licked her. Celine ran around the yard with her new pet and looked very happy. Suddenly, she stopped because a young boy called her name. The girl saw him many times in illustrations for the novel, even though he was still a child. However, it was definitely the main character of this story, the first prince of this country. And now Prince Louis Percival stands right in front of our heroine and looks at her. Celine didn't understand how the main character ended up in such a place. However, then she remembered that just recently her little sister was supposed to meet an important guest. So it made sense that the guy would come here for her sister, given what happened in the original novel. Because of their recent bad treatment, some people were still very distrustful of the girl and did not want the prince to see her. However, young Louis noticed that the girl's mood today was somewhat different from usual. Celine thought that there was nothing worse than meeting the prince in such a terrible state. The sympathy for him was understandable, because it was immediately obvious that the main character was simply stunningly handsome. He is such a good person that he doesn't even show any hostility towards Celine, which could cause even more concern. While the girl stood and talked with the prince, Adele appeared nearby, accompanied by servants. Celine explained that she simply met the boy by chance while walking around the area. The girl hoped to change her image if she showed that she was not at all interested in Louis, whom she had previously doted on. So she politely apologized to him for appearing in an unsightly state. After this, the girl said goodbye to everyone present and moved on. Adele was very worried but still wanted to invite her sister to spend time together. Celine was glad that despite all the nasty things she had done before, they had not returned from her. The girl apologized again for behaving inappropriately earlier. She promised that she would no longer interfere in other people's conversations, which surprised everyone gathered. After that, Celine ran away, although she herself hoped to see the cooing doves sooner. A little later, the girl was sitting in her room and doing her homework under the supervision of a teacher. The teacher's confusion was natural since the girl had lost her temper before and made a lot of mistakes. However, recently she had been extremely diligent, and thanks to this, she learned more and more about the new world and country. The girl was pleased that she could sit at the table and study something and looked forward to the next classes. The main character, Adele, had the power of a goddess, but Celine thought she could use ordinary magic too. She slammed her textbook shut and decided to do some exercise in the grove behind the house. The maids discussed among themselves the girl's words that she was no longer interested in His Highness the First Prince. The red-haired maid with short hair thought that the girl had really come to her senses. However, the other girls were not so sure and thought that the little girl was up to something again. Jenna believed that people could always change if they really wanted to. Celine stood around the corner all this time and heard the maids' conversations. She understood that they were right, because if she had not been reborn, then Celine would not have changed. And yet the girl thought that the maid Jenna seemed very kind to her. She hoped that little by little, more and more people would notice her changes. After a short training session near her home, the girl lay down on the ground to rest. Even though it was hard for her, she was happy that she could live again in a healthy body. Not far from her, Celine noticed a strange silhouette and hoped that it was another big cat. However, instead of an animal, the girl came across a little boy who was lying unconscious. She immediately checked his condition and tried to help the poor thing. The boy was still alive, so Celine picked him up and wanted to take him home as quickly as possible and provide first aid. Suddenly, the girl noticed that the guy's body was peeking out from under his shirt, which was covered in strange marks. Although the guy was about her age, he was too thin and very light. Sometime later, the boy was lying on a bed in the room and the family doctor was examining him. Celine hoped that the boy would be okay and would be able to overcome his illness. She was already happy when the doctor noticed that he had no external injuries or illnesses. However, the doctor hastily added that the boy was struck by a terrible curse. It was quite strong and gradually sucked the life force out of the guy. Celine realized that this was a meeting between the novel's secondary villain and the final boss, the second prince, Wilfred Percival. She sat at the sick boy's bedside and read a book while he was unconscious. From the textbook, the girl learned that holy water is effective in alleviating the symptoms of a curse. 2 days had passed since she brought the cursed boy, and all this time he continued to sleep, never waking up. They gave him injections for nutrition, but it no longer seemed safe to do nothing. The doctor explained that this was an innate curse, and it was so strong that it was impossible to remove it. Therefore, it was likely that the boy was abandoned by his parents and became an orphan. If this condition continues for a long time, his life will be in question. The doctor examined the boy and understood that he was still just a child, but he had to endure hardships. But a curse is a curse, so everyone living in the house felt disgust towards him. The father did not understand what the girl was thinking when she brought home the cursed orphan. Although Celine could not abandon the boy, she learned that he would be sent to an orphanage. The girl was afraid that he would not receive proper care there. The father reminded that the boy was not a pet and did not understand why his daughter was trying to save a complete stranger. Celine was upset because she couldn't say that she saw herself from her past life in him. At that time, she suffered from an incurable disease and abandoned even by her own family, she only humbly awaited her own death. That's why the girl wanted at least this boy not to be alone. The father allowed the girl to do as she wanted, after she promised that she would look after him herself. The maids were also unhappy with the appearance of the cursed orphan from the forest and discussed it among themselves. The curse was not contagious, but because of the spread of false rumors about the misfortunes it supposedly brought, people were disgusted by it. From the day the girl brought this boy, everyone became even colder towards her. However, Celine slapped herself across the cheeks and promised not to take it to heart. Be that as it may, now the girl could start treating with holy water. So she went into her closet and went through all the things to sell the ones she didn't need. The maids were very surprised by the girl's request, because she wanted to get rid of most of her wardrobe. In addition, after the sale, the girl asked to buy holy water with all the proceeds. One of the maids suggested that it was needed to treat the cursed boy. Celine decided she had nothing left to hide, so she came clean about her intentions. The girl knew that holy water was a very valuable and expensive commodity in this world. She promised her father that there would be no hardships, so she could not ask him for money for water. It wasn't the old Celine style, but by spending on holy water, she would eliminate unnecessary accumulation and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After this, the girl went to the boy's room to check on him and noticed that he had a fever. Celine took the child by the hand and mentally asked him to be patient a little longer until the holy water reached her. After this, the girl wanted to change the water for the bandages and stay with the patient a little longer. Everyone hated the curse, so she had to deal with it all on her own. After some time, the girl met her sister in the corridor, who was very excited. The little girl had to tell that she had some business in the kitchen. Adele guessed that her sister was taking care of the sick boy she had brought home the other day. It was hard to imagine that the old Celine would have brought in an orphan of her own free will and looked after him herself, so this raised suspicions. The girl didn't want to provoke more rumors, so she politely said goodbye to everyone and went further into the kitchen. The servants were very surprised, but they still told the girl where she could get some ice and change the water for fresh water. However, what surprised them most was that the young girl was very polite and even thanked them for their help. Even such a small job was quite difficult for the little girl, because her body was not adapted for it. Suddenly, Jenna appeared right in front of Celine and took the load from her hands. The girl smiled and said that she was much stronger than she seemed at first glance. Celine remembered that this was the same maid who had defended her in front of the others. The girl expressed her desire to help the young lady in the future if she needed it. Unlike the others, Jenna knew that the curse was not contagious and was not something to be afraid of. Celine was glad that she had such a good girl next to her who could help her in the future. Jenna changed the bed linen and said that the owner could contact her at any time. Celine thanked the girl for her help and was glad that someone had appeared who was on her side. After some time, the rest of the maids returned to the palace and brought bottles of holy water. They explained that the purchase was made directly at the temple, so one can be sure of the quality of the goods. Celine was upset that such a huge amount of money was only enough to buy 3 bottles. A little later in the evening, the girl carefully brought the neck to the guy's lips and poured the drink into his mouth. She did the same with the rest of the bottles until all the holy water was gone. The little girl mentally prayed that the boy would feel at least a little better. Lately, she had been doing various research and taking care of the patient, so she was very tired and sleepy. The girl lay down right next to the guy and didn't notice how he began to come to his senses. The next time the girl opened her eyes, there was a boy sitting opposite her. Celine was glad that he woke up and wanted to hug him right away. However, the guy did not let her do this and sharply pushed her hand away from him. The guy was hostile and seemed to be afraid of the girl. Celine realized that he had always experienced compassion in solitude, so his wariness in an unfamiliar place towards a stranger was quite natural. The girl apologized to the boy for scaring him and introduced herself. She explained that she had found him lying unconscious in the woods and had brought him here for medical attention. She also explained that she gave the boy 3 bottles of holy water, which helps fight the curse, so he felt better. She didn't mean to hurt the boy, so he can spend his time in this room peacefully until he recovers. After that, the girl asked the guy to rest and not worry about someone coming into his room. She also warned that she would return a little later to bring dinner. After that, Celine walked out the door and realized that it was the first time she had seen such a cold look on a person. She had no intention of forcing him to do anything, but she wanted him to open up to her little by little. In any case, the girl was glad that he at least woke up. The next day, Celine came running to her patient again and was very cheerful. However, the young man was still silent and did not want to interact with her. The girl decided to add some fresh air and open the window a little. 3 days have passed since the boy regained consciousness, but he has not yet touched food. Celine tried to eat in front of him to show that the food was not poisoned, but it seemed useless. She was worried that if things continued like this, the guy would die of hunger, so she tried in every way to persuade him to eat. The girl suggested that the guy didn't want to eat because of his wounds, which is why he spent so much time in his bed. She indicated that she would leave the tray of food on a table nearby and return later. Every time Celine left the room, she convinced herself not to despair and to continue in the same spirit. The girl returned for dinner and brought some flowers that she had picked in the garden. In the evening, she returned to the guy's room again to bring him a change of clothes and underwear. The next day, everything repeated itself exactly as in the previous days. Every day, the girl came, brought the patient food, helped him with clothes, and then left. The girl was upset that the guy still hadn't eaten anything during all this time. She even apologized to the cook for making him work in vain. Jenna assured the girl that the boy would soon be hungry and would definitely eat. Even the servants noticed the girl's desire to help her patient and were a little upset by what was happening. Late in the evening, Celine returned to her room and threw herself on the bed, covering her face with a pillow. Although a little, she was losing her motivation, seeing the lack of response. The girl analyzed what happened and even suggested that she was doing all this in vain. However, she immediately dismissed these thoughts because she could not give in to weakness. However, Celine knew that if she continued at this rate, the boy would die. From her past life, the girl knew that being completely alone breeds despondency. So the next day she came back to her patient with a big smile on her face and brought him fresh food. The guy continued to sit silently and stare at one point. It was already the 5th day after awakening. The symptoms of the curse were weakening, but without food, his death was only a matter of time. That's why Celine decided to show a little persistence and feed the guy herself. However, as soon as she approached him, he immediately reacted and pushed the girl away, causing her to drop the food. Celine was upset by what happened, but apologized for doing it against the boy's will. She couldn't hold back her tears as she watched what was happening, so she tried to turn away as quickly as possible. The girl didn't intend to cry, but her tears didn't stop. She pretended that something had gotten into her eyes, then ran out of the room and closed the door behind her. The guy noticed tears on the girl's face, and this finally awakened at least some emotions in him. Late at night, he woke up, got out of bed, and walked out of his room. The boy was walking down the corridor when he suddenly heard the maids talking around the corner. The girls thought it was crazy that the daughter of the owner of the estate was hiding an orphan and caring for him while receiving only disgust in response. She even bought holy water with the money she earned from selling expensive dresses. Despite everything that was happening, the maid still had no sympathy for the young mistress. The girls began to believe more and more in Jenna's words that a person can change. Little Orphan heard all this and then decided to go back to his room. The next day, Celine was heading to the orphan's room again and wanted to apologize to him for yesterday. The girl knocked carefully on the door, brought some fresh food, and explained her behavior yesterday. She noticed that the boy had changed into new clothes and thanked him for it. After that, the girl placed the tray of food on the table nearby, as she usually did. However, before she could leave, the guy took the food and gradually began to eat. Celine, with tears of happiness in her eyes, thanked the boy for trusting her. They sat like that for some time, the girl smiling and the guy carefully eating breakfast. After that, the happy girl returned to the kitchen and told everyone that, although not much, the guy began to eat. The heroine happily told the cook and the maids in the kitchen about her first successes. The servants immediately began to think of what else tasty and nutritious they could prepare for the guy. Even though the first time it was only 5 spoons of porridge, everyone was happy with even these crumbs. The girl told her family about all her successes when they all gathered at the table together. She explained that the guy was already recovering and starting to communicate with people. However, he was still very thin, and the girl dreamed of sharing her fat with him. The girl added that the orphan's health had also improved, which made her extremely happy. However, the father was worried that the girl was not using the pocket money he gave her at all. The man reminded that at the end of next month, His Highness the First Prince will hold a garden reception at the royal castle, so preparations will need to begin. This was the first time Celine had heard of such a thing, so she didn't understand what it meant for her. Adele revealed that she planned to go shopping next week. Celine was confident that her sister would look beautiful in the first outfit she tried on. The girl accidentally said out loud that she would like to choose a dress for her little sister and was very embarrassed by this. She wanted to apologize for what happened, but Adele did not let her do so. The girl said that she would like Celine to choose the dress for her. At this time, our heroine remembered everything that had happened between the sisters recently. She was very happy that the girl finally began to trust her and stopped being afraid. The baby was so cute that the girl burst into tears of happiness. She realized that not only the servants, but also Adele began to notice changes in her. The parents also enjoyed watching the girls begin to communicate with each other. Celine came to her guest and told him everything that happened at dinner. She wanted to follow a strict diet so that Adele would not be embarrassed to be around her. Because she was moving around while caring for the orphan, the girl lost a little weight. She was in a good mood and asked if the boy wanted her to buy him anything. Celine wasn't sure the boy could read, so she hoped he'd be happy with some kind of toy. However, the girl was at a loss because she didn't even know how old the guy really was. In fact, she didn't even know the name of the boy she found. However, at some point the girl thought that since he was an orphan, he might not have a name at all. But the guy surprised her by slowly opening his mouth and quietly admitting that his name was Will. Celine was very happy that the boy finally began to trust her and asked permission to call him by his name. She really liked his name. It meant that they were a little closer. The girl thanked the guy for his trust and promised that she would henceforth address him by his name. Celine hoped that they would continue to get closer to each other little by little. Meanwhile, the young Prince Louis sat at the table and carefully drank hot tea. On the table in front of the boy lay several envelopes with invitations to the upcoming ball. The guy thought about the fact that Miss Celine would also attend his reception. The servant noticed that the girl would come even if she had not been invited. The guy couldn't get the girl's words from their last meeting and her apology for her persistence out of his head. After some time, the sisters went shopping to try on magnificent outfits for going to the first prince's reception. Celine was delighted at how cute her little sister looked in this dress. She even said that it was sewn especially for the girl. You can't say otherwise. The girl was looking forward to this shopping trip with great trepidation, and she couldn't even sleep in the last few days. She found absolutely everything cute, so she wanted to buy the entire store. No matter what you looked at, each one looked good on Adele, so it was very difficult to choose just one. Her pocket money was saved for this very day. The girl was so carried away by the search for an outfit for her sister that she completely forgot that she also needed to buy a dress. Adele was a little embarrassed, but still asked permission to choose an outfit for her older sister. Celine was only glad about this because the main character of the novel seemed incredibly sweet to her. After some time, the girls began trying on dresses for both of them and had a good time. Afterwards, they went to a coffee shop to chat over a cup of drink. Their path then led them through a store selling accessories that they would need for the ball. On the way back, Celine admitted that she enjoyed today's trip and even bought her friends some gifts. The girl smiled sincerely and thanked her younger sister with all her heart. She explained that she had a lot of fun and was very glad that she was able to talk a lot with the girl. The heroine felt as if the distance between her and Adele was gradually decreasing. Suddenly, the baby started crying, which greatly surprised her older sister. Celine immediately reached out to the girl and tried to understand what had happened to her. Adele admitted that she was simply glad that she went shopping with her sister. In fact, she always wanted them to be friends. Celine understood what she was talking about, so she hugged her sister tightly and writhed in front of her. Despite the fact that Adele had been bullied by Celine for many years, the girl still wanted to be friends with her. It was hard to think about how many wounds Adele had received, how lonely and sad she felt. After this, both girls burst into tears from how many feelings were inside them at that moment. It took them some time to come to their senses and calm down. From that moment on, Celine decided that Adele would always be her priority, and she would do everything to make the lovely, kind girl happy. The girl promised herself that she would definitely become a good older sister. After a short session of tears in the carriage, the girl's eyes appeared red and swollen. Despite this, she smiled and told Will about what had happened to her during the day. She also showed off all the gifts she had brought him from the city. The first thing was clothes, because the little boy had practically none. After that, the girl took out some delicious sweets so that the guy would get better faster. She didn't know what boys liked, but she also chose some toys. After some time, Will was completely surrounded by various gifts. Celine even apologized for their number because she thought so much about how she wanted to please him that she got too carried away. The relationship with the orphan was improving, so the boy even thanked the girl for her care. Celine was glad that the guy was happy, so she smiled sincerely. She hoped that when he became a little healthier, they could play with toys and try sweets together. In the end, the girl believed that this day was truly happy for her. Thus, a whole month passed, and the moment came when the little girl was getting ready to receive the first prince. During this time, Jenna managed to become her personal servant. Due to the restless nature of the previous Celine, workers left the position and eventually the place became empty. However, the father noticed that the girl would soon need a personal servant, so she needed to choose someone for this position. Jenna is a cheerful, good girl and also very witty and was the best option for this place. Also, during this time, the girl managed to change the composition of her diet several times and lost a little weight. She never missed a workout or broke her diet, and so the weight dropped successfully, although she was still far from average. When Celine stood next to Adele, who has a small face and a graceful line, the difference was immediately noticeable. After finishing her preparations, the girl explained to the maid that she was going to visit her friend. On the way to the boy, she met her sister Adele and stepmother, who were glad to see her. Lately, the girl had been establishing good relations with them, and tomorrow she even planned to attend a garden reception that would take place in the royal castle. Celine was comforted by the fact that Adele had finally stopped being afraid of her. The girls even agreed to make sweets together after lunch. After this, the little girls said goodbye to each other, and Celine continued on her way. She walked into the room to see a guy who was sitting at the table and reading a book. The boy already looked much healthier and friendlier and happily greeted the girl. The heroine stroked his head and praised him for studying since early morning. She knew that Will had successfully regained his health and was eating enough food. But the most significant change was that he finally started talking to her and opening up little by little. The guy still didn't tell her about his past, but he had no problem with ordinary conversations and knowledge, so the girl assumed that he had lived with someone before. Recently, the girl taught him instead of a teacher, taught him literacy, and told him about the country in which they lived. The girl was incredibly pleased with how diligently the boy studied everything she told him. Will was a good, honest boy, and the girl found it extremely sweet the way he followed her around like a chicken. The guy was also an important person in her life and was like a younger brother to her. There were still people in the house who treated him coldly, but little by little he managed to make friends with others. Celine hoped that she could help the boy enough so that in the future he would be able to live on his own. The weather outside was beautiful, so the girl suggested that the guy take a little walk outside. The children held hands and went into the garden to take a little walk in the fresh air. On their way, they saw a large number of mushrooms, which looked very appetizing. However, Will said that you can't eat them because your stomach will hurt afterwards. The guy explained that when he didn't have food, he tried these mushrooms. On one of these walks, Celine said that she dreams that one day a prince will appear who will be destined only for her. She also explained that she would not be able to come to the boy tomorrow and visit him from morning until evening. There will be a reception at the royal castle, so she will need to go there. The girl couldn't wait to look at her beautiful Adele in a cute dress. She said that her little sister was her priority, after which she said goodbye and ran out of the room. Her words sank deep into the boy's head and caused a slight pain in his heart. The next day it was time for the reception of His Majesty the First Prince in the garden. Celine sincerely believed that her sister was the most charming not only at the reception, but in the whole world. Thanks to the fact that the girl became the heroine of the novel, she could visit such places for the first time and was very worried, although she was sure that they would speak the worst about her. Sometime after the event began, several young ladies approached the girls. They were very happy to see Adele, but they didn't know how to behave towards Celine. The girl heard some people talking among themselves about how it would be better not to even meet her eyes. The ladies also discussed how the atmosphere around the girls was strange and were worried about Adele. It wasn't so bad that she was hated, and no one would say it outright because of her status as a duchess. However, the girl did not want Adele to feel embarrassed, so she thought it would be better if she sat alone somewhere far away. However, before Celine could leave, her little sister ran up to her and grabbed her hand. This performance between the two girls amazed everyone who was present and could see this picture. Adele explained that she was incredibly happy that she was able to come today with her older sister. Celine was pleased to hear this, but she thought Adele was trying to shield her. Just at that time, the first prince approached them, greeted the girls, and thanked them for coming to his event. The other ladies were happy to see the handsome crown prince of their country. The sisters thanked him for the invitation and bowed deeply to the first prince. Celine noted to herself that today the guy was even more dazzling than usual. She noticed that the guy was looking at her too closely, so she assumed that the dress didn't fit her well. The girl wanted to leave her sister alone with the prince, but Adele did not let her do this. The little girl pretended to promise to come to her parents, so she asked them to bring her older sister. Celine felt that she needed to make it clear to Adele that she was no longer interested in the first prince. She hoped that Louis would refuse this request, but he smiled and agreed to accompany the girl. After this, the boy grabbed Celine by the hand and carefully led her straight through the entire crowd. The girl did not expect at all to find herself alone with the prince, so she did not know what she should talk about. However, Louis noticed that everyone was surprised by the changes in the girl. Celine explained that she had been wanting a change lately, so Radha was willing to work hard to achieve what she wanted. She added that she realized that she used to be a really moody person with whom absolutely nothing could be done. She was spoiled by her status and the benefits she had. She did whatever she wanted. She envied the lovely Adele, who was loved by everyone, and she behaved very meanly. However, now she was determined to act in a way that would not cause problems for anyone. The girl also apologized to the guy for previously being rude and creating some problems for him personally. And the prince noted that he never considered such displays of emotion a problem. Celine noticed that the truly kind person in her circle was not only Adele, but also Louis. The prince admitted that he had heard from the duke that the girl had recently taken up philology lessons seriously and was practicing magic. Celine never thought that her father would tell anyone about her, because thanks to this, she feels like she is truly becoming a good person. The girl added that she also enjoys losing weight and has already lost 10 kilograms. The prince admitted that he immediately noticed this and complimented the girl. Celine knew it was just flattery, but she still found it nice to hear. After this, the heroine explained that recently she had become interested in studying the history of the kingdom and other countries. Teachers came to her home and the girl liked to learn something new. The prince in turn told the heroine about his hobbies and interests. The guys chatted for quite a long time about the future, which couldn't help but make her happy. Before leaving, the boy smiled and asked if he could meet the girl again. Celine assumed that he wanted to come visit to see Adele, so she happily agreed. After this, the guys promised to contact each other and said goodbye. Celine was pleased that her relationship with Louis had improved a little. According to the novel, the heroine ends up being killed by Louis, so it wouldn't hurt for him to like her at least a little. After this, the girls returned back to their estate and had a small tea party with Will. Celine admitted that she ultimately didn't make friends with a single person at the garden party. As expected, her image was poor and it turned people off. Adele promised her sister that she would help everyone else see what a wonderful girl she was. Celine promised that Will would be able to make friends too, even though the boy didn't want it. The boy tried to stay close to our heroine and always said that she was the only one he needed. The girl thought it was very sweet and she was pleased that he was so attached to her. Adele noticed that the guy really liked her older sister. Celine noticed that Will was like a younger brother to her, and she also really liked him. At that moment, Adele remembered that yesterday the girl had talked a lot with the first prince. Celine remembered that she wanted to make it clear to her that she was not interested in this man at all. So she took the girl by the hands and told her that she didn't think about the prince at all, so the girl didn't have to worry about it anymore. Although she had previously adored the young master, recently everything had changed. Will didn't know who it was, so Celine explained that Louis was the first prince of this country, a very wonderful man. She explained that she had liked him before, but after that, she wanted to change the subject as quickly as possible. Her words sank into the boy's heart. He even clenched his fists in anger. A few days later, Celine was walking around the house and noticed that everyone was very busy because the prince was coming to visit them soon. However, she felt that it had nothing to do with her, so she preferred to study with Will. The girl taught him various things in her free time, and the boy absorbed knowledge with amazing speed after just one explanation. Apparently, he no longer had any health problems, so the girl was confident that he would soon be able to do light housework. Then she noticed that the boy was distracted from his task and was looking out the window. Just at this time, the young Prince Louis arrived on the territory of their estate. Will looked gloomy and noticed that the prince was completely different from him. At this time, a maid came to them and announced that Celine's father was calling her and asking her to attend a tea party with His Highness the Prince. The girl was surprised, because until today she had never been invited to such events. So she apologized to Will and explained that she needed to step away for a moment. But before the girl had time to get up from her seat, the boy grabbed her hand. The guy looked straight into her eyes and asked Celine not to go anywhere. The girl didn't pay any attention to this, patted the guy on the head and promised that she would be back soon. However, he was very persistent, and Celine realized that this was the first time she had seen such an obedient, modest boy show signs of irritation. She didn't understand the reason, but she noticed that Will really didn't want her to leave. Celine herself would have liked to stay with him, but she could not refuse the prince's invitation. So she carefully removed the guy's hands from herself and apologized to him again and promised that she would try to return as quickly as possible. After this, the girl turned away from the guy and headed towards the exit of the room. After she left, Will seemed very gloomy and upset. Celine sat at tea with the prince. All she could think about was how quickly she wanted to get back to her friend. Louis noticed her thoughtful expression and asked what was going on in her head. Adele was also happy to spend time with her sister and was interested in what sweets she preferred. The girl seemed embarrassed and did not understand why these two were talking only to her. In the novel, the atmosphere between the main characters was supposed to gradually form, but in reality, for some reason, this did not happen. Instead of talking to each other, these two always wanted to chat with our heroine. Even a non-expert in romance like her could tell there was no spark between the two of them. As much as the guys wanted the girl to stay, she urgently needed to leave them alone. She apologized for what happened and explained that she needed to go back because she still had things to do around the house. Adele immediately realized that Celine wanted to go to Will. The girl explained that Celine had saved a boy who was lying unconscious in the forest and was now taking care of him. The prince did not understand why the girl personally cared for the orphan and did not send him to an orphanage or entrust his care to special people. Celine explained that she was worried about his poor health. She brought him herself, so the responsibility for the boy also fell on her. She considered Louis a good man, but still decided not to tell him that Will was cursed. At this time, Adele added that little Sirota is very attached to her older sister. After these words, the prince wanted to see this mysterious boy who was given shelter in this house. Celine didn't understand why, but she knew that Will didn't like Louis. So she announced that the boy was very shy, but they would definitely meet someday. The girl's intuition told her that it would be better for these two guys not to meet. After this tea party, the young prince began to appear at their house more and more often. Every time he came to them, had a small tea party and tried to spend as much time as possible with the girl. Every time he seemed very friendly and interested in communication. Even Celine noticed that lately the prince had been coming often, even when Adele was not at home. This time, after another visit from Louis, the girl came out to see him off to the gate. She wondered why the young man visited them so often. The butler suggested that His Highness had been told to make a choice of bride because the influence of the aristocrats had recently increased. Celine assumed that the boy was considering Adele as a choice. The man noted that there was a need to choose a future queen from the family of Earl Eldred, but it had not yet been decided which of the two sisters it would be. The girl thought that this was just a formality. In fact, she certainly didn't consider it. Celine has been busy lately, so she already missed Will and reading a book with her friend. Will was unhappy that lately the girl was almost always with the prince. Celine herself knew that the #1 reason for her being busy was that the prince often came to visit them. Will had been following her around more often lately. The guy didn't want to talk to anyone, not even Adele or Jenna. There was no question of him even making eye contact with other people. His affection was sweet, but Celine felt it wouldn't do the boy any good to refuse contact with anyone but her. However, it was impossible to rush him before this always turned out to be a mistake. The girl slammed her textbook shut and invited the boy to take a walk with her in the garden. They went outside and looked at the beautiful flowers that had just bloomed nearby. Celine noticed that the boy liked flowers and thought that in the future he could help the gardener. However, the guy explained that what he liked most was not the flowers, but the girl herself. Celine was confused by this because she expected to hear from him the sight of flowers. However, the girl smiled and admitted that she also really liked the boy. After that, the guy took her hand and hoped that he was #1 for her. Will admitted that he liked the girl more than anyone else in this world. He looked her straight in the eyes and admitted that he wanted to always be her first priority. Celine was a little confused by this pressure and the unexpectedness of his words. However, she smiled and said that she also really liked the guy and that she would always be with him. The boys continued walking through the garden when Will suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked ahead. Right in front of them, His Highness the First Prince and the girl's father were walking slowly. The girl did not understand how Louis ended up here because no one told her that he was going to come. The father explained that he and the prince had met at a meeting that was taking place in the castle, so he had invited him. Louis was pleased to meet the girl and finally look at the very boy she had told him about before. The prince stepped forward a little and stopped right in front of the guy, looking him straight in the eyes. The young prince smiled and asked the boy if he could know his name. However, Will looked very angry and had no intention of answering Louis. The girl immediately noticed that her assumptions about the relationship between the boys turned out to be true. So she covered the orphan with herself and said that he was simply embarrassed because of his first meeting with such a high-ranking gentleman. The prince also apologized to the girl because he frightened the guy with his sudden address. Celine thought the prince was too kind, but she was attracted by the fact that Will grabbed her. She felt the boy holding her clothes from behind, and his hand was shaking with fear at that moment. So the girl apologized to the prince and his father and explained that she needed to leave them immediately and take the boy to the doctor. The future heir to the empire did not respond to this, but only smiled mysteriously, looking after them. After some time, Celine and Will reached the boy's room and carefully sat down on the edge of the bed. Terrible thoughts were born in the boy's head, which made him feel bad. The girl didn't know what happened, but she understood that the guy was uneasy. She noticed that something was wrong with him, so she tried to hold him close and calm him down. The girl carefully stroked the boy's back and waited for him to calm down. After some time, the guy stopped crying and finally looked more or less normal. Celine announced that from now on, she would try to make sure that all the bitter experiences he had to endure remained in the past. The guy hoped that she would be with him all the time. Celine suggested that the boy had severe anxiety due to being abandoned by his parents and was afraid of being left completely alone again. She remembered her life in the past world and understood this feeling perfectly. So she hugged him tightly and promised that they would always be together. After these words, the boy looked very pleased, but the strangest expression was on his face. After some time, Jenna was tidying up her little mistress and noticed that she had very beautiful eyes. The girl was pleased to hear that recently the other servants had begun to communicate with her more and more. She noticed that Adele had the most beautiful blue eyes, and the prince's were real gold. Then Jenna explained that the color of His Highness Louis's eyes was special. Golden eyes are the real proof that he is of blue blood. Only a person from the royal family of their country can have a golden hue. Celine realized that moments like these helped her remember that she was in a fantasy world. However, she also really liked Will's cute black hair and dark eyes. Jenna announced that the girl had a lecture until noon, and after that, magic lessons. After finishing these classes, Celine hoped to spend time with Adele and Will, so she immediately went to her teacher to get her business done faster. Then I had a good time in magic class and practiced a new task. After this, the girl called her younger sister and friend, and they went for a walk in the forest. Everything that was happening seemed very peaceful to her, and the girl hoped to enjoy it endlessly. However, she knew that in the near future, various troubles would happen to the two main characters. The most dangerous of them she would call the second prince, who was the final boss. This prince was cursed at birth and nearly killed as a child by order of his own father, the king. Thanks to his nanny, he managed to escape, but after that, in the novel, a cruel existence awaited him. He was completely different from the first prince, who was raised with love and care. and his intentions were to kill the entire royal family and Louis because of the hatred that arose, even though it was natural. Even if the second prince tries to fulfill his plan, the power of the main character and the powers of the goddess Adele, who will soon awaken in her, will certainly help them cope with him. The girl knew that according to the novel, Celine was the only one who dies. However, thanks to the difficulties, the couple's love even burned even more. Celine wondered what the second prince's curse was, and whether it was different from the one placed on her friend. The girl was very worried about Will and asked how his health had been lately. Although the guy said that everything was fine, Celine noticed that he thought for a moment before answering. She asked the boy to tell her immediately if anything was bothering him. The boys sat like that until the evening, and only just before sunset decided to return to the house. The girls wanted to play a little longer, but Will said he was tired and should go straight to bed. It seemed natural to Celine that after so much entertainment he should feel tired. So the guy said goodbye to the guy and the girls went about their business. At this time, Will returned to his room and closed the door tightly. He unbuttoned his shirt and it became clear that the guy was feeling unwell because of the curse. The pain was so great that he couldn't even stand on his feet properly and simply fell to the floor. Will leaned against the bed to keep from passing out. After some time, Celine stood in front of the mirror and preened herself, even winking at her reflection. Only after this did the girl notice that the butler was passing behind her. She felt embarrassed because she looked at herself from all angles after losing weight. The girl felt very awkward showing herself in this way, so she blushed all over. Celine was pleased to hear that after the transformation, her body really did become more statuesque. In between her studies and practicing magic, she continued to work hard at physical education. Thanks in part to dieting, her belly also shrank. All that remained from her past life was a difficult experience that strengthened her willpower. However, she still had room to lose weight because next to Adele, she looked massive. The butler said he had heard that horse riding and fencing also involved a lot of muscle work. The girl was inspired by his words and decided to ask her father for permission to do all this. She thanked the man and ran towards the office. Despite her attempts to lose weight, the girl collected all the best desserts that were available in their country. In front of her stood a whole line of girls her age who had come for tea and looked very embarrassed. Celine thanked the girls for agreeing to come to her for tea. When the girl said she wanted to make friends, her mother suggested inviting her peers over. Celine thought she could rest easy because her mother had carefully selected the girls so that they would be from good families and had the appropriate reputation. However, despite all this, a very depressing atmosphere developed. Considering the actions that the previous Celine took, it will also take time to change her image. That's why the girl needed to make a good impression now. Adele Milo smiled and noticed that the sweets her sister picked up were very tasty. She explained that Celine wanted to please all the girls, so she put her heart into choosing each cake. The heroine thought it was very kind of her sister to help her make a good impression. The girl already imagined that today would end in failure, but was rewarded by Adele's kindness. However, unexpectedly, one of the girls asked if Celine had settled the previous quarrel with her sister. As far as our heroine remembered, it was Madame Wilhelmina from the Marquis's family who asked this. The girl recalled that the sisters argued over all sorts of reasons, and Celine made Adele the object of ridicule for those around her. The younger sister wanted to object to the girl, but the older one did not let her do so. So Celine stepped forward and explained that she had not settled the fight, but had apologized and been forgiven by her sister. She admitted that she used to be jealous of her sister and constantly did really mean things. However, Adele forgave her for all her sins and the girl appreciated it very much. After this, Wilhelmina smiled and was glad that the sisters had come to reconciliation. She noted that if Mrs. Adele forgave the girl, then there were no problems. After that, she was the first to try Celine's sweets and invited the other girls to follow her example. Only after these words did the others stop being wary and decide to try the cakes. Celine was pleased to hear that everyone enjoyed her desserts. After that, the girls began to discuss the cakes and where else they could try them. Thus, gradually, our heroine began to integrate into society and make friends. Towards evening, all the guests began to leave, but the heroine wanted to talk to Mrs. Wilhelmina. She thanked her for the tea and noticed that the girl had been asking her about all sorts of things in front of other people. However, she only smiled at the conspirators and pretended not to understand what she was talking about. Celine noticed that the young marquise was a very kind and wonderful person, so she would like to be friends with her. The girl gathered her strength and asked directly if her new acquaintance wanted to become her friend. Wilhelmina was glad to hear such a proposal and happily agreed to be friends. After this, the girls exchanged invitations to tea parties with each other. During the evening meal, Celine told all her relatives about what had happened. Mother and father were glad to hear that the girl had finally made a friend. Celine thanked her little sister so much for helping her with this tea party. The father said that the teachers also praised the girl for her success and said that she learns everything conscientiously and quickly. The man noticed that the girl had been handling everything very well lately. Celine was pleased to hear this from her family and teachers towards her. Besides, this was the first time she heard praise from her father. Therefore, the girl promised that she would try even harder in the future. After some time, Will became stronger and was able to help the gardener with small chores. Celine was glad that the boy was also trying and communicating with other people. They had agreed last month that the boy would try to help the gardener. After this, Will listened carefully to what was said to him and showed himself to be a capable worker. The boy noticed that the girl was watching him and approached her. Celine patted him on the head and praised him for how hard he was trying. After this, Will handed the girl a flower that he himself had grown for the first time. The girl was very pleased to receive a gift from her friend. She promised that she would take care of it. Will was pleased to see the smile on Celine's face that was brought by his gift. The girl was happy because she was reborn in a healthy body, could study what she liked and make friends. At the time, she thought that the happy, peaceful days would continue, but soon everything went wrong. Celine sat at the table and looked closely at the flower that her friend had given her. The girl was very happy because this was the first gift she received from him. She didn't want the flower to wither, so she cast a super high preservation spell on it. Will suggested that the girl would be even happier if he gave her a lot of gifts. However, what she will be most happy about is that the boy will be healthy and happy. Celine said these words and noticed how the guy suddenly became very sad. However, Will hugged her hand and said that nothing had happened. Although Celine said that he has been a bit depressed lately, but every time she tries to find out something, he answers that everything is fine. After that, the girl went to her standard lesson with the magic teacher. She remembered that the previous times they had learned fire and water magic. Celine has a large amount of magical power and has a talent for magic in general. If she had taken it seriously in the novel, she would have been much better off. But then, the girl still considered it a waste of abilities. From what Celine learned, about 30% of the human population in this world possesses magic. The basic elements of fire, water, air, and earth appear in different proportions. In any given person, it was important to start by recognizing what kind of magic suits you best. Today, the teacher suggested taking up earth magic, although many daughters of aristocratic origin are not very fond of it. However, Celine was glad about this, because thanks to this type of magic, she would be able to help Will in the garden. The teacher brought a small pot of earth and asked the girl to demonstrate her abilities. However, no matter how hard she tried, the girl still couldn't do anything. Celine even managed to get upset because the magic of the earth turned out not to be hers. Just at that moment, the girl turned around and noticed a flower bed nearby. Among all the beautiful flowers, there was only one that stood out, which was struck by some disease and was withering. Celine suggested that flower would be better if she could use earth magic. So the girl closed her eyes, concentrated, and directed her magic at one small plant. Suddenly, the girl realized that a very beautiful light had appeared from somewhere, which had not been there before. Right before her eyes, the flower blossomed again and became the most beautiful of all in this flower bed. Celine didn't know what happened, so she turned to her teacher for help. However, the man looked serious and suggested finishing classes for the day. After that, he quickly headed off somewhere, leaving the girl perplexed. A little later, Celine was suddenly called to her father and she wondered why. The girl even suggested that she had managed to do something wrong. On the way to her father, she met her beloved younger sister Adele. She heard from the servants that a celebration in honor of her older sister was planned for dinner today. Celine was even more surprised because she had absolutely no idea what the celebration was supposed to be about. The girl entered her father's office and noticed that the head butler and the magic teacher were gathered there. Moreover, the atmosphere turned out to be very heavy and not at all festive. The father looked very serious when he turned to the girl and said that the power of the goddess had awakened within her. Celine didn't expect to hear this at all because according to the novel, the power was supposed to awaken in her younger sister. The father was interested in whether the girl knew anything about these powers. He was told that today at lunchtime the girl healed a withered flower, and this is one of the forms of healing magic. However, Celine interrupted him and noted that it couldn't be that she had the power of a goddess. After all, these forces should have awakened in the main character, and it shouldn't have happened that they awakened in the villain. However, instead of continuing the explanation, the father asked the magic teacher to bring a certain object to the girl. It turned out to be a large dark stone, which lay on a satin pillow. The teacher asked the girl to put her magical power into this stone. Celine wasn't entirely sure what was going on, but she did as he asked. Immediately after this, the stone suddenly turned light blue and literally shone before her eyes. The teacher explained that the stone, which contained the impure magical power, had just been purified. Without a doubt, this was the magic of the goddess, because any other kind of magic is not capable of this. Celine still couldn't believe that she actually had the power of the goddess herself. The father and the butler were happy about this, because it was a very great honor, and now the girl had to bless the whole kingdom. However, Celine did not understand why the power had awakened in her and what would happen to Adele now. The girl was afraid that because of what happened, the story of the novel itself could change. The heroine woke up only when she heard that they were going to announce her as the bride of His Highness Louis. The father explained that the goddess's magic was special, it was valued above all else, and besides, the prince was interested in the girl. Besides, Celine has really changed lately and has shown great qualities for a future princess. However, the girl did not want this, because if she became the bride, then Adele and Louis would not be able to be together, and everything would change. The girl did not understand at all how she should act in such a situation. After talking with her father, the girl went to her friend, but was very immersed in her thoughts. Last night, there was even a celebration in honor of the awakening of the goddess powers within her. The girl saw her father so happy for the first time, because her abilities would bring honor to her family. In 2 weeks, a respected bishop returns from another country, and it is planned that he will affirm the power of the goddess that exists in her, which can change everything. Celine did the tests herself, and it seemed that she really did have the power. She couldn't believe that the villain had the main character's powers, because it would completely change the original story for Adele. Besides, the girl's plans did not include an engagement with the prince at all, and she hoped that she could somehow avoid it until the power of the goddess awakened in Adele. Will noticed that his girlfriend seemed sad, so he asked what was wrong. The girl smiled and said that she was just thinking about something. Suddenly, the guy grabbed his chest, and Celine realized that something was wrong with him. However, the boy pretended that he was just hungry and had a stomachache. The heroine left him alone in the room and promised to quickly go get a small lunch. Only after the girl left was Will able to show his emotions, and he was in great pain. A little later, while drinking tea with the prince, the guy said that he had heard rumors that the girl had been found to have the power of a goddess. Adele was very happy for her sister and believed in her abilities. However, Celine tried to pretend that it was some kind of minor misunderstanding. But the guys didn't believe her because the girl cured the withered flower and even cleansed a special magic crystal. The prince would also be sure that there was no misunderstanding in what happened, which is why Celine did not know what to do next. The prince said that to awaken the power, a girl is chosen who has such a beautiful heart, such rich blood of the kingdom, and such an abundance of magic that the goddess herself falls in love with this creature. After his words, Celine was a little surprised and didn't know what to say to that. This rumor spread throughout the country, and people doubted that this was really happening because Celine had a bad reputation among the people. However, even the old Celine had a talent for magic. The heroine understood that this was not unfounded, because her family was a famous clan with a long history, and many people in it possessed a large amount of magical power. Even Adele was like an angel who was loved by a goddess, and it would be logical for the power to manifest in her. The prince also said that there were cases several hundred years ago when powers awakened in several people, but after that, for a long time, such things did not happen again. His words calmed Celine, who considered herself an anomaly, and only Adele, according to the novel, should have a high chance of awakening the power. However, if her power was only revealed in the future, then in that case she and Louis could already be engaged. The girl was behaving very strangely due to her worries, so the prince and Adele talked about her condition. To cheer up her older sister, Adele even brought her favorite sweets. The girl jumped up from her seat and ran towards the kitchen to bring them to the table in the garden. Because of her departure, Celine and the young prince were left alone. The girl felt awkward because the prince also understood that there was a high chance that she would become his bride. However, the girl sincerely believed that Adele, and not she, would be the best bride for the prince. Suddenly, Louis approached the girl and invited her for a short walk the following weekend. Celine didn't understand why he was inviting her, but she couldn't refuse the crown prince anyway. So the girl smiled broadly and agreed to accompany him on this trip. She also suggested asking Adele for consent when the girl returned to the table. However, the prince only smiled at this proposal and noted that he never intended to invite her younger sister. The boy smiled and admitted that he wanted to go on this walk just with her. After he left, Celine told her sister what had happened, and Adele realized that it was an invitation to a date. Adele was very happy for her older sister and looked inspired. In her past life, Celine had no relationships with boys, so it never even occurred to her that she might be asked out on a date. Adele was delighted that her older sister's charm had even captivated Prince Louis. She noticed that her sister was not very happy about the change in her feelings. In fact, Celine was a little upset about what was happening and wanted to clarify something with her beloved Adele first. She looked straight into her younger sister's eyes and asked her what she thought of the young prince. She wondered if the girl perceived him as a male. However, Adele thought for a moment and then said that she did not think about the young prince at all. Celine suggested that the guy might be her type, or at least a little attracted to the girl. However, Adele was completely sure that the young gentleman did not interest her at all. Celine had not expected this turn of events at all, so she didn't know how to react to it. According to the plot of the novel, by this time the girl should have already developed corresponding feelings, but in reality, everything was completely different. Instead, Adele was eager to get started on her date next week and asked to be trusted with choosing her dress. Celine was a little embarrassed by what was happening, but at the same time happy that Adele was so lovely. However, she still understood that a whole bunch of problems had fallen on her that no one else even suspected. The next day, Celine went to the Marquis's estate to meet her friend and tell her about the secret meeting with His Highness. Even though the girl wasn't sure that it was a real date, everyone else treated it that way. Wilhelmina noted that His Highness Louis would not have invited a girl just like that. Although Celine was nervous because it was her first time meeting her friend alone, she found the girl easy to talk to and they had a good time. Wilhelmina noticed that Celine was not very happy about this date because it was a great honor for the girl. However, her friend said that she actually dreams of getting married because she falls in love with someone and not because their families decided so. Wilhelmina was surprised by this romantic side of her friend because she had no idea that she had one. As Celine rightly noted, among aristocrats, the majority of marriages are made for convenience, but there are marriages made for love. An example of one such marriage is Celine's own family. The previous Duchess, my girl's own, died immediately after giving birth. Soon, the Duke fell in love with the Baron's daughter, who is now his wife, and then Adele was born. So it was easy to guess where little Celine's anger came from. Wilhelmina hoped that her friend would someday meet a wonderful man she could love. The girls even agreed that they would tell each other about their love first. After a few days, the moment finally arrived for a date with the young prince. On this day, Jenna made sure that her young mistress looked even more charming than usual before leaving. Celine asked the maid to put into action the strategy they had discussed when Adele returned. The other day, the girl called the doctor twice, but the guy locked himself in the room both times out of fear. So today the doctor came without warning. The girl was worried about her friend and had no choice but to take drastic measures regarding his health. After this, the heroine said goodbye to her maid and went on a date with the young prince. First, Louis picked up the girl, then they watched a popular opera together at the theater and went to try exquisite dishes at a chic restaurant. The boys were having a good time, and at some point the prince remembered that the girl had to go to the bishop the next day. Celine was a little worried about this, because since that day, she had never been used by the power of a goddess. Tomorrow, the respected archbishop must make a decision, and all this time the girl pretended that she had no power, but she certainly could not deceive him. Besides, she still couldn't come up with a way to avoid it. Celine tried again to find information about the goddess's power, but learned practically nothing new. Seeing his girlfriend's reaction, the prince decided to change the subject and distract the girl with dessert. The guy didn't understand why she needed to continue her diet since she was already very beautiful. With these words, he reminded me very much of Will, who constantly said the same thing to the girl. For a moment, because of the identical phrase, Celine even thought that it was Will sitting in front of her. In addition, it briefly showed her that the guys are very similar, although they have completely different auras. But unlike Will, Celine was sure that Louis was just being nice. The guy noticed that the girl's father wouldn't be too happy if he brought her home late, so he suggested that they move on. After this, the guys left the restaurant and went to the square to rent a carriage. While the prince was dealing with these issues, Celine noticed a crying boy nearby. She immediately ran closer to him and asked if the baby was okay. The boy was crying because his knee was scratched and it hurt. Celine looked around carefully to make sure no one was watching them at that moment. She then leaned forward and used her goddess powers to heal the baby's knee. The boy was very happy that the girl helped him and relieved him of pain. However, the stranger only smiled and asked to keep what happened a secret from everyone else. Unfortunately, the girl did not notice that the young prince had already freed himself and was watching what was happening. He really liked the way the girl treated little children tenderly. After arriving at the girl's house, the prince offered her his hand to help her down the steps of the carriage. The young man admitted that he really enjoyed their walk and asked permission to invite the girl again. Celine couldn't refuse him, so she agreed to meet him alone some other time. Although she was not very pleased with the prince's interest in her person, she enjoyed the time spent more than she could have imagined. Still, the prince was a good man, and the girl hoped that she could be with Adele as soon as possible. Immediately after returning, the girl went to the maid and asked what had happened during her absence. However, before the girl could answer her mistress, little Adele burst into the room. She looked very excited and was in a great hurry to get to her older sister. There were tears in her eyes, and she couldn't really explain anything other than it had to do with Will. Celine immediately went to her friend and found him lying in bed. She immediately realized that the guy was in severe pain and asked the doctor about what was happening. The man explained that when he came to examine the boy, he was already in this condition. It is impossible to predict how the curse will manifest itself further, especially if it is so strong. However, judging by what the doctor saw, this guy endured until the very end. Celine hoped that she would be able to buy holy water again and ease the boy's suffering. However, the doctor noticed that the water only further alleviated the condition, but the curse itself had spread, so it would no longer be effective. Celine realized that she no longer knew how else she could help her friend. The girl was very upset when the doctor explained that there was nothing more they could do to help the little boy. Will had been unconscious for a whole day, and you could tell from his face that he was getting worse. Celine had already tried all the options, even giving him holy water to drink, but there was no improvement. The doctor warned her right away that the curse was very difficult to fight, so the girl should not blame herself. However, Celine was sure that the guy was trying his best to hide his pain simply because he didn't want her to worry. At that moment, the maid came and said that tomorrow they were going to the temple, so everything had to be ready as quickly as possible. She was also worried about the young lady because she had not eaten since yesterday. Celine understood that being with the guy wouldn't change anything, but she still didn't want to leave him alone. Jenna brought a book about the temple that her father had asked the girl to read and a snack so she could study without leaving her friend's side. Celine greatly appreciated the help of her personal maid during this difficult moment. The girl was completely immersed in the rules of greeting, walking through the center of the temple and other little things. At some point, she came across a part of the book that wrote about the power of the goddess, because the first ruler was saved by this magic. The king, cursed by an evil dragon, was healed by the power of a goddess. At that moment, Celine realized that the goddess's power was also affecting the curse. In the end, the girl read the entire book, but still could not find out how exactly to use this magic. The only thing left for her to do was just take it and try. To begin with, Celine decided to let the magical power spread throughout her body and then simply pray for the boy's curse to disappear. The girl carefully took her friend's hand and tried to call upon the power of the goddess. A pink light appeared around the girl, and her whole body seemed to be burning and in terrible pain. At some point, the strange seals from the boy's body began to move onto her own hands. The girl couldn't believe that her friend had been suffering such terrible pain all this time. That's why she decided to save him, no matter what it cost her. Celine continued to hold her friend's hand and tried to pull the entire curse out of him. Although little by little, the curse weakened, and the strange inscriptions on the boy's body disappeared. Celine didn't know how long she could last, since she hadn't learned to handle magic yet, but all she could do was spread her power and pray. At that moment, the girl looked at the face of her friend, who was lying unconscious in front of her. She tried to remember all the moments they had lived together recently. Their first lunch together, lessons together, and games in the garden. The girl sincerely wanted Will to be happy and asked God to fulfill her wish. Celine lay on a clean bed and was just beginning to come to her senses. The girl opened her eyes and saw her younger sister sitting next to her, with tears in her eyes. The girl remembered that she had tried to free her friend from the curse and had reached her limit. The first thing she found out was that the guy was sleeping because he felt a little better. Only after this was Celine able to relax, because she was incredibly happy that her plan had succeeded. However, Adele was angry because her older sister used the powers of the goddess to heal the little boy. She was unhappy that the girl had spent a huge amount of strength, even lost consciousness, and all of this was very dangerous. Celine understood why her sister was angry, because the teacher also said that she should be very careful, because depleting human strength is dangerous. Even though she didn't know how to handle this power yet, even now it was clear how powerful it was. Adele explained that the maid found the girl and ran to her, so her father didn't know anything about it. They also didn't tell anyone about the boy's condition. Otherwise, everyone would have found out that the girl had used force. Celine was incredibly grateful that her sister, being such an honest girl, had done such a thing and even lied to her father. However, Adele demanded that she promise that she would not do anything dangerous again. Celine herself did not want to worry her beloved sister anymore, so she happily agreed to this. She also thanked the maid who helped them pull this whole thing off. However, Jenna reminded the girl that it was time to prepare for the trip to the temple and that her father would soon arrive for her. Adele promised that she would look after Will and the older sister would be able to go about her business in peace. Celine considered the girl a real angel and was very glad that they became friends. After the bishop's visit, the family returned home and was a little upset. An hour ago, the head priest of the temple explained that there was some trace of the goddess's power, but there was almost no magical power. Celine herself was surprised by his words because she hadn't even come up with a way to get rid of all this. The bishop explained that the color of the goddess's magical power is special and clearly visible, but the girl does not have it. At that moment, Celine realized that this was all because she had spent all her energy healing the boy at night. The bishop noticed that the girl was simply extremely weak and suggested that if the girl accumulated more magical power, she would be able to occasionally heal small wounds. The father was clearly not very pleased with the priest's words because he had hoped that his daughter had awakened great power within herself. On the way home, the girl mentally apologized to her father because not only had she lied to him, but she had also deceived him for the second time that day. However, she was glad that everything ended this way, because now all that was left was to wait for the power of the goddess to appear in her sister. After returning from the temple, Celine immediately rushed to visit her friend. She hugged him and was very glad that the boy woke up and was healthy. The girl released her embrace and wanted to examine the guy from all sides to check his well-being. However, she was suddenly stopped by his golden eyes, which were previously black. Celine remembered the maid's story about how golden eyes were proof that a person belonged to royal blood. The girl looked at her friend and did not understand why he suddenly had golden eyes. However, there could be no mistake here because Louis's eyes were exactly the same color. Only now did the girl realize that her friend was the second prince. Celine couldn't quite believe it, because in the original novel, the second prince and the Villainess were connected only by a curse. The girl couldn't think that everything would turn out like this, but now everything fell into place. It was said that the eyes are most susceptible to magical power, which meant they became dark because of the curse. The girl remembered all those moments when the prince spoke badly about Louis. Even then she had the feeling that the boy hated the prince, but it turned out that he harbored a grudge against him. The girl realized that he had been struggling with such feelings all this time because of Louis. Celine realized that all this time her friend knew about his origin. In the novel, the second prince's past was truly terrible, especially for a child. Just thinking about what Will had to go through broke the girl's heart. With tears in her eyes, Celine apologized for not realizing how hard it was for the boy. She leaned over and hugged him tenderly, trying to come to her senses. The boy also apologized to his girlfriend for not telling her about his origins earlier. Celine didn't blame him for it, because in reality he had no choice. If anyone found out that he was alive, he would be in danger, so the guy protected himself. After this, the second prince looked his girlfriend in the eyes and confessed that his real name was Wilfred Percival. Only now did Celine remember what the second prince from the novel really was called and realized that everything was obvious. The boy was worried that after what happened, his girlfriend no longer liked him. However, for Celine, he was still the same Will. She didn't care about his origin. The guy was very glad that the girl's attitude towards him did not change after what happened. He hugged her, cried, and admitted that he liked the girl very much. He even declared that he wanted to always be with her. Celine admitted that she also likes the guy and she will never leave him. The girl believed that she had to protect Will and not allow him to repeat his fate from the novel. However, she asked the guy to keep his origin a secret from others because now they should be careful. If others find out that it was she who cured the second prince, they will immediately understand and learn about the use of magic. Then the question of her engagement with Louis would come up again, so the girl asked the guy not to show himself to people. However, she immediately understood that it would be very difficult to hide it from others. She had to be persistent to keep her and his secret. The girl noticed that the guy didn't have to worry about anything. She would protect him. However, late in the evening in her room, the girl admitted to herself that she had absolutely no idea what to do. She wondered what the royals thought of the boy, if they had even once tried to kill him. Celine understood that if the others found out that they continued to hide the second prince at home, then not only she would have problems, but her entire family would have problems. The girl was tired of this because she just wanted the guy to be happy. However, a lot has happened lately, so Celine decided to take a little rest. The girl decided to think about everything that happened the next day with a fresh head. At this time, Will was lying in his bed and realized that he wanted to see his girlfriend. He carefully got out of bed and put on a cap with a visor to hide his eyes. The boy was walking down the corridor and suddenly heard someone discussing his girlfriend behind the half-open doors. Will heard that the girl used all her available goddess power to save him. Adele was upset because her older sister's entire life depended on this power. She knew that Celine had deliberately not used the goddess's power, and now not only her sister, but also her father would bear responsibility for this. Adele was upset because if it weren't for this, the girl could have become a queen who would be loved by all the people. Will heard every word the girl said and tried to understand them. The guy realized that because of him, his beloved girlfriend had gotten into big trouble. He didn't want the girl to hate him and wanted to help her in the future to become her favorite person. He still remembered her words about how the girl hoped to someday meet a prince who would be destined only for her. Suddenly he caught the word prince and a plan immediately came to his mind. After hearing all this, the boy took off his hat and went further down the corridor. The next day, Celine woke up a little later than usual due to fatigue and immediately went to her friend. She looked in on Will and apologized for not visiting him for so long. However, she suddenly noticed that the guy was dressed in expensive clothes and that maids were running around him. The girl didn't understand why the guy in such a suit, and the others weren't at all surprised by the color of his eyes. However, everything fell into place when the prince approached the girl and announced that he would go to the royal castle. Celine was completely unprepared for this and was not prepared for so much to change overnight. She could not understand what could have happened in such a short time. She froze with fear and could not move. Immediately after this, Will approached the girl, took her hand and confessed that he wanted to become a prince. That is why he told about his origins and decided to go to the royal castle. Celine was worried because it was too risky and something could happen. However, the guy was confident that everything would be okay with him. The girl realized that the guy had already decided everything for himself, although yesterday he had agreed with her. Right from the moment of their conversation, they were interrupted and the girl's father entered the room. He promised that he would be by the prince's side and that he would go to the royal castle only in 6 months. The girl did not understand what was happening, why her father and friend were acting together. The boy came up to her from behind, gently grabbed her hand and apologized for what happened. After this, the children went to a separate room to talk to the girl's father. Celine admitted that she feels fine and apologized for the recent incident. The boys were sitting on the sofa and holding hands, both looking sad. The father said that last night His Highness Wilfred came to his room and told him not only about himself, but also about how the girl saved him with her goddess powers. The man was very surprised when he learned that an ordinary orphan would turn out to be His Highness the Prince. However, the man was convinced of this the moment he saw the boy's golden eyes. Celine was upset that her father found out that she had deceived him. She immediately jumped up from her seat and bowed low in apology. The girl hid from the man and the bishop the fact that she had used the power of the goddess and understood that she was facing punishment. However, she still did not regret saving her friend. The man ordered the girl to raise her head because although her actions were reckless, it was he who saved His Highness. Therefore, the man admitted that only this time he would turn a blind eye to this incident. He could understand why the girl had lied to him and admitted that he had not yet earned her trust. Celine was confused by these words and by the fact that her father was really trying to understand his daughter. The man asked that the girl be sure to tell him everything next time because it would not only be her personal problems. Celine didn't think the man would forgive her because he was so pleased with the fact that she had the power of a goddess. She knew that in the novel, the father always had mixed feelings about his eldest daughter. Therefore, the girl decided to honestly admit to him that she possessed the power of a goddess and could use it. The father noted that problems would arise if other people found out that the girl had deceived the bishop, since his power within the walls of the temple was equal to that of the emperor. Therefore, they needed to continue to hide her abilities, and Celine hoped that the engagement with the first prince would be cancelled. The father also added that the responsibility for protecting His Highness lies with him, so he will personally take him to the royal castle and act as the boy's patron. He knew that if he started acting now, there was a chance that others would find out about the girl's power. So for the next 6 months, His Highness would hide in their house. Then they would make it look like the curse had lifted itself. Celine was grateful for this, because if everyone knew about it, her father would have a very easy time. However, she was interested in what would happen after that, because if the boy returned to the royal castle, he would soon forget about them. She squeezed his hand tightly and hoped that they still had a little time left to be together. The guy apologized for taking action without consulting the girl. He noticed that this was his life, and he was free to manage it as he saw fit. She thought that he would have a hard time in the castle. As the second prince, he would have to study a lot to catch up on everything he had missed, and besides, he might be treated with prejudice because of the curse. The guy noticed that the girl was very sad and promised that he would never give up. Celine decided that she should never be sad when the guy was so positive. However, she was curious as to why the boy had changed his mind so abruptly and decided to return to the castle. He started to say something but then changed his mind and fell silent. Instead, he hugged the girl and asked her to never forget him. The guys even agreed to write letters to each other and meet sometimes. Besides, there were still 6 months left before the boy's departure, so they decided to spend as much time together as possible. Will wasn't very happy with this outcome, but he knew it was much better than it could have been. The guy admitted that he really liked the girl and hoped that his feelings were mutual. Celine looked at her friend, smiled tenderly, and said that she really liked him too. The boys promised each other on their little fingers that they would be together forever. After this time, a week passed. The doctor ordered eye drops from a neighboring country that can hide the color of the boy's eyes. Only the treatment of the boy changed. Now he was given a larger room and assigned servants, who were personally selected by the girl's father. Adele was so surprised because she couldn't imagine that their little orphan seemed like a real prince. However, when she remembered that they only had 6 months left, she felt sad. Celine knew that her sister was now in no danger because, unlike the events of the novel, the second prince and she would never harm her. Although the boy still harbored a grudge against his older brother, this needed to be changed first. A maid came into the boys' room and announced that their father was calling Celine to him. The girl did not understand what had happened because no one was supposed to come to them that day. She went to her father and learned that His Highness the First Prince wanted to talk to her alone. The girl didn't know what to expect, so she carefully opened the door and looked inside the room. Louis was sitting on the couch. He apologized for his sudden arrival and explained that he needed to ask the girl about something. Will made Celine feel uneasy, and she wondered what the prince wanted to know. The boy slowly sipped his tea, then smiled and asked why the girl had deceived everyone around her. She didn't quite understand what he was talking about, so she asked him to clarify. Louis knew that the girl had the power of a goddess, but for some reason she hid it from everyone. The boy said that he saw with his own eyes the stone that the girl had cleansed and the child whose wound she had healed in the city. The guy couldn't believe that she had no power at all. Celine was worried because she didn't know that Louis saw all this. That's why the girl said that her strength reserves were limited, and her strength was barely enough to heal even a small abrasion. Even the respected bishop said that she had practically no strength left. She didn't know what to do because it seemed like the guy didn't believe her words, but she had no more evidence. However, what she was most interested in was why the young man was so angry about it. The prince was surprised that in the girl's eyes he looked angry. Celine knew that the guy was usually gentle and calm, but now he was very tense. The prince admitted that he was indeed nervous about what was happening at the moment. He felt hurt by the thought that the girl had lied about her strength because she did not want to marry him. Celine also tried to calm him down and said that this was all completely wrong, although she thought to herself that the guy was right in some ways. However, she did not understand why this incident affected him so much. She admitted that she considered the first prince a wonderful man. The guy was very kind even to the previous Celine, and that already told her a lot. Louis was glad to hear this. He even relaxed a little and smiled. The guy was so handsome that his smile made our heroine melt. However, she was very surprised when the prince said that he would tell his father that he wanted to marry her. He added that the goddess's powers did not matter to her. He liked the girl without them. Celine didn't understand why he chose her, because she didn't do anything that could attract him. She became curious as to why the boy chose her, so she asked him to tell her. The guy admitted that he can't take his eyes off her beautiful smile, and he also likes that the girl is open and goal-oriented. Celine had never heard so many nice words addressed to her, so she quickly became embarrassed and blushed. She had so rarely heard such words from men that now she could not calm down. The queen always said that if a prince likes someone, there is no need to look for serious reasons to justify your feelings. Celine tried to remind her that the powers of the goddess could awaken in her younger sister. She could not admit that the girl would definitely awaken a force, so as not to give herself away. The girl believed that she was not suitable as a bride for the first prince. Celine also said that she would like to marry the man she loves, even though it sounded stupid given her title. However, this did not bother the prince. He was only convinced that the girl was really very nice. Therefore, he promised that he would try to interest the girl in himself. The boy came up, kissed a lock of Celine's hair, and said goodbye to her until the next time. The girl felt very awkward because it wasn't every day that a real prince kissed her. After this, the guys said goodbye and the heroine returned back to her friends in the room. The girl still couldn't calm down after the last conversation, and it seemed like her heart was about to burst out of her chest. Adele wondered what her father wanted from her older sister. However, Celine did not want Will to know about the meeting with the first prince, so she pretended that nothing happened. From that very day, the prince began to visit the girl often and spend time with her. He seemed to sense something and did not leave the girl's side for a single step. And Adele, her beloved little sister, was a beautiful angel as always. So the next 6 months passed and the day came when the second prince had to leave for the castle. No one ever knew of his origins, or that it was Celine who lifted the curse from him. And the father also arranged for the boy to be accepted as a member of the royal family. Will was grateful to the girl for everything and was glad that he met her. Celine was very sad. She was not able to prepare for this moment even for 6 months. But finally, the second prince confessed once again that he really liked his girlfriend. The girl was embarrassed and glad of these words, responding to them in kind. After this, the boy got into the carriage and went to the palace, where his new life was to begin. At that moment, Will was only thinking about how he wanted to make the girl his as soon as possible. A whole month had passed since the prince's departure, and they had not contacted the boy even once. So Celine did not know how he was doing. Although she was worried, she tried to believe her father's words that everything would be fine. Today the man was just invited to the castle, so the girl should soon learn some news. After some time, the girl's father returned home and Celine ran to ask him about everything. The man explained that the boy looked cheerful and said that he was currently studying a lot and had started to practice fencing and magic. The girl was glad to hear that her friend was doing well and was gaining new knowledge. She hoped that she would be able to meet her friend soon and asked her father about it. However, the man stopped in the middle of the corridor and admitted that the girl would not be able to meet with His Highness Wilfred. Celine was shocked to the depths of her soul because she did not expect this at all. The girl was interested in what exactly her father, the Duke, meant. The man explained that he had been told that it would be better if no one came to the prince, so that it would be easier to hide him from others. Although the boy was accepted as the second prince, his existence will be announced after he comes of age. Therefore, the girl realized that she would be able to see her friend only when he turned 18. However, the man added that he was promised that the boy would be well looked after during this time. He noted that the royal family had their own reasons for doing so. Celine understood this, but she still couldn't believe that they wouldn't date for 6 whole years. However, the girl was delighted when she learned that they were still allowed to exchange letters. She became very inspired and promised that she would go to her room right away to write a letter. The girl ran to her room, sat down at the table, and began to think about how to begin her first letter. She was sure that the boy was very lonely in the castle, so she thought to say that he was very dear to them. The girl wanted to support her friend and remind him that they never stop thinking about him. 6 years is quite a long time, especially for friendship between children. However, the girl was sure that no matter how much time passed, the guy would still remain a dear person to them. The girl didn't want to write sad things, so she was going to cheer the guy up with her letter. A few days later, she went to the Marquis's estate for a small reception. She congratulated her friend Wilhelmina on her birthday. The girl looked amazing and was very happy that her friends came to support her. She asked the girls to have a great time at this party and have a good time. Celine was coming to her friend's party for the first time, so she spent 2 whole weeks choosing a gift. At this moment, several more young ladies approached the girls. The heroine still felt the gazes on her, but she was already gradually beginning to communicate with the others. The girl was happy to communicate, but it was a little exhausting for her, so she wanted to get some fresh air. Adele wanted to keep her sister company, but she asked her to stay inside. Celine carefully walked out onto the balcony and saw Prince Louis already standing there. She didn't understand why the boy was here, even though the celebration was being held in a rather noble house. The girl met the first prince for the first time after her friend left. The boy, just like our heroine, went out onto the balcony to get some fresh air. Celine walked up to the first prince and noticed the gorgeous view below. While the girl watched the city with admiration, the first prince did not take his eyes off her. He wondered if the girl missed Wilfred. The girl admitted that she misses her friend very much because they were always together. The prince could not believe that the boy, whom the girl accidentally picked up in the forest, would turn out to be his younger brother. However, he noted that this is not uncommon in the royal family. Louis is very smart for his age. If something like this happened to a girl, she would be very angry. The prince said that he and his brother had only crossed paths once, since his existence was hidden even within the castle walls. Celine realized that just because the boy was accepted into the royal family did not mean that his position would be the same as Louis's. However, the guy promised that he would definitely pass on the news to the girl if he heard anything. Celine admitted that Will is like a little brother to her. At that moment, Louis remembered the look the boy had given his girlfriend. He wanted to tell her something, but at the last moment he changed his mind and suggested that they go back into the hall. After some time, the sisters were sitting in the garden and drinking delicious tea. At that moment, a maid came up to them and brought a letter that came from Prince Wilfred. Celine was very happy to receive the first letter from her dear friend, with whom she had not communicated for a long time. But the letter bore the royal coat of arms because the boy really was the second prince. The guy talked about what he had learned and asked how his old girlfriend was doing. Celine liked this letter very much. She even pressed it to her chest. The girl noticed that the guy's efforts could be traced even by his handwriting, which had become much better. She decided that she should go to her room right now and write a reply to her friend. The girl knew that she would try very hard to stand proudly with her head held high the next time she met him. After this, Celine began to study magic and other lessons even more diligently. She also continued her workouts and diet to get her body in shape. The girl managed to establish friendly relations with her sister, so they went out together more and more often. She also enjoyed periodically corresponding with her friend and receiving news about his life. The boy also read his friend's letters and learned new things in the royal castle. Thus, 6 whole years passed and the grown-up Adele headed to her sister's room. The maid admitted that the girl was so looking forward to the special day that she got ready in advance. Celine waited 6 years for the day when she could finally meet her friend. The maid went to her mistress and told her that the carriage was completely ready and brought to the entrance. Celine had been waiting for this for a long time, so she immediately turned around and promised to come down in a minute. For the past 6 years, the boys had been exchanging letters and Celine knew that her friend was doing well. It seemed to her that he had become even smarter than her. His writing style had changed a lot during this time. According to the boy, among his peers, he was the best at wielding a sword and magic. During this time, the girl also learned a lot, but she still had room for improvement. But during this time, her extra pounds completely disappeared. Relations with parents improved, so the days passed calmly. However, the relationship between Louis and Adele never moved beyond the dead point. Adele's happiness came first, but then the girl would not have been able to see her favorite main couple and romance. And the guy himself stopped hiding his sympathy for her from those around him. There were even rumors that they were engaged. Louis became more and more beautiful, which could not help but influence the girl's heart. Even though it beats every time she sees him, she couldn't call it falling in love. The girl wondered if she would ever be able to truly fall in love. The goddess's power had only increased during this time, and now the girl could use it without any problems. She couldn't wait to finally see her old friend. Last week, the boy turned 18, and a gala evening will be held in the royal hall to mark the occasion. The girl was sure that the guy had grown a lot, and she was interested in how much taller he was. She had so many things she wanted to ask her friend about. She didn't even know where to start. A few days later, Celine went to the castle to see the guy. She promised that she would return home later and would definitely tell him how things were going. The girl got into the carriage and realized that she was incredibly nervous about the upcoming meeting, even though she felt through the letter that his affection for her had not gone away. But the heroine was already going crazy from these thoughts that filled her head. After some time, an employee looked into the carriage and announced that they had already arrived at the palace. The girl got out of the carriage and looked again at the place where her friend had spent the last 6 years. No matter how worried she was very happy about their imminent meeting. The palace maid escorted the girl to the waiting room and offered her a seat on the sofa. She said that the gentleman was not free yet, so the girl would have to wait for him a little. Yesterday, Celine thought so much about her first meeting that she couldn't sleep for a long time. They hadn't seen each other for 6 years, so the girl hadn't been able to get a good night's sleep and was now sleepy. Celine didn't notice how she fell asleep while waiting for the second prince. In her sleep, the girl thought that someone was standing in front of her and calling her by name. At first, she thought it was happening in her head and was part of a dream. However, the man did not leave and his voice did not stop. Celine opened her eyes and rushed towards her friend, who was leaning over her. The girl couldn't help but be happy, so she hugged the guy tightly by the shoulders. She immediately noticed that the boy's physique had changed. He had matured greatly. After some time, the girl pulled away from his shoulders and looked into the face of her old friend. She was very embarrassed because the guy in front of her was incredibly handsome. Now the prince himself hugged the girl and admitted that he had been really looking forward to meeting her. Wilfred said that he had long dreamed of the day when they would finally be able to see each other. The guy leaned too close to the girl and she even jumped back a little in surprise. The girl couldn't be close to her friend, so she moved back a little. The boy was worried that she no longer liked him, so she avoided him. However, Celine immediately grabbed his hand and tried to convince him otherwise. She admitted that she was very surprised at how handsome the young man had become. The guy was wondering if he could become the ideal prince that the girl had imagined as a child. Celine didn't quite understand what exactly he was talking about at that moment. However, the girl noted that the guy really does look great. It seemed to her that these words made her friend incredibly happy. The guy admitted that he imagined the girl every day. He wondered what she would look like at 19, but she still exceeded all expectations. Celine was incredibly confused by the words that this young, handsome guy was saying. The boy asked permission to look closer at the girl's face because it was so lovely. Celine thought that at that moment, Will seemed like a complete stranger to her. At that moment, the maid returned and brought tea, which suddenly distracted the heroes from their friend. Celine was even glad of her arrival because it gave her time to come to her senses a little. The girl was embarrassed by what happened, so she tried to drink tea and calm down a little. Will took his girlfriend's hand and couldn't believe that she was real. The guys admitted to each other that they had missed each other a lot over the past 6 years. However, the prince was sure that the girl could not compare with him in this. Celine felt awkward, so she wanted the prince to let go of her hand. Instead, he just hugged her tighter and admitted that he wanted to sit like this forever. At that moment, he reminded her of the little boy she spent time with as a child. The guy looked the girl in the eyes and admitted that he really liked her. He repeated this over and over again, driving our heroine crazy. Although she understood that there was no deep meaning here, she was confused by the expression on the guy's face when he said those words. The girl said that Adele asked her to tell her that she also wanted to see her friend. The prince said that now his health was fine because the girl had cured him. These words made Celine happy because she was worried about her friend. She talked about what she had been doing for the past 6 years and who she had met during that time. The girl added that she began to attend social events more often. As a duchess, she had to go to them, but she had managed to make friends with many of them, so she even began to like it. Will was wondering if the boys would approach the girl because she was very beautiful. The girl admitted that she is very popular and people often approach her for introductions. Celine had beautiful facial features to begin with, but after losing those extra pounds, she began to stand out even more and attract men. However, the girl never learned to control herself, so she tried to avoid their company. Luckily, her younger sister Adele often came to her aid. If Prince Louis had not been around the girl, there would have been even more suitors like her. Will realized that the girl was surrounded by a lot of arrogant people. However, Celine explained that during all this time she never fell in love. The prince was delighted when he heard these words from the girl's lips. Celine was curious about what her friend did besides writing letters. The prince explained that he had been doing the same things, had been working hard, and had not been lazy. He said so, but the girl thought that it was still harder for him than for her. However, the prince added that if he did not have a clear goal, it would have been much more difficult for him. He said that he has something that he really wants to get, and he is ready to do anything for it. Celine wondered what exactly the prince desired so much. Moreover, the guy added that her letters gave him strength. He admitted that he had already read each of them more than 100 times. For all 6 years, there was not a day that he did not think about the girl. She occupied his thoughts from morning until evening. Celine was pleased that the guy treasured her so much, but there was a feeling that he was lonely in the castle. She noted that when he was officially introduced, the guy would start attending social events. Celine was confident that the second prince would be very popular. She even noticed that beautiful ladies would turn their gaze to him. However, the prince noticed that he was not interested in other girls. He only wanted to please his Celine. The young man directly noted that he was absolutely not interested in any kind of acquaintance. He knew that because of his title, this could not be avoided, because he was, after all, a prince. Celine thought that he said this because he was still wary of people. She was sure that the larger his circle became, the more his thinking would change. At that moment, the girl noticed her watch and realized that it was time for her to go back. However, the young man did not want to let go of his girlfriend and hugged her hand. Celine ruffled his hair and remembered that he had done the same thing as a child. However, now he looked like a grown man and she had to get used to his touch and behavior again. Suddenly, the guy pulled away from her hand and asked how the girl felt about him. He recalled that they had once made a promise together that they were supposed to keep. Then they decided that they would be together all their lives. Celine smiled and noted that she still liked the young man and her feelings would not change. After this, the prince relaxed, hugged his girlfriend, and admitted that he really liked her. Celine noticed that at first her heart was beating hard from the unfamiliarity, but still the guy remained the same. She hoped that they could spend time together again like before. However, at this point, the young man explained that his sympathy was different from what the girl was experiencing. The girl didn't quite understand him, so she asked him to explain what he meant. The prince did not want to confess so immediately and asked the girl to guess the meaning of his words. Celine began to wonder how his feelings could differ from her own. The prince saw the confusion on his girlfriend's face and said he would leave it at that. He promised that he would gradually convey his feelings to the girl and carefully kissed her on the cheek. Celine immediately jumped up from her seat and grabbed her cheek, which was touched by Will's lips. The boy recalled that she often kissed him on the cheek before going to bed. However, Celine understood that this was too different from what it was like in childhood. She explained that it wasn't that she didn't like it. The prince was glad to hear these words and promised that he would kiss the girl like this more often. After that, he hugged her tightly and confessed his feelings once again. The way the guy couldn't keep his distance amazed the girl. She believed that it was because he grew up away from people, so he needed an explanation. That's why Celine said that the young man could only behave this way with her. The guy admitted that he would never in his life do that to other people. Although the guys were allowed to meet, it was only for a short time so that no problems would arise, so it was time for the girl to go home. The second prince apologized for not being able to see his girlfriend off. She thought that everything was fine because they would meet in a week. The young man took Celine by the hand and admitted that he was sad that she was leaving. The girl understood this, but promised that now they would be able to see each other quite often. Although they had to go through a melody of difficulty, now they will be able to spend as much time together as they want. Celine admitted to herself that she was ready to do anything for Will's happiness. However, it turned out that the guy was worried about something. There was a dark aura around him. However, as soon as the girl paid attention to her, the guy immediately smiled and everything disappeared. Will admitted that in any case, he will only be happy when the girl is next to him. After this, he once again confessed his feelings to his friend and said that he wanted to see her again as soon as possible. Celine said goodbye to her friend and headed towards the exit of the palace. She was glad she was able to see Will, and now she realized how dear he was to her, although she was quite surprised by his behavior and openness. On the way to her carriage, the girl met the first prince, Louis. The young man was curious about how the girl ended up in his palace. Celine secretly admitted that she came here to see Will. She was very glad that she was able to meet him after 6 whole years. The girl was surprised at how much the boy had grown. Louis wondered why the girl's face was so red after meeting his brother. Suddenly, Celine became embarrassed and said that many interesting things happened during their meeting. The girl also accepted the first prince's offer to accompany her to the carriage. The young man wanted her to come to him personally next time, because he was sad without her. Prince Louis was delighted to be able to unexpectedly meet his friend and spend some time with her. Will watched what was happening from the window of his room in the palace. He was clearly not happy to see the two of them meet and admitted that his older brother was a real pain in the ass. A little later in the evening, the heroine returned home and went to dinner with her family. The girl talked about her trip and added that the guy looked cheerful and had grown a lot. The father was glad to hear that the girl had a good time with her friend. Adele also dreamed of seeing the boy she played with as a child. The girls were both invited to the second prince's upcoming official birthday party, so they should see him soon. Celine knew that Will was as important a member of the family to her as anyone else at this table. Meanwhile, in the palace, one of the servants fell to his knees, blood pouring from his mouth. The second prince sat on the sofa right in front of him and looked on without any interest. Will was disappointed that even a whole horde of hired killers couldn't accomplish their task. Lately, his enemies began to send more and more rivals to him because his official introduction as the second prince was soon to take place. Thanks to the Duke's patronage, the boy was given at least some attention, although there had already been more than one attempt on his life. The boy believed that this was the work of the Queen, who did not like his existence. The boy managed to survive thanks to the huge amount of dark magical power that appeared in his body due to the curse. It's ironic that, in the end, it was the very thing that almost killed him that saved him. Will dreamed of getting rid of all his enemies as soon as possible because he was not going to forgive them for such treatment. But he didn't want Celine to see this dark side of him because she was so pure and innocent. He sincerely wanted the girl to love him for who he was. The second prince knew that he would do anything to make his beloved happy. Jenna announced that her work was finished and the young mistress looked beautiful. The girl really looked amazing in this snow-white outfit with blue bows on the sides. The girl admired her appearance in the mirror and believed that such details were not written in the novel. Before the girl had time to look around, the day of the gala evening arrived, where her friend was to be introduced. Finally, the guy will be recognized by society as the second prince. because in the novel, he tried to kill Louis and Adele precisely because he was not recognized until the very end of the story. However, what was happening now was different from the plot of the novel, and the girl was confident that everything would be fine. After this, the girl went to her sister's room and saw Adele, who looked delightful. Celine still adored the main character of this novel, and was glad that she could communicate with her. Adele noticed that her sister looked beautiful, and promised that she would protect her all evening. Celine noticed that her younger sister had become much more confident lately. After this, the girls left the room and went to their parents to go to the reception together. When the family arrived at the reception, it turned out that they were a little late, and the second prince had already been introduced to society. Celine couldn't believe that on such an important day they would get stuck in traffic. She wondered where her friend was now because he was nowhere to be seen. A little later, she noticed a huge crowd of people gathered around the second prince. The girl was glad to see that the guy was no longer alone, but surrounded by different people. Even Adele was amazed at how wonderful her childhood friend had grown up to be. At that moment, the second prince noticed the girls and drew their attention to him. Celine came closer, bowed and formally congratulated His Highness Wilfred on today's celebration. The girl was upset that she could not address him informally in front of others, because friendship could give rise to strange rumors. The girl only hoped that they would be able to talk a little later during a personal meeting. She said goodbye to the prince and moved on, but the guy looked like he didn't want to let her go. Adele admitted that their friend had changed a lot and had become a real handsome man. Not far from the girl stood their father, talking with Her Majesty the Queen. The woman noticed that quite a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. She didn't want to remember that unthinkable incident, but she was grateful that the Duke had taken care of the second prince. The man understood that all this was said with a double meaning, but he accepted her game. Even Celine, from the outside, realized that there was real hostility between these two. But thanks to this, the girl guessed that the Queen was not particularly happy about the presence of a second prince. She was Louis's mother, and although they looked similar, their auras seemed completely different. After this, Her Majesty the Queen turned her attention to the girl who was standing nearby. She admitted that she had often heard about it from her son Louis. The Queen hoped that the girl would maintain a good relationship with her son in the future. Celine understood that she had no right to refuse the Queen, so she agreed with everything she said. It didn't seem like she liked the girl, but she still decided to be careful. The Duke's entire family was heading into the next room when Will suddenly grabbed the girl and pulled her around the corner. The guy scared his girlfriend, but he apologized because they couldn't talk any other way. Celine was worried that the hero of the occasion would be hanging out on the balcony where no one could see him. The prince admitted that he was simply overwhelmed by everything that was happening and was tired. Celine remembered that the guy had been alone for a long time, and such drastic changes were difficult for him. She praised him for how well the guy handled a whole crowd of people. Celine was glad that the boy was having a good time and was safe. Suddenly, the young man pulled the girl towards him and hugged her tenderly. He carefully lowered his head onto her shoulder and asked permission to stay with her in this position for a while. Celine noticed that her friend was still as gentle as she remembered him as a child. The girl was sure that there would be difficulties along the way, but she was ready for them. The young people stood on the balcony hugging each other and did not notice how the first Prince Louis came out onto the neighboring balcony. The young man watched what was happening and was clearly not delighted with what he saw. In turn, the second Prince Will also noticed his brother and was pleased that he had managed to touch him. The young people looked at each other, only Celine did not understand what was happening around her. Although the celebration was not over yet, her family had to go home early because her father had to get up early. The girl apologized to her sister for disappearing for a while. Although the prince promised that he would stand there for a little while, in the end, he did not want to let his girlfriend in at all. The girl was lost in her thoughts and didn't notice how she accidentally ran into another young lady. The beautiful blonde apologized and asked if our heroine was hurt. Celine saw such a beautiful girl for the first time, who looked like a real doll. She thanked her interlocutor for her concern and promised that she would be more careful in the future. Although there were a huge number of beauties in this world, the girl knew that her beloved Adele still came first. Meanwhile, the blonde, accompanied by her assistant, was heading to her room. The girl was sure that she was the most beautiful in the entire kingdom, and even a stranger could not compare to her. However, she knew that she would soon get married and live in this country, so friends would not hurt her. The girl intended to find out the name of the stranger from the corridor and try to get closer to her. However, she decided to leave that for later and first go to Prince Wilfred and meet her future husband. After some time, our heroine was sitting at the desk and writing something. The girl admitted that Will recently said that he would be able to come visit her next week, so she wrote him a response. After the celebration, the prince had a lot to do, although until now no one knew that he had suffered from a curse throughout his childhood. In addition to telling him about the latest news, the girl was racking her brains over what to answer to his numerous letters with declarations of love. She was pleased by this, and she also wanted to see him, but still it was a little embarrassing. The maid reported that Mr. Louis was due to arrive soon. The girl was interested in who would come with him, because this was the first time the guy had promised to bring a companion with him. After some time, the prince arrived, and the girl went to meet him in the waiting room. Celine looked inside and saw that sitting next to the prince was the same stranger she had encountered recently at the event. Although she looked a little different now, she could never mistake such a beautiful appearance for anyone else. The girl immediately stood up from her seat, bowed, and apologized again for what happened last time. She announced that her name was Caroline, and that she was the second daughter in the family of a duke from a neighboring country. Celine noticed that the girl looked like she was of noble blood, but she didn't think it was that high. In turn, the heroine also bowed and introduced herself. After this, Prince Louis explained that Caroline had only recently arrived in their country. She complained to her brother that she had no friends here, so he decided to introduce her to his good friend. The prince admitted that of all his acquaintances, Miss Celine was the most wonderful and kind girl, so Carolina hoped that she could become friends with our heroine. The girl was very cheerful and looked happy when Celine agreed to become friends. The girl could not take her eyes off her interlocutor and admitted that she was an incredible beauty. Carolina admitted that she had a good relationship with her brother since childhood, so she often heard from him about the girl. The prince seemed to be embarrassed by her words. Celine was curious about how the girl ended up in their country. Maybe she came to study. However, Caroline admitted that she had come as the bride of His Highness, the second Prince Wilfred. Celine was stunned, as this was the first time she had heard this news. Louis explained that this is still in the plans, but sooner or later it will become a reality. Celine knew that Will was already at the appropriate age, but he could have told her about it. Caroline was delighted with the appearance of her future husband, especially his cold expression and manners. The girl's description was so different from what Celine knew that she doubted they were talking about the same person. The prince admitted that he could not tell everything, but noted that Celine and Wilfred were very close. The young man explained that they were like real brother and sister to each other. Carolina was glad to hear this and wanted confirmation of these words from the girl herself. Celine smiled and noted that Will really was like a little brother to her. Caroline hoped that one day she herself would be able to call the girl her older sister. At that moment, Celine realized that she meant that she would become Louis's bride. The girl added that even from the queen's behavior, one could tell that she was already tired of waiting for this day. Celine admitted to herself that she too felt this pressure from her father. She understood that because of her situation, she could not refuse forever, but she was still in no hurry to do anything. After finishing tea, the girl went out to see her friends off to their carriage. Even Prince Louis admitted that he could soon no longer wait for her answer regarding the engagement. He admitted that he cared about her feelings, but he definitely preferred the girl as his bride. After this, the young man went to the carriage, leaving the girl standing alone, embarrassed. Sometime later, the day came for Will to arrive at the Duke's house, where he reacquainted himself with all his old acquaintances. The boy noticed that the girl's room had not changed at all lately, and he missed her very much. Celine admitted that she was very surprised by the rumors of his engagement. The young man looked as if he was hearing what she was saying for the first time. Then the girl confessed that Mr. Louis and Carolina had recently come to visit and told her everything. Will was incredibly angry at how convenient things were for the couple. He wondered if Celine was okay with him having a fiancé. The guy was interested in what else the first prince told the girl. Celine remembered what happened near the carriage and suddenly became embarrassed and blushed deeply. The second prince realized that something had happened, so he immediately pinned the girl to the sofa. He admitted that he was indeed very offended by her actions. He asked her if she knew why he had to leave his beloved and suddenly return to the royal castle. The guy admitted that he was not interested in social status or money, he only needed a title. Celine did not understand the reason why he had to take advantage of his relationship with the king and accept the title of prince. The young man paused for a moment, then quietly admitted that he had done all this because he wanted to get the girl for himself. He finally admitted that he wanted to make Celine his own. Although Adele said that it took a long time for the girl to understand everything, now she understood. More precisely, her friend opened her eyes to what he meant. He loved her more than just as a friend or family member. From the girl's look, the young man realized that she had finally guessed the true nature of his feelings. The guy admitted that he didn't want to rush into his confession, but the situation changed. At this moment, our heroine noticed that the young man looked completely different from himself. For the first time, the girl realized that she was afraid to be around him. The guy noticed her confusion and immediately apologized. It was not his intention to scare her or make her worry in any way. Oi took her hand and admitted that he wanted her to smile and be happy all the time. He admitted that he had liked the girl since childhood and all this time. He called Celine his only lady of the heart, then looked at the girl. Celine didn't know how she would feel, because she hadn't even suspected his feelings before. He was always just a younger brother to her, even though the guy tried to convey his feelings to her. The girl realized that he suddenly wanted to return to the castle in order to become a prince and match her status. Only now did the true meaning of his words and the reasons for his actions reach her. The girl looked down and apologized for being so inattentive. Even the people around her had long since realized this, but she had been blind for so long. He loved her all these 6 years. He tried very hard just for her sake. Now Celine understood why he was so angry about the talk of an engagement to another girl. The young man apologized for not being able to control his jealousy. The guy really wanted to know if Celine liked his brother or if she also perceived him as just a friend. The guy seemed crazy when he talked about the girl marrying Louis and leaving him. The young man admitted that he doesn't even want to think about such a possibility. He knew that he couldn't live without a girl in this world. Celine realized that her beloved friend Will was afraid of being alone. His own parents tried to kill him, and he had to suffer from a curse throughout his childhood. It was therefore not surprising that the situation in the castle did not get worse and did not make it even more painful for him. Celine realized that the day she brought the guy home, she changed more than just history. She changed the boy's life, for which she must bear responsibility. That's why the girl promised that she would never leave the guy, even if his feelings were a little different from hers. However, the girl understood that they couldn't spoil her forever and indulge all her whims. Will knew there was a really big problem, because status plays a big role. In addition, Celine was worried that Madame Caroline had called Will to take the place of the bride. In 1 second, he became serious and replied that he never intended to marry this girl. Celine understood this, but her father told her that things were not that simple. In fact, a member of the royal family has no more freedom than the aristocrats themselves. Even Louis was allowed to court her only because she was the daughter of the Marquis. Therefore, the girl was not sure that Will's plan would be successful. The prince was sure that everything would be fine if he had more power. Although he was smiling, his words had a double meaning and sounded threatening. Celine had a strange feeling, although she didn't understand what it meant. At that moment, a maid entered the room and announced that the second prince had an appointment. The young man helped his girlfriend up and admitted that he was very serious about her. He promised that he would do everything to be with the girl. He even announced that he wanted to become the only man in the world for her. The guy added that he really liked the girl and kissed her on the cheek as he said goodbye. Just like the first time, Celine was very embarrassed by this display of feelings. And at this time, the second prince extended his hand to her and, as if nothing had happened, offered to walk her to the exit. Celine was very embarrassed, but she took his hand and allowed him to lead her to the carriage. The girl went home and the prince dealt with his important affairs in order to be free by the evening. He had an appointment with a young man who was in his room drinking wine. It seemed that the guest was very well known to our hero, since he treated his presence so calmly. The guest sat down on the sofa opposite the prince and noticed that he was being too cold towards his old friend. It was Richard, the Marquis, whom the prince had met at a recent evening. They have similar goals, so the guys decided to team up to achieve them together. The prince's influence was not yet sufficient, so now was not the time to quibble over trifles. Richard noticed that the guy was in a good mood because he had recently seen his beloved. He repeated his words, which amused his old friend. He was a little annoyed because his older brother was standing in his way. The Marquis did not understand how much longer the second prince was going to hold back, since Louis had been hanging around his lady for so many years, and with such a satisfied look. Will was grateful to his brother for keeping anyone away from Celine while he sat in the shadows, but he didn't need him now. The Marquis noticed that the Queen was now actively engaged in the matter of the first prince's marriage, but the Will had a plan. The boy smiled and noted that for the sake of their future, it was worth destroying the entire country as soon as possible. At this time, Celine returned home and told her sister about how the meeting with the prince went. Adele noticed that her sister was constantly in the clouds after meeting Will. After the guy's confession, the girl's already growing anxiety reached its limit. She constantly thought about his feelings and her future. Adele asked not to worry about it. She just sincerely wanted to help her beloved sister. Celine adored this girl and couldn't get enough of the fact that they communicated so well. She thought about everything for so long, but there were still no answers. That's why she wanted to consult with the girl, but she had already guessed everything. Celine didn't understand how Adele knew that the prince had confessed his feelings to her. The younger sister remarked that one would have to be blind not to notice the expression on his face lately. She was sure that her father and mother had also noticed the relationship between them. Now Celine was ashamed that she was the only one who didn't realize this, because 6 years ago she was mentally 20 years old and the guy was 12. So it would be strange if she thought of him in that way, but now he has matured, so the age difference is not felt. The girl said that the guy wanted her to see him as a man, but the first prince was also in a hurry to get engaged to her. Adele noticed that 2 guys who were very attached to her were fighting for her sister's heart. It seemed like Louis would cool down over time, but in the end, nothing has changed in 6 years. She admired him as a person, but the girl had no romantic feelings for him. No one made her an official proposal, so it would be inappropriate to refuse, and this cannot be decided only by her will. Adele asked what exactly her sister wanted for herself. Celine admitted that she dreams of marrying love, but it would be better if she accepted an offer that would be beneficial for the family. Although now she didn't want to leave Will at all. After all, they had just reunited. However, the girl understood that the guy was completely serious. She felt that she couldn't leave him alone now. Well, not always, but only until the guy's condition improves. After all, he had a difficult childhood, and not much has changed in these 6 years. Now he has few acquaintances and friends, so he needs her more than anyone else. Celine didn't mean to imply that she doubted his feelings, but there was still a chance that he was confusing affection with infatuation. The girl believed that if his social circle expanded, it would be easier for him to understand his feelings. More importantly, she didn't know what would happen to Will if the engagement to Louis happened so soon. Besides, he still hated his older brother very much, even though he had no intention of aiming for his life, as it was in the novel. Adele noticed that her sister had started to like Will a long time ago. She recalled how, even as a child, the girl treasured him and always wanted to spend time with him. They couldn't tell their father and Mr. Louis directly that his brother had confessed his feelings. It would have been nice if Will had remained the younger brother, but the girl couldn't put off the engagement any longer just because he had confessed his feelings to her. And Adele asked not to forget about Will's future bride, because it would be hard for the girl to be around them. Celine grabbed her head because the more she thought about it, the more terrible her situation seemed to her. She just wanted to be with Will, but the situation now was different from what it had been 6 years ago. Adele promised that she would also think about it and try to find some way out. Celine was immensely glad that she had such a good and understanding sister. The girl believed that there must be some way out, because now she should be next to Will. After some time, Caroline, Louis, and Celine all met together for tea. Caroline behaved very friendly and tried to communicate more with the second prince, who was very gloomy. Celine felt awkward, but Louis thought she was just cold. But then the young man touched the girl's hands and said that they were very cold. In fact, it was because the girl's heart was almost stopping from stress and tension. However, the young man did not know this, so he took off his jacket and pulled it over our heroine's shoulders. This made Will even more gloomy, and Caroline was happy with how cute a couple her friends turned out to be. Suddenly, the second Prince Will dropped the cup from his hands and it broke. Caroline even found it a little cute because her fiancé was a little clumsy. Celine and Louis understood perfectly well the reason for his bad mood, but they could not say anything. The girl didn't know how to deal with all this without creating even more problems. The young man reached for the broken cup to collect the pieces. However, he accidentally cut his hand and blood flowed down his fingers. Celine also jumped up from her seat and approached the guy to examine his hand. The wound was deeper than she thought, but the girl couldn't use the power of the goddess in front of all these people. So she apologized to the prince and Caroline and said that she would take Will to the healer. The prince remained silent, and Caroline hoped that everything would be fine with her fiancé. The boys retreated to a secluded place, and the girl used her goddess power to heal her friend's wound. After a couple of seconds, his hand was fine and Celine breathed a sigh of relief. The girl knew that she needed to bandage the wound, otherwise others would have questions about the sudden healing. She felt terribly uncomfortable sitting in that room with all those people. It all started when Mrs. Caroline invited the girl to tea, and then they were unexpectedly joined by 2 princes, Will and Louis. So the girl was interested in how her friend ended up at the tea party with them, and with his older brother too. Will said that Caroline mentioned that Celine would be attending the tea party, but said nothing about her brother. The heroine realized that her friend really didn't know anything, because Carolina didn't know about their relationship and couldn't predict it. After some time, the guy's hand was carefully bandaged. Celine noticed that the wound was deep. For this it was necessary to grab the fragment with quite a bit of force. However, Will reassured her and said that her arm did not hurt at all. He explained that what happened before felt much more painful. He added that he felt uncomfortable watching his older brother touch the girl. Celine remembered the moment when the young man touched her hands and pulled her jacket over her shoulders. He wanted to cleanse his beloved's hands, so he took her palm and kissed it. Celine was very embarrassed and did not understand where the guy learned such seductive things. She didn't want to encourage his dependence on her, so she suggested that he not do it anymore. The guy assumed that she suggested it because she became disgusted with him. However, the girl explained that for his own good, they should keep some distance. The young man did not understand what she meant, because she alone was enough for him. Celine noticed that the guy was losing his composure and asked him to calm down. At this time, there was a knock on the door and someone asked how the second Prince Wilfred was feeling. The voice behind the door remarked that his older brother was worried about him, which was a blatant lie. However, there was nothing to be done. The boys had to return back to their friends. Will was truly grateful to the girl for healing his hand. After this, the guys left the office and went back to their friends, who were already waiting for them. They looked good-natured, and there was nothing at all about them that betrayed their strange conversation recently. Louis said that next time you can call a good doctor instead of trying to treat yourself. Celine was a little embarrassed by these words, but agreed with the young man. She knew that a normal doctor would simply clean the wound and put a bandage on it, and she didn't want Will to suffer in pain. Caroline wanted the next month to come quickly, and for her engagement to Mr. Wilfred to be officially announced. However, the young man was very irritated and remarked that this was the first time he had heard about this. When Caroline noticed that the Queen herself had told her about this, the girl hoped that Celine would come to congratulate her friends on this engagement. The girl didn't know what to do because she couldn't refuse, but she couldn't agree either. Then Prince Louis reminded her that they would soon come for the girl and it was time for her to go. Celine was incredibly grateful to him, because with this phrase, he literally saved her from explanations. Finally, Carolina asked that she could be alone with her new friend for a while. The girl noticed that she had one important conversation with Celine. The heroine agreed to this because she was interested in what this important conversation was. Will didn't trust this girl, so he looked at her with suspicion. Carolina noted that she already had escorts, so there was no need to accompany them. Finally, Prince Louis said goodbye to his beloved and promised that he would contact her again. Will also wanted to say something to her at the end, but the girl quickly said goodbye to him and left. She followed Caroline as she walked through the palace garden. The girls moved a little further, and then Caroline asked if Celine knew that Mr. Wilfred liked her. The girl noticed that it was easy to understand just from his look. However, she was calm because these feelings arose even before she appeared in his life. However, Caroline stated that she would continue to support the prince, so she asked Celine not to worry about her younger brother and to part with him calmly. The girl grabbed Celine's hands and said that she really liked her and hoped that they would continue to maintain a good relationship. After this, Caroline quickly said goodbye and went to her carriage. Celine looked after her and did not understand where this strange pain in her chest came from. The second prince wanted to go to his room, but Louis grabbed his hand. The boy unwound the bandage and saw that his little brother's hand was intact. He immediately realized that it was Celine who had worked for his healing. Will pulled his hand away and went to his chambers. He realized that time was running out. Louis remembered what happened during the day and admired how sweet and innocent the girl seemed to him. However, no matter how hard she tried, he couldn't be fooled. The next day, her father called Celine to him and told her that Louis had sent a letter inviting her to the royal castle the following weekend. The guy specifically specified that he only wanted his father and Celine herself to come. The man was sure that the conversation would be about her engagement to His Highness. Celine realized that she couldn't avoid this question forever. The father noticed that the girl's feelings would always be much more important to him. Celine appreciated that he said this even though it might damage their family's reputation. The man noticed that the girl still had a little time to think and make a final decision. Celine knew that even if her father was saying this now, it did not mean that she had the right to refuse, because His Majesty was cold to those who contradicted his will. The girl realized that she had found herself in a very strange situation in which Will, Louis, Mrs. Caroline, and herself were involved. The girl said that there was no way for them to make everyone happy. At this time, a maid approached the girl, who accidentally dropped the kettle and burned her hand. Celine immediately rushed to the girl to examine her for wounds. However, the maid told the mistress not to worry, because everything was fine with her. Celine was worried because with her power she could easily heal this poor girl. It had long seemed to her that hiding her power was not quite the right decision because she could save many lives. If she marries Louis, she will no longer be able to hide her power. The fact that she deceived the Archbishop could be disguised by saying that her magic had suddenly become stronger. However, the girl needed to think carefully and make a decision in the near future. Adele watched her older sister through the half-open door. After some time, the girls went out into the city to eat some desserts and improve their mood. Celine immediately realized that her sister had invited her for a walk to cheer her up. So she wanted to have a joyful time without worrying about anything. The girls went shopping, popped into cafes, and just enjoyed the nice day. Suddenly, they noticed Mr. Will nearby. The young man noticed the girls and immediately became very friendly and cheerful. He rushed towards his beloved and hugged her tightly, greeting her. The young man could not believe that they would meet in such an unexpected place. Celine noticed that her friend could now also walk freely around the city and do his own thing. Suddenly, another young handsome man approached them and asked his friend not to leave him alone for long. The Marquis saw how his friend treated his girlfriend and realized that it was as if a different person was standing in front of him. Richard took the opportunity to introduce himself by his first and last name. He wanted to kiss the girl's hand as a greeting and had even already leaned towards her palm. However, Will and Adele prevented him from doing this by separating the boys. Richard just laughed and remarked that the girl was very popular. After that, Celine introduced herself and then introduced her younger sister, Adele. Richard admitted that the girl was much more beautiful than they said. It was an honor for him to meet them. After this, the young man admitted that he was a very good friend to the second prince. Celine couldn't believe that Will had a friend. She was very happy. The girl even asked Richard to communicate with Will in the future, because he is a very kind and good boy. Although this meeting was unexpected for the prince himself, he believed that everything turned out well. The young man turned to his girlfriend and asked if she would mind taking a walk around the city together. The younger sister was not against it, so the girl happily agreed to this proposal. Richard noticed that it was getting on for noon, so he suggested having lunch at a nice place nearby. Celine looked very happy and was glad that she could spend this day with her friends. After that, the whole company went to a restaurant and the girl noticed that Richard was a very good person. She hoped that over time, Will would make even more friends. She assumed that the young man was very popular with girls, thanks to his character. However, he only joked that Miss Adele was his favorite, although she did not react to this. Celine noticed that her younger sister was not at all thrilled with this type of guy. She didn't have to think about it for long, because Will immediately called her and wanted to feed her a little with a spoon. The girl did not think that such behavior should be encouraged, because he still had to tell him about Louis's engagement. However, she didn't want to spoil such a joyful atmosphere, and the guy himself was very nice. So the girl decided to relax and carefully took a piece of cake from his hands into her mouth. Richard and Adele just smiled at this. They noticed the sweet atmosphere around the table. After dinner, Will asked Adele to go for a short walk with him because he had a favor to ask of her. Celine was happy about this because it was the first time she saw her friend invite her sister somewhere. However, one could tell from the young man's eyes that he was planning something. Richard understood everything without words and invited the girl to take a walk around the area. Thus, the couple separated and headed in opposite directions. After some time, Celine and Richard came across a crowd that was watching the accident. The girl had a very bad feeling, so she decided to come closer. Her intuition did not fail her, because right in the middle of the crowd, Will was lying on the ground, covered in blood. Celine was terrified, as she didn't want to lose her friend right after she found him again. The girl didn't care about the consequences and rushed forward to save her friend. However, then she noticed that Adele was kneeling next to the villa and healing him with divine power. It was definitely the power of a goddess that had awakened within her younger sister. The girl didn't pay attention to it, but at that moment, Will was smiling. The younger sister treated his wounds and the older one fell on her knees next to him and worried about his well-being. The girl noticed that the guy's wounds had almost healed over the past period of time. This only meant that there could be no mistake. These were truly the powers of the goddess. However, this was the first time that the sister had used this power, so she looked very exhausted. Celine was worried that Adele wouldn't cope and would then be very exhausted. And that's what happened, because after a few moments, the girl lost consciousness and began to fall. Luckily, Mr. Richard was nearby and caught her before she hit the ground. He noticed that Adele had passed out from fatigue and nothing terrible had happened. Celine was pleased with this, but it meant that new problems had arisen. After healing, Will came to his senses and was even able to sit up on his own. However, he had lost too much blood, so the girl helped him to his feet. Richard advised to first send the prince to the castle, then accompany the girls to their estate. The young man noticed that there were too many extra eyes gathered around them. All that was said around them was that the girl had used the power of the goddess and healed the wounded man. Celine was worried about what would happen next, but she needed to take care of her sister first. 2 days later, the heroine and Will met again to discuss what had happened. The boy was injured in the crew accident, but now his wounds have been completely healed thanks to the powers that have awakened in Adele. However, the mere thought that things could have turned out worse made the girl afraid. She hugged her friend, and at this time Will was incredibly happy that his idea worked. The boys were glad that Adele had also awakened the power of a goddess, although the girl had mentioned such a possibility in childhood. Celine was surprised that the young man remembered her story from 6 years ago. Then the girl was absolutely sure that soon her sister Adele would also have such power. She was right, and after some time the power awakened in the girl when she needed it. Adele admitted that at that moment she was very scared and did not want to lose her dear friend. She herself did not understand what happened and how she gained the powers of a goddess. Adele only remembered that she really wanted to save Will and didn't even notice how light began to pour out of her hand. Celine remembered that the power in her also awakened when she wanted to save someone. Apparently, the desire to help someone activated the goddess's power. The girl said that their father went to the royal castle where His Majesty invited him. Adele used his power in front of people, so now everyone was talking about it. Celine knew that her sister's life would change a lot now, and this made her worry. Adele saw that her sister was worried again, and it made her uneasy. The girl was very happy that she and her sister were similar and had the same powers. After all, Adele was the main character, so Celine thought everything would be fine. Will said that on the way to the girl he just met her younger sister. Celine said that the girl was called to the castle to discuss what happened. She noted that most likely the girl would now become a new candidate. Now Adele had divine powers, so it was logical that I would start looking at her too. She had once dreamed about this, but at the moment these thoughts were not very pleasant to her. She knew that there was no mutual love between Adele and Louis, and she herself and her father never went to the castle. The girl was worried that this could now cause problems and confusion. Will noted that Louis was unlikely to agree to Adele becoming his bride. The guy was sure that it would not come to the engagement itself. Celine didn't understand where her friend got such confidence from. However, Will knew that this would only buy him a little time. However, he admitted that he wants everything to go to the point of engagement, because then no one else will interfere with them. The girl looked at her friend with surprise. Sometimes she did not understand him at all. She didn't believe that the queen could change her mind so easily. The girl admitted that she herself wanted to be close to Will. She realized that she would be happy if everything worked out for them. But now she remembered the conversation with Caroline and felt terrible. The young man noticed the confusion on the girl's face and tried to calm her down. He remarked that he would like to spend all his free time with her, and then he would not need anything else. And these words seemed very sweet to our heroine. The girl was glad to see her friend in a good mood, but she did not understand why her soul was so restless. After the girl left, Will met with his friend Richard. The guy was already starting to get irritated by the fact that the second prince of the empire was always talking only about his beloved. The young man noticed that the guy had gone a bit too far, because he could have died that time. However, Will noticed that everything was under control because he was very attentive. If Adele had not awakened divine power, Celine would have healed him herself. Richard was sure the girl wouldn't like it if she found out that Will had completely staged the accident. The young man did not even want to admit the thought that this would ever be revealed. As Richard said, what happened was entirely part of his plan. After reading countless books from the royal and personal library related to the goddess's power, the boy realized that it was mainly the strong desire to help someone that awakened her. He wondered if he found himself dying in front of Adele, would her powers awaken? So the guy simply trusted Celine's words, which she told him back in childhood. The young man knew that this girl was special, so he could trust her. Until now, the girl had accidentally predicted the future more than once, so he was confident in her words, although he did not expect that everything would go so smoothly. If Adele had the power of a goddess, the royal family would definitely try to capture her and make her their bride. However, Will knew that his brother would resist, but the main thing now was to postpone their engagement. From that moment on, he remembered the words of his beloved girl that she considered him a very kind boy. The guy didn't want to disappoint her, so he hoped that she would never find out about it. He noted that it would be simply pointless to imagine such a thing. He had gone through a lot more pain as a child, so this was just a small thing. The hero declared that he would do anything to get his beloved for himself. Richard was surprised by his words and assumed that this was true love. He then added that their option with the queen was going well and the guy would soon get what he wanted. Now all he had to do was sort out the engagement and Caroline. The hero knew that she was one of those people who would achieve what she wanted by any means necessary. The guy realized that in this respect they were very similar. Richard noticed that with this girl he would no longer be able to help him. However, the guy was very inspired and said that he really liked Adele. Our hero was not interested in Celine's younger sister, so he noticed that his friend could do whatever he wanted with her. Night fell. Louis was sitting in his office in front of the window and drinking wine. Caroline could tell from his face that things weren't going very well for him. She noticed that everything turned out too well when his beloved's younger sister gained the power of a goddess. Louis felt like he was at a dead end, since it was unlikely that the accident had happened by chance. Recently, the queen was disappointed that the second prince killed all of his assassins and was able to survive. Moreover, it seemed surprising to him that two people with the power of a goddess appeared at once. At that moment, the guy remembered a conversation from childhood when Celine asked him about this. He remembered that the girl was delighted and sighed with relief when she learned that such a case happens. However, Louis knew that only God could know such a thing, and it was just a coincidence. The guy needed to understand how valuable her goddess power was, because it has long been customary to consider the owners to be the protectors of the country. On the other hand, if this power appears to be in the hands of other people, then this can become a problem. The guy was sure that his parents would do everything to ensure that Adele became a member of the royal family, so now it will be very difficult to dissuade them. But he didn't care about it because he only needed Celine anyway. He had no special reasons or grounds. The young man just wanted the girl to smile only at him. Carolina was confident that the young man would solve all the issues. However, this did not deny that Will was a terrible person, and the girl felt that she would soon be removed from his path. However, Louis was serious and had no intention of giving in to his younger brother. He killed people without the slightest hesitation. Even his affection for Celine was frightening. Louis knew he had to separate them as soon as possible, because the guy was too dangerous. Caroline noticed that she really liked even such a scary and dangerous Will. The girl was delighted, because for the first time she met such a wonderful person for her. Adele returned from the reception and told about the royal family trying to set her up with Prince Louis. However, she noticed that the eldest prince did not agree to this arrangement. Will didn't want to talk about this guy anymore, so he asked them to stop. Celine wondered if it was normal for the second prince to just come to visit him like that. However, the guy noticed that he had already completed all his chores, so he could do whatever he wanted. In fact, Celine was embarrassed by Madame Caroline, and she also wanted to draw a line between them. However, because of that accident, the girl did not find the strength in herself to push the young man away. He snuggled close to his beloved and simply enjoyed the time he spent with her. Celine didn't understand why Louis would go so far and resist his parents. Adele didn't want to tell, but Louis noticed that he was okay and the girl could do it. Then Adele noticed that the eldest prince of their country wanted to marry Celine. The girl was amazed that Louis loved her so much. Will noticed the change in the girl's mood and thought it would be better if she didn't know about it. However, he asked Adele not to take her words to heart. At this time, Celine remembered that the royal family was soon holding a hunting tournament. This event is held annually, and all the sisters also took part in it. While the men are there, the noble girls drink tea behind the curtain and wait for their return. Each participant then presents their loot to the lady of their choice, and the one who receives the best loot becomes the queen of the year. Last year, Celine won the title thanks to Louis and his loot. Only in the novel at this time, Will tried to kill him. Then Adele healed Louis with her goddess powers, but none of that was supposed to happen now. After some time, a tournament began in which many more people participated, especially girls. Adele assumed that it was because of the appearance of the second prince that she was attracting attention to herself. However, Celine noticed that most of the gaze was directed at her younger sister. A few days ago, the bishop had acknowledged the powers of the goddess in Adele at a ceremony, and now they had to take up her training so that she could then use it for the good of the country. The girl sincerely wanted to help many people with her power. Celine was happy about this, because this is exactly what she expected from the main character. Suddenly, the girls were distracted because Mrs. Caroline approached them. The girl was very happy to meet her friends and even hugged them. Celine felt guilty towards the girl because of the situation with Will. Caroline heard that the power of a goddess had awakened in Madame Adele. She sincerely congratulated her friend on this and was very happy for her. The girl noticed that the hunting tournament was starting soon and expected to be very fun. Caroline hoped that Mr. Wilfred would present her with his spoils. At this time, the girl's attention was drawn to a crowd that began to discuss something in unison. All this was caused by the appearance of two princes who immediately attracted attention. Celine was glad that he finally gained his popularity among people. Carolina also rushed to her future groom and hugged him by the hand, happy to meet him. Celine heard conversations in the crowd, whispering that the couple looked good together. Because of this, the girl felt awkward and a strange feeling appeared in her chest. Adele watched her sister and noticed that her mood had changed. However, before she could say anything, Prince Louis approached them. The young man announced that this year he would once again make every effort to make Celine his queen. He reminded her that his feelings for her were real and they would not change even with the passage of time. After this, the young man let go of the girl's hand and promised that he would return to her later with victory. Celine was very sorry that she could not reciprocate his feelings because he was a good man. A little later, the girls were sitting in the tent drinking tea when one of the maids noticed that Will had asked for a girl to be called. The young man put on a cloak to hide his identity and invited the girl to take a short walk before the start of the tournament. He asked her to walk with him to hide from the attention of others. The young people had not walked through the forest together like this for a very long time. Will remembered that it was Celine who found him unconscious in the forest several years ago. The girl noticed that every year an accident happens at the tournament, so the guy should be careful. She had heard that Will was excellent in magic and fencing, so she wanted to see him in action. The guy wasn't particularly worried because he was sure that if he got hurt, the girl would heal him. Now Adele had the power of a goddess, so no one would be surprised if his wound suddenly disappeared. However, the girl did not know whether it would be right to continue hiding her power as a goddess. As soon as he heard these words, the young man immediately stopped and abruptly grabbed the girl by the shoulders. He looked at her with a terrible look and said that now this was a necessary condition. He literally begged the girl not to reveal her abilities under any circumstances. The young man explained that this was necessary so that they could be together. He hugged his girlfriend, but she tried to move away from him for a moment. However, the young man pulled her back because he did not want to break contact. Celine didn't understand what was happening and why her heart was beating so fast. At some point, Will noticed that he was becoming more and more greedy lately. He noticed that he no longer missed what they had now. The guy looked the girl in the eyes and said that he wanted to be with her all the time. He wanted to touch her, even wanted to kiss her, but Celine closed her eyes. However, instead, the guy pulled away and said that he was just joking and the girl needed to wait a little longer. After that, he extended his hand to her and invited her to return back to the rest of the people. The heroine was very embarrassed by what was happening, so she simply silently took the young man by the hand and followed him. The girl knew that something strange was happening to her because her heart was beating so fast, as if it was threatening to jump out the window. The young men were heading back to the tournament and did not notice how Carolina was watching them from afar. The girl was disappointed because she had made her intentions very clear. She believed that it was wrong to take other people's things and that the person should be punished for it. After some time, the tournament began, but Celine looked very distracted. Adele noticed that her sister had a very red face and assumed that she had a fever. However, the girl reacted very violently and said that she was fine. She simply explained that something strange had been happening to her heart lately. The girl said that Will always hugs her every time they meet, but she can't take it calmly. Adele guessed that her sister felt a pain in her chest when she saw Will with Mistress Caroline. Celine was very embarrassed by the fact that the girl easily described what was going on inside her. Adele immediately guessed what it was and wanted to tell her sister, but they were distracted. Mrs. Caroline approached the girls from behind and invited them to have some tea together. She explained that she had invited a few other people, but she felt awkward sitting alone with them. Because of this, Celine never found out what was so important that Adele wanted to tell her. After this, the girls joined in the tea party and chatted with the other young ladies. Everyone was wondering which of the two princes would win this year, as they were the main contenders. In fact, the girls didn't even consider any other young gentleman as the winner. However, from Caroline's conversations, Celine understood that she and Will had spent a lot of time together, so she was a little upset. At some point, a stranger approached the girl and asked her to step away for a minute. She leaned towards the girl and whispered that she wanted to talk to her about His Highness Wilfred. Celine didn't know what was going on there, since it couldn't be said at the common table, so she apologized to the ladies present and explained that she would be stepping away for a moment. The girl did not want to leave her sister, but still followed the stranger to talk to her a little. Carolina looked pleased because her plan worked like clockwork. Celine lay on the cold ground and had just regained consciousness. The girl carefully tried to sit up and understand what had happened to her. Celine didn't remember how she ended up alone in the forest. And then she remembered that the girl had called her to talk about the second prince. Celine followed her, and then someone came up behind her and covered her mouth with a rag. Then the girl thought that the conversation might be about Will's past, so she asked the security not to accompany her. However, she did not understand who did this and why, and left her in this particular forest where the participants were hunting. Whatever happened, the girl needed to get back as quickly as possible. However, she didn't even know which way to go, and the atmosphere around was quite eerie. Suddenly, something rustled in the bushes behind her, frightening her greatly. Celine looked around and saw a number of people in dark hoods that hid their faces. The girl thought that they were tournament participants and was delighted. She turned to them and told them that she was lost in the forest, hoping for help. However, instead the men silently took out their bow and arrows and pointed them towards the girl. The man released the bowstring, and the arrow flew right past our heroine's face. She left a shallow scratch on her cheek and also cut off a few strands of hair. The girl intuitively guessed that she needed to run away from these people as far as possible. She didn't understand what was going on and who all these people were. In the novel, this didn't happen. No one was supposed to pursue the villain. Because of her uncomfortable dress and shoes, the girl tripped and fell to the ground. A second later, the arrow struck right next to her head, penetrating deep into the ground. The girl guessed that the man had missed on purpose to scare her. At this time, the killers were talking cheerfully among themselves and laughing at the girl. Celine realized that the men were enjoying the show of hunting her. She managed to run a little forward and hide behind the trees. The first thing the girl did was to heal her scratch so that no dirt could get into it. She knew she could use some magic, but it wasn't suitable for battle. She couldn't treat herself constantly either, because then her strength would run out very quickly. In any case, the girl had no choice but to run further and seek help. She managed to hide from persecution for quite a long time, but during this time the girl lost her shoes. After some time, she got tired and fell to the ground without strength. The girl could no longer run, her legs would not obey her, and it was already difficult to breathe. Just at this time, the men caught up with her and wanted to kill her quickly. But then they noticed how beautiful the girl was. They wanted to have fun with her at first, but then they remembered that if they didn't complete the task, they would be killed. The men were confident that they would be able to have fun with the girl's body even after their mission was completed. At that moment, one of the hunters aimed an arrow straight at our heroine, and she thought she would die. In her past life, deep down inside, the girl wouldn't mind dying because no one would cry for her anyway. However, now her life was completely different. Now she had people who valued her and cared about her. In addition, there appeared people whom she valued very much and to whom she was grateful. The girl especially didn't want to say goodbye to Will. She didn't want to die. Celine closed her eyes in fear and silently prayed for her friend to come and save her. Suddenly, a terrible noise was heard around the girl, and she opened her eyes. The girl noticed that Will was standing right in front of her and had pulled out his weapon. Celine saw the strange and frightening look with which the young man looked at his opponents. She called his name, and the guy immediately reached out to her to check on the girl's condition. His hand was warm, and that meant that the young man had come to save her. He apologized for coming so late and for her having to endure that horrible chase. The guy hugged the girl and promised that everything would be okay now. At this time, the hunters began to be outraged that the guy had gotten involved in their squabble. Celine said that she was okay because she had almost healed all her wounds. The girl wanted to run away, but the prince noticed that there was no need for that. He promised that he would quickly deal with everyone and then return to the girl. After that, he took up the weapon again and asked what the hunters had done with his beloved. The men admitted that they were just having fun and hunting her. They were just about to kill her to have some fun later, but the guy stopped them. Suddenly, Celine felt a suffocating fear and realized that the atmosphere around them had changed. Will was very scary. He used magic and promised that all the hunters would die. After this, the opponents were engulfed in a strange purple flame that caused them pain. Celine saw Will's magic for the first time and was very scared by it. She felt that only coldness and real hatred emanated from the young man. The murderers fell to the ground because they could no longer bear the terrible pain. The guy noted that they were still in too good a condition for those who dared to treat his girlfriend like that and promised that their death would be painful. However, he found the hunters too noisy, so he decided to kill one of them right away. The boy's blood got on his face, but the young man continued to smile as if nothing had happened. The criminals begged him for forgiveness and hoped to escape from this bloodthirsty guy. Then the hero decided that it would be a good idea to break the bones in the man's arm one by one. Will noted that it was too early for them to die, because they had to be punished for attempting on the life of his beloved. Celine couldn't believe that the Will she knew was standing in front of her. This guy killed people without hesitation, and it seemed like he got real pleasure from it. Now the young man looked most like the second prince from the original novel. Celine couldn't stand it and asked the young man to stop this battle. A second later, the hero smiled tenderly and turned to her as if nothing had happened. He noticed that due to rage, he had lost his head a little and had become carried away by the process. The guy approached his beloved and carefully tried to wipe the blood from her face. He noted that it would not be wrong to leave the girl in such a state. So he asked Celine to wait while he killed the remaining hunters. However, the girl did not want to allow this, so she grabbed the guy by the clothes so that he would not leave. She literally begged the young man not to kill these hunters. Will didn't understand why, because these men were going to do the same thing to her. He simply didn't understand why he should forgive them and spare their lives. Celine was surprised that the young man really didn't understand why it was so important. Then the hero suggested that they needed to leave one alive so that he could lead them to the customer. As he said this, the young man smiled and looked pleased, which scared Celine. The girl wondered if another person's life really meant nothing to him. However, Will noticed that there was no benefit to these people's lives. Then Celine realized that this was not the first time the young man had killed someone. The guy couldn't answer anything to this, but that wasn't necessary. The girl understood everything from the expression on his face. Celine knew nothing about Will, and for some reason thought that events would unfold differently from the novel. However, the girl was wrong when she thought that Will would become a different person. It never even occurred to her that he might not forget all the suffering he had gone through. Only now did the girl realize how insensitive and inattentive she had been towards the guy. The second prince did not understand why the girl was apologizing to him and crying. He thought that something was hurting her or that he had upset her. Celine was convinced that the Will she knew, the Will she liked so much, really did exist. However, she knew that now was not the time to shed tears. The girl pulled herself together and got to her feet to get down to business. First of all, she approached one of the men who attacked her and was horrified by the picture that opened up to her. However, the girl pulled herself together, leaned over the man and began to treat his wounds. The second prince did not understand why the girl was doing this and wasting her energy on such terrible people. He recalled what these hunters had tried to do to her just recently. Will still didn't understand why the girl was saving these people. Celine carefully grabbed his arm and admitted that she was very scared. This act did not mean that she forgave them, but it was not they who should judge people, but the government of the country. The girl noted that the young man was not obliged to kill these people to protect her. After that, she threw herself into the guy's arms and thanked him for saving her. She admitted that when she saw that he came to her aid, she immediately calmed down. With this, the young man tenderly embraced his beloved and promised that he would always protect her. After some time, the guys calmed down and Celine asked the guy to help her hand over the hunters to the military police. In fact, she was still very scared, but she was holding back from crying right then. However, she couldn't allow Will to repeat his fate from the novel, so she promised herself to do everything to make him happy. 2 whole weeks have already passed since the hunting tournament. After the incident, the criminals were immediately handed over to the police and an investigation was to begin immediately. However, the hunters were placed under a spell of restriction, which prevented the criminals from telling who their customer was. In addition, since the crime was committed against the Duchess, the hunting tournament was cancelled. Everyone was glad that the girl returned home safe and sound. Her parents were so scared that they forbade her to leave the house until the main criminal was found. Celine was curious as to who exactly was behind this attack. She had never encountered anything like this before, and the girl realized that when she first met Will, he had clearly never killed people. Celine realized that it all started after moving to the castle, even though the family pretended to accept the guy, but no one knew what was really going on there. At that moment, a maid entered the room and announced that the girl had a guest. Celine was curious as to who it was, since her father had forbidden anyone to come to her. The girl went into the guest room and saw that Will had come to visit her. The heroine thought that something had happened. The young man looked so bad. He was upset and thought that the young lady was now afraid of him. After the tournament, she didn't even look at him, and he didn't receive a single letter, although she had written to him every week before. Moreover, the young man noticed that the girl did not respond to his letters. For the past week, Celine's thoughts have been preoccupied with what happened. Besides, she had accumulated so many letters with questions about her condition that she physically could not look through them all. So she apologized and explained that I just wanted some alone time to clear my head. The girl explained that it was not about her attitude towards the young man, but simply about her condition. The hero took the girl by the hand and asked her to speak and look him straight in the eyes. The guy was worried that she might be deceiving him or simply afraid to tell him the truth. Celine noticed that in this state, the young man looked like an abandoned puppy. She reached up to his face, gently stroked his chin, and promised that she was telling him only the truth. The hero was glad to hear this, because he knew that he would die if the girl stopped liking him. The expression on his face at that moment really scared the girl. even though she tried to hide it. Will asked if the girl was really against him killing people. He promised to be careful in the future, so he didn't want Celine to hate him. He noted that there are situations when there is no other way to act, so killings are necessary. After all, if we follow the girl's logic, he should have continued to suffer in order to eventually die. Thanks to these words, Celine realized that something was happening in the royal castle after all, and murder was his only way to stay alive. Celine promised that she would never hate her friend. She just wanted him not to risk himself. The young man was glad that they had explained themselves and hugged his girlfriend. After this, the boys calmed down and went into the garden to take a little walk in the fresh air. Celine wanted to know if the young man had encountered any danger since moving to the castle. The girl noticed that the young man did not deny this, although he was in no hurry to tell her everything. He was just curious what would happen if the girl was right. He was afraid that her attitude towards him would change if he answered this question. Will hadn't talked to the girl about this topic before, so she was sure there was a reason why he didn't want to tell her. And he would hardly have liked it if she had tried to find out anything on her own, so the girl wanted to become a support for him. Celine noted that she didn't have the strength to protect the guy from everything, but she still wanted to help him. The girl noted that she was ready to do anything to protect him. Will wasn't sure the girl knew what she was talking about, so he decided to tell her the truth. Since he left their estate, the Queen's men have tried to kill him several times. He was threatened, poisoned, and even servants who treated him kindly turned out to be traitors. However, the guy didn't want to make the girl worry, so he never talked about it. He noticed that only her presence made him happy, and these feelings would be with him until his death. That's why he wanted the girl to always be on his side. However, he didn't like the relationship they had now. The guy admitted that he would like something more to happen between them. This was the first time Will spoke to the heroine about engagement. Celine was so surprised that she didn't know how to respond to this proposal. The guy wanted to get a title where he could openly stand next to the girl and act as her fiancé. He noted that Caroline was just an outsider that the Queen had found, so it had nothing to do with him. He was surprised that Celine wanted him to enter into an unwanted marriage. The girl was afraid that Will's situation could get even worse because she did not want him to be in danger any longer. Besides, given recent events, it would be best to stay away from Carolina. Will admitted that he suspected this girl of attempting to kill Celine. The heroine could not believe that the girl was capable of such a crime. Will noted that Celine might not believe him, but he would soon find evidence. The heroine could not yet believe the possibility that Mrs. Caroline was involved in the attempted murder. They had a conversation about how she had been in a close relationship with Louis for many years. Will noticed that the feelings Caroline had for him were not like falling in love, so they shouldn't worry about it. The guy noticed that there was no one to whom he could open his heart except the girl. Celine realized that Will valued her, even though he was not what she thought. She promised that she would always support him and that she also loved him and wanted to be with him. But the guy just smiled and noted that her recent words seemed like a lie to him. The guy apologized for pressuring his girlfriend because he knew that their feelings for each other were different. After this, the young man said that it was time for him to go home and hurried to the exit. Celine wanted to stop him, but she didn't know if she could hold him back if she wasn't sure of her feelings. Will's request was not in line with the relationship they had had so far, and the guy definitely wanted her to be his partner for life. Her desire to be with Will is not false, but she was not ready for this. If she rejected him now, she could lose him forever, and the girl didn't want that. The girl didn't think that she would be able to reciprocate his feelings now. She was still in confusion, but the guy was the most precious person to her. In her mind, Celine went through all the memories that were associated with the young man. After that, she made a decision and agreed to his proposal. Celine was curious as to what exactly the young man meant by his words. However, she still promised that she would marry him. The girl added that she would definitely get her father's consent. Will didn't want to take her word for it, so he wanted to get a full promise from the girl. Celine had already made her decision, so she decided to follow it to the very end. As proof of her confidence and seriousness of intentions, the young man asked her to kiss him. Celine was very confused by his sudden request because she had never done such a thing before. The young man took her hand in his and remarked that he did not intend to stop at just the engagement. He noted that he would like to marry the girl and be with her all his life. Therefore, he had to understand whether the girl was really ready for this. Celine knew what the press was trying to say, but it was her first kiss, so she was nervous. No matter how much it embarrassed her, she was not against it. Because she had already agreed to the engagement, there was no time to retreat. Therefore, the girl mentally prepared herself and agreed to this adventure. Even Will seemed surprised by her determination and persistence. The girl admitted that this would be her first kiss, so she didn't know where to start. With her words, she looked madly at the young man who was not ready for all this. He apologized for his behavior because he tried to control himself and with all his might. He even promised that he would close his eyes to make it easier for Celine to do this. The young man kept his promise and closed his eyes so as not to embarrass the girl. Celine couldn't stop admiring his beautiful features. However, she knew that if she hurried, the guy would think that she didn't want to do it. So the girl approached the young man and stood on her toes. She reached out to him and gently touched her lips to his. Immediately after this, the girl jumped back because her heart threatened to burst out of her chest. However, this was not enough for the young man. He came close to the girl and looked straight into her eyes. Celine thought that this was the end of it, but she was deeply mistaken. Suddenly, the young man took her face in his hands and pulled her towards him. He pressed his lips to Celine's lips and kissed her hard. After that, he let the girl go so that she could rest and catch her breath a little. The guy apologized for his behavior because he simply could not resist such a temptation. Will thanked the girl for fulfilling his request and agreeing to marry him. The young man suggested that they value their relationship and continue it further. Celine couldn't look him in the eyes because her heart was beating too fast in her chest. Will was even glad that he had caused such a strong reaction in the girl. Although Celine was embarrassed, she was pleased that she had managed to resolve the issue. It would be great if she could become a support for the young man, even for a short time. Besides, being next to the guy made her feel happy, even though she wouldn't be able to look him in the eyes for a while. In the evening, Will and Richard met at the prison to interrogate the criminals. The Marquis noticed that his friend was in a particularly good mood today. Richard was curious to know what happened between his friend and his lover. However, Will did not want to give details. He only said that the girl agreed to the engagement. Richard noted that there was clearly some intimidation involved. He fully expected this from his friend because he knew his true character. He didn't think that the girl's answer could be considered sincere because he had to take advantage of her kindness. However, he understood why the guy decided to go to extreme measures if he valued the girl so much. He explained that he was afraid that Celine would hate him and leave. He remembered the girl's look when he killed a man in front of her eyes. Then, the guy once again felt strange. The girl couldn't understand him. It was as if he was a stranger to her. The guy couldn't understand his fear. The thought that she would hate him frightened him more than death. It was necessary to capture Celine before she became completely disillusioned with him, so he aroused her sympathy in order to keep her. Richard noticed that his friend had always been crazy, but even he had an innocent side for his lover. It would be bad if she found out what the guy was doing now. In any case, the speech was tired and he wanted to quickly knock the information out of the criminal so he could go home. The limitations of magic were little known, but they were not all-powerful because the moment of truth comes just before death. The guy noticed this when he was torturing one of the previous killers. You have to torture a person slowly and wait for the right moment, which gave only moments to find out the truth. This time, the hero managed to achieve his goal and find out that the customer was a girl from a neighboring state with black hair and grey eyes. Will immediately realized that they were talking about the main assistant of his failed bride, Caroline. The guy was convinced of his guess, after which there was no reason to leave the prisoner alive. Richard knew that a confession of guilt was sufficient proof. However, Will noted that a statement like this from a person is not sufficient evidence. It is impossible to prove. However, he didn't care about it because the guy was going to kill anyone who encroached on his beloved, no matter what. A week had passed since the announcement of the engagement. It was decided to tell her father when the talk of an engagement with Caroline ceased, so the girl did nothing. But something changed because Will became more bold in his behavior. He admitted that he thought about the girl until the very night and even kissed her on the cheek. His demeanor changed. He no longer seemed like a child. Celine felt attracted to her fiancé. At some point, she realized that she wanted to touch him too. The young man took her silence as consent and wanted to kiss her. However, Celine was not ready for this and asked the guy to wait. She thought it was wrong to do this since they were not yet officially engaged, although it was a simple excuse due to embarrassment. Plus, she felt awkward because she really didn't mind. But for the girl, all this was the first time, so Will decided not to rush. However, he was flattered and promised that he would be a good boy if she would give him just one kiss. The girl was completely powerless in front of her fiancé, so she agreed to fulfill the request. She was very embarrassed when the young man began to move his face closer to hers. He carefully took her by the neck and tenderly kissed her right on the lips. Celine may have only agreed to one kiss, but her fiancé stole two. After that, he continued kissing her until they were both tired. The prince looked cheerful and noticed that it was one big kiss and not several small ones, as the girl thought. He was very happy with her, so he hugged her carefully. Celine couldn't help but be happy for her fiancé, so she hugged him back. The prince wanted people to announce their engagement as soon as possible so that they could do many other things afterwards. Celine was very confused because she was clearly thinking about something else. After this, the young people went for a walk and the girl noticed that she wanted to go outside the house. However, the criminal had not yet been caught, so she was forced to sit at home and wait for the investigation to be completed. The prince noted that murder would not be enough to calm the girl. He muttered this to himself, but then pretended that it was just his thoughts out loud and not worth paying attention to. Celine noticed that during her forced stay at home she had gained a whole 5 kilograms. It wasn't particularly noticeable in the dress, but the girl easily gained weight and that's why I was upset. She said that she would like to start running and horse riding as soon as possible. The prince remarked that there was no need for this, because he would like her anyway. The Celine he met was the most beautiful girl in the world. At that moment, the heroine remembered that the guy had been constantly telling her since childhood how beautiful she was. Louis also compliments the girl. In this, the brothers were similar. Celine decided that she could not delay any longer and should inform the first prince of her decision. Will noted that even if the girl had no arms or legs, he would still like her. Although it was a little rough, the girl thought he meant that he liked what was inside her. The prince admitted that he was uncomfortable with the idea that the girl could become even more beautiful, because then there would be many men around her. Celine was pleased to hear these words from her fiancé. At this point, the young man suggested that the girl go on a short trip because there are great places outside the capital. He was sure that her father would allow it if she was accompanied by enough security. Celine liked this idea because she had never been anywhere. The young man promised that he would try to persuade the girl's father to let her go. Initially, Celine did not believe that the Duke would agree to this, but after a short persuasion, he finally gave in. The young man noticed that the girl really could use some rest. The prince promised that he would never leave his bride and they would protect her. Celine realized that her father trusted Will, so he allowed her to go on the trip. She couldn't wait for this event, which would take place in just a week. The prince didn't tell anyone where they were going, so the girl was curious about what kind of place it was. Just at this moment, her younger sister Adele returned home. The girl remembered that she was invited to the castle to talk about her emergence as a goddess. However, Adele did not return home alone. Prince Louis came with her. Adele explained that the king and queen had asked to speak to them in private, but they were under surveillance at all times in the castle. From this conversation, the girls realized that the prince's parents wanted Adele to become his bride. So Celine realized that she had no more time to delay the conversation. She approached the young man and asked him to talk to her alone. The girl found a secluded room and she and the prince sat down opposite each other. The young man calmly drank tea and waited for the young Duchess to start the conversation. The guy noticed that they were meeting for the first time since the incident during the hunt. He was glad that the girl was in good condition and wanted to know what she wanted to talk to him about. Celine collected her thoughts and thanked the young man for honoring her with his attention. He was always kind to her, so she was grateful to him for that. He is a wonderful person. The girl realized that she really liked Louis as a person and a good friend. However, despite this, she could not reciprocate his feelings. So the girl bowed her head low and offered her sincere apologies to the young man. The prince was sad to see this, so he asked the girl to raise her head. He smiled and wanted to know the reason why he was rejected. Celine didn't want to lie to someone who had always been brutally honest with her. Therefore, the girl believed that everything would be fine if she told him the whole truth. Celine explained that she wanted to be close to Will, and they promised to be together. Immediately after these words, Louis's mood changed dramatically, and he did not believe that the guys would be happier together. It was the first time Celine had seen such an expression on his face, and she was a little surprised. The guy noticed that she was very kind, but it looked more like self-sacrifice, and he thought that the girl was confusing the concepts of love and affection. Celine was outraged by these words and did not want to hear them. The young man recalled that the girl had once said that she dreamed of marrying for love. She tried to object to the prince and say that she really liked Will. However, in response to this, the young man only laughed and did not take her words seriously. He noticed that the girl would be unhappy with him and that he was taking advantage of her kindness. The young man was interested in what his brother had said that made the girl agree to marry him. Celine still couldn't understand what the young man was talking about. Louis reminded her that his brother was no longer the little boy she had picked up a few years ago. The guy noticed that Wilfred was an inhuman, cruel, and dangerous guy, and everyone should stay away from him. The young man said that on the day of the tournament, the guy showed his true nature, a cold-blooded killer and manipulator. However, Celine was sure that he did this only to save her. She knew that Will had not become this way by his own will, and she could not blame Louis's parents without any evidence. The girl was sure that the guy knew nothing about what his parents and brother were doing. However, she was very surprised when Louis asked what would happen if his brother raised his hand against her family. He wasn't sure that something like this would never happen. Celine remembered that Will from the original novel tried to kill her younger sister, Adele. However, her beloved was different from the prince from the novel because now they communicated well. At some point, the girl wondered if she could really trust him. But then she remembered that she promised to always be with him, and the guy was more important to her than her own happiness. Celine announced that she would stay with the young man no matter what, because he was dear to her. Louis told her that her beloved Wilfred had deceived her. However, everything was fine because the young man was going to open his eyes to all his actions. Celine was upset that the first prince did not listen to her at all. At that moment, the young man suddenly stood up from his seat and approached the girl. Then he dropped to one knee in front of her and took her hand in his. He told the girl about his feelings, but she didn't react in any way. The guy admitted that he always thought about the girl and was concerned about her well-being. Celine was pleased that the young man was genuinely concerned about her. However, she was worried that no matter how many times she told him everything would be okay, it wouldn't convince him. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and the girl came up to find out who had come to see her. She had already approached the door and was about to open it when the prince caught up with her. He grabbed her shoulders from behind with his arms and asked her to stop. The young man pressed the girl to himself and did not allow her to escape from his embrace. Celine wanted him to let her go, but the prince did not listen to her. From the voice coming from behind the door, the girl realized that it was Will who had come to her. The young man hated his older brother, so the girl did not want them to date. The prince leaned towards her and whispered in the girl's ear a request that she drive away her fiancé. The girl knew that if she began to resist, the noise might alert Will, so she stopped struggling. She realized that the groom did not know that she was with his brother, so she did not want him to see them together. She said that she fell asleep, so she was getting ready now and would come to the room soon. The girl asked the young man to wait for her in another place. After his younger brother left, Prince Louis finally released his hands and let the girl go. Celine was unhappy with his behavior and asked the guy to never do that again. Louis remarked that one day the day would come when the girl would have to part with his brother. It seemed strange to him that such a capable magician as his brother could have been in a recent accident and been badly injured. The guy noted that if he had died then, he would not be here now. Celine guessed that Louis had found out that Will had committed murder. The girl found out about this quite recently and could no longer close her eyes to it. Louis wondered if his brother ever asked about Adele having the powers of a goddess in the future. Celine didn't understand why the young man asked her such a question. The prince said that in the royal family's library, which his brother often visited, there was a book that said that a strong desire to save someone could awaken the power of a goddess. Louis suggested that his brother had staged the accident to awaken the power in Adele and make her a potential bride. Celine knew that the groom himself had suffered greatly, so she thought that the prince was exaggerating. After this, the young man went to the exit and asked the girl to think about his words. He noticed that he would soon come to her house again, so there was no need to see him off. After the first prince left, the girl fell to her knees from overexertion. After their conversations, everything only got worse because the prince didn't even try to understand her. Then the girl came to her senses a little and went to her fiancé, who was waiting for her in another room. The young man sat opposite Adele and noticed that Celine had turned very pale. The guy explained that he had some business nearby, so he decided to drop in on his fiancée and check on her. Celine sat down carefully next to her sister, and Adele immediately approached her. Adele said that she deliberately made sure that the young people did not cross paths with each other in their house. Celine was incredibly grateful to her sister, even though she didn't like that the girl was lying for her. The young man looked at his bride and asked why she sat opposite him on the sofa. The girl herself noticed that she usually sat next to her fiancé, but then she felt awkward. And she apologized to the guy and noted that she did not have any hidden intentions. The young man carefully hugged his girlfriend and said that everything was okay. Adele was looking forward to their upcoming trip and was glad that she would get away for a rest. Celine supported her in this decision and also looked forward to when they would set off on their journey. It was their first trip as a couple, so Adele was unsure if she could go with the boys. She was told that an engagement agreement had been made on the basis of the young people's love, so she assumed that they were going as a couple. Celine was embarrassed by how much Wilfred had managed to tell her. The guy was right in his judgment, but it was very unexpected. The prince was surprised that it was normal for a girl to kiss a man without being in any kind of relationship with him. Celine immediately tried to cover his mouth with her hands so that Adele would not hear it. However, the girl had already become embarrassed and pretended that none of this had happened. Celine was glad that her younger sister, even in such a situation, tried to smooth things over. While she was distracted by the girl, the young man carefully bit her little finger. He wondered whether the girl considered them a couple or not. The girl's head was spinning from these nervous experiences because they had just announced their engagement. So she admitted that they really were a couple, even though it embarrassed her a lot. The young man was glad that in this case they could kiss constantly. He couldn't wait for their trip together because there they would be able to be together all the time. At that moment, Celine felt safe and believed that Louis had simply made it all up. Carolina was covered in blood and held a small dagger in her hands. Prince Louis knocked on the girl's room and told her that he had something to talk to her about. The girl promised that she would finish her business and immediately come to talk to her brother. She took off her bloody gloves and ordered the maid to get out. The girl was no stranger to disposing of corpses, so she calmly promised to fulfill her mistress's request. Caroline was incredibly bored because Mr. Wilfred didn't care about her at all. The only thing that amused her was the hunt for the young noblewoman Celine. However, because of this, the engagement to her fiancé was delayed. The girl still needed a loved one and was ready to wait for his appearance. She looked a little sad and knew that she would not find meaning in life in just killing. Richard thought it was a perfect day for traveling. Adele showed no emotion. Celine was excited about the start of their trip together and was enjoying the weather. It turned out that Mr. Richard would be going with them and the boys would be staying at his estate. The girl knew that the young man liked Adele, so it was a good idea to invite her along. Richard noted that the news of his appearance might not have been the most pleasant for the girl. Adele noted that there was nothing wrong with that. She just would have preferred to know about it in advance. The young man promised that next time he would invite her openly. Adele decided to thank Richard for carrying her home when she fainted. The young man refused any gratitude because he had read that anyone would have done the same in his place. He only asked the girl to take the best care of herself. After some time, the young people reached a territory that was located near the capital. Celine was glued to the window because the nature around them was truly amazing. Will was glad to see a smile on his bride's face after so much had happened. In her past life, the girl had never traveled much, so this opportunity made her very happy. Richard invited the young people to his place and promised that they could feel at home and use all the rooms. Celine wanted to meet the young man's parents to thank them for such a warm welcome. However, Richard noted that there was no need to worry about this because he had no parents. The guy laughed and explained that thanks to this, young people can make noise all night long. After this, the company went into a spacious room to drink tea and discuss further plans. Richard asked permission to step away for a moment, as he needed to complete some preparations. After he left, the prince noticed that the girls looked a little sad because of Richard's story. The Marquis was always very cheerful. He never showed any signs of worry. The young man asked the maid to leave them alone until the owner of the estate returned. The prince confessed, after the girl left, that the Marquis's parents had been killed by the king. It was made out to be an accident, and when Richard learned that it was the king's doing, he was threatened and silenced. The prince did not want to cause any concern, so he could say nothing more. Celine thought this story was plausible since there had been many attempts to kill the prince himself. The guy admitted that he didn't want to spoil the girl's mood, but he said this so that they would be careful around the royal family. Celine understood perfectly well what the young man was talking about, so she agreed. He also asked the girls not to tell anyone what he had just told them. The boys knew it would be awkward for Mr. Richard if they sat there with sad faces, so they tried to smile. After some time, the Marquis returned and said that all preparations for their tour of the mansion were completed. The evening turned out to be very eventful, and the girls sat in bed before going to bed and discussed what had happened during the day. At some point, Adele became very sad and Celine noticed this change in her sister. The girl admitted that she thinks about Richard and imagines how he constantly ends up alone. Celine guessed that the guy had not become a Marquis at such a young age for nothing, but she understood that he had a very hard time. The girl noticed that the Marquis was a wonderful person because he never gave them any reason to worry. Adele couldn't help but agree with this because the young man was really always cheerful and ready to help. So the girls decided not to make him feel awkward and to have a good time. Suddenly there was a knock on the door and Will asked if he could come in. He apologized for interrupting his sister's bedtime conversation. Adele immediately jumped up from her seat and said that she was just about to go to bed. She wanted to leave the young people alone, so she immediately left the room and wished everyone good night. Celine was confused that the girl had misunderstood everything. Will sat down on the bed next to his bride and noticed that he didn't feel like sleeping at all. He admitted that the girl can't even imagine how happy he is to spend the whole day with her. For some time, the young people sat next to each other on the bed and simply talked about what had happened during the day. Celine noticed that it was already very late, and they needed to go to bed in order to wake up on time. However, the young man did not want to leave because he wanted to stay with his bride longer. The girl just laughed at this because she assumed that the young man was just being capricious. However, she was then very surprised when the prince unexpectedly offered to sleep with her. The girl had never slept in the same bed with a guy before, so she was very embarrassed. Celine noticed that they couldn't sleep together in the same bed. The prince did not understand why they could not sleep together if they had done so all the time as children. However, the girl was confused because now the circumstances were completely different. The prince reminded that when they returned back to the capital, they would not be able to spend time together in this way. He looked very sad and said that he always felt lonely in the castle. Celine immediately imagined a picture of a little boy sitting alone in the dark on his bed, so she stroked his head and agreed that they could sleep together. The prince was pleased that he had managed to achieve what he wanted. After this, the young man got up to turn off the light in the room. Then he returned to the bed and saw that the girl was already lying down, covered with a blanket. The young man hugged her from behind and wished her good night, which greatly embarrassed her. He remarked that he dreamed of sleeping like this for the entire week they were on this trip. After some time, the girl fell asleep and the young man got out of bed. He carefully walked out the door and saw that his friend Richard was already waiting for him there. The guy joked that the guys were visiting but still doing such things. The prince left his comments unanswered, knowing that he was deliberately provoking him. He was going to use teleport magic and teleport back to the palace. Although teleportation took a lot of magical power, it was not a problem for him. The prince promised that he would return by morning and no one would even notice his absence. After this, the young man approached the magic ball and ordered it to send him to the palace. Immediately after this, a magical sign appeared under the prince's feet, shining brightly. After the move, Will noticed that due to the great distance, he had used up more energy than usual. He knew that such teleporters were very valuable, so they were difficult to find, and few people used them due to the huge amount of energy they consumed. After becoming a prince, the guy had more work, so he even had to participate in expeditions to kill monsters. There were many worries, but his status was useful, so he had to do his job. The young man looked at his watch and noticed that he still had time for a little sleep. The boy looked at the bear standing next to him and smiled. He knew that if he was doing all this for the sake of his future with his bride, then he was ready for anything. But the next day, the company gathered around the table again to have breakfast together. Richard noticed that Will and his fiancée were in a closer relationship than he thought, since they even slept together. Adele was very embarrassed by these words, and Celine noticed that they were just lying on the same bed next to each other. Besides, when the girl just woke up, the guy was no longer around. After a wonderful breakfast, the young people changed their clothes and went into town for a walk. Celine noticed that the city had very beautiful streets that she wanted to walk along. Richard suggested that they split into pairs, as he would like to go on a date with Miss Adele. The girl wanted to be indignant, but the guy whispered that he wanted to help his friend be alone with the bride. After this, the girl agreed to go sightseeing with him and leave her sister alone with the groom. Celine was pleased to see that Adele and Richard found common interests. After that, the girl and Will went shopping and looked at jewelry. The heroine asked permission to pay for cufflinks for her fiancé herself as a gift. The prince agreed to this and promised that he would cherish them all his life. The young people had a good time and enjoyed their walks. After some time, they reunited with the second couple and discussed what they had seen. During the walk, Adele learned that Mr. Richard was very popular with his people. The prince returned and invited the girl to take his hand and walk together. Celine enjoyed the event and looked very happy. Richard and Adele were glad that their loved ones could finally rest. The next night, Will was afraid that the girl might suspect something, so he wanted to return early. The boy was walking through the corridors of the castle when his older brother Louis came out from around the corner. The young man believed that his younger brother had gone on a trip with his fiancée. However, he did not want to comment on this and noted that it did not concern him at all. Louis reminded that the second prince would not be able to take advantage of the girl's kindness for the rest of her days. He noticed that the girl was simply confused in her feelings, and there was no room for trust in their relationship. He said that the guy was unaware that the prince and Celine were dating. Louis said that the girl recently sent her fiancé away to be alone with him. Will was very angry when he heard these words from his older brother. The second prince thought for a moment and realized when this situation could have happened. Louis said he held the girl tightly to himself while his younger brother stood outside the door. These words made the second prince angry, and he intended to kill his brother. The boy immediately used his magic and was about to attack the first prince with dark energy. However, the prince was not a weakling either, so he put up a shield and protected himself. He deliberately provoked his younger brother to attack him within the castle walls. However, at that moment, Will remembered his bride's kind smile and calmed down. He really wanted to kill his older brother, but he knew that it would only play into his hands. Louis was surprised that the young man calmed down so suddenly and stopped fighting. Will promised that sooner or later he would definitely kill his older brother. After this, the guy turned around and went about his business, and the maids came running to the noise. Celine woke up in the middle of the night because she felt like someone was looking at her. The girl opened her eyes and saw that her fiancé was leaning over her and crying. The young man looked very upset and could not contain his emotions. The girl also got up in bed and asked what had happened. Will admitted that the girl was too cruel and she lied to him. It was the first time Celine had seen her fiancé in such a state. She asked him to explain what the guy meant when he said those words. The prince admitted that the girl drove him away to be with Louis. Celine immediately guessed that her fiancé was talking about that very day with his older brother. He even suggested that her words about them always being together were a lie. The young man pinned the girl to the bed and demanded that she explain what had happened. Celine said that she simply did not want the brothers to quarrel over what happened. The girl noticed that the groom knew details that she had not told anyone, so she suspected Louis. She thought that the young man told his younger brother about what happened in order to hurt him. He didn't understand why the girl betrayed him if she was going to marry him. Celine realized that she had no choice but to do anything in that situation, even though she had decided to talk to Louis herself. However, she denied kissing anyone other than her fiancé. The young man hated his older brother and literally went crazy because of it. Celine didn't know what to do and how best to act in this situation. She tried to console him and calm him down with different words, but nothing helped. Suddenly, the young man looked straight into her eyes and asked her to kiss him. Celine wasn't sure if that would be appropriate in this situation. However, Will saw her doubts and thought that the girl did not love him anymore. He had known for a long time that she was too good for him, and he was afraid of the moment when she would want to leave. Celine understood that he said this because he valued her and was afraid of losing her. The prince noticed that the heroine did not have real feelings for him, since she could not fulfill his request. The girl wasn't sure what she was doing, but she decided to follow her heart. She raised her hand and gently stroked her boyfriend's face. Celine grabbed the prince's head with her hands and pressed her lips to his, raising herself up in bed. The guy didn't expect that she would actually fulfill his requests, but then he relaxed and calmed down. He asked the girl to confess how she felt about him. Celine no longer understood what was right and what was wrong, but she treasured her fiancé very much. The girl promised that she would no longer allow other men to touch her. After this, the young man lowered the girl back onto the pillows and began kissing her with renewed vigor. Adele was worried because it was already getting on for dinner, and her sister and Will had still not left their rooms. Richard asked not to worry, because for a couple who had recently entered into a relationship, quarrels were normal. Before he could say this, the young man opened the door and entered the room. The second prince stated that Celine remained in her room and he came to warn the boys. The young man asked them to give them some time alone. Richard realized that his friend wanted him to distract Sister Celine. The young man realized that the lovers wanted to be alone, so he suggested that Adele go on a date and give them some time. Celine sat on the couch and didn't understand why Louis decided to tell his younger brother about what happened. She didn't even understand how they could meet at all if they were in different castles. The girl remembered the night incident and realized that her heart was breaking from her fiancé's tears. She realized that she couldn't make such mistakes anymore, and the very thought of it scared her. By this time, the young man had returned to the girl and carefully sat down next to her. The first thing the couple asked was how they were feeling after their nighttime conversation. The second prince suggested that after what happened, he began to push his bride away. However, the girl said that this was not the case and promised that from now on she would tell him absolutely everything. However, she admitted that she is very concerned about his attitude towards what is happening. Now the young man saw that he was very dear to his bride, but he did not understand why. At first, the girl simply felt sorry for him. She saw in him herself from a past life, which suffered from illness and loneliness. The girl was pleased that the guy was gradually opening up to her. Celine was sensitive to his feelings and tried to support him in everything. She found his jealousy endearing, and the prince always treated her with warmth. The girl thought that this was due to the fact that she herself would like to be in first place for someone. Soon the young man turned out to be the one who loved her the most. That's why the girl confessed that he is dear to her, because he is the one who loves her more than anyone else. The prince agreed with this and noted that he would never give up his bride to anyone. The young man took her hands and promised that she was the only one he would ever like. Therefore, the young man sincerely hoped that his feelings would be mutual. He apologized for yesterday's situation and said that Louis's words hurt him very much. Celine was convinced that it was indeed the eldest prince and wanted to deal with him after the trip. The young couple discussed all the details among themselves and then went to their loved ones. After this, the whole company continued to have a good time, and it seemed that the conflict had been resolved. The guys had to go back tomorrow. Time flew by. Richard was glad that he had managed to become friends with Adele over the past time. He noticed that Celine was really very kind, because in her place he would have hated his friend long ago. However, the prince believed that even this was still not enough. He remembered the situation that happened with his brother, and realized that he wanted to be a priority for the girl in any situation. The more pity he could evoke in a girl, the less chance there was that she would leave him. After returning to the capital, they will rarely see each other again, and it will not be easy for the girl to leave the mansion. Therefore, first he planned to deal with Carolina and free the girl from captivity. Then he had to deal with the royal family, who were putting spokes in their wheels. The last thing the young man wanted to do was deal with his older brother, who was always getting in their way. Richard didn't believe that his friend would be able to get rid of all the people who were bothering him so easily. Will knew that simply killing his fiancée wouldn't pacify him. There had to be some way for everyone to know that Caroline was the culprit. The guy didn't understand why they had to hunt the girl at all, because if they hadn't bothered so much, they would have definitely killed her. He knew that Caroline was the type of person who enjoyed killing, and the corpses in the castle were her work. Thanks to this, the young man had an idea of how he could get rid of his rival. Adele gave her older sister a beautiful bracelet after returning home. Celine apologized for not having anything with her as a return gift. Adele didn't think it was important because it would be strange to exchange gifts from their travels together. However, the bracelet was very beautiful, so the girl began to envy his good taste. Adele admitted that Mr. Richard helped her choose this bracelet. At that moment, the girl realized that she had said too much, so she blushed. She said that on the day her sister was sorting things out with her fiancé, they went into town together. Then Mr. Richard helped her buy this bracelet as a gift for the girl. Celine noticed that the girl's earrings went very well with her pink hair. Adele admitted that these earrings were also given to her by Mr. Richard during the trip. Previously, the girl had been given many gifts by various men, but this was the first time she had worn anything. Celine noticed that her sister had become friends with Mr. Richard and was happy about it. The girl admitted that the young man was very dear to her and she would like to be with him. At first, she just liked him as a person and as a good friend, but then he revealed a new side to him. She thought it was just a crush and didn't expect her feelings to go so far. Celine thought she should have given her younger sister some advice, but the girl herself knew little about love affairs. Adele admitted that she was not yet sure of the young man's feelings. Celine knew that if the girl was worried, it meant she felt something for Richard, because otherwise she wouldn't care. She admitted that she considered the young man an honest person, although at first she was a little frightened by his persistence. In social circles, Mr. Richard was never called a frivolous person, so she believed that Adele was his first love. The younger sister was pleased with the girl's words of support and agreed with her beliefs. She thought that Mr. Richard was an unusual person, and sometimes he looked like a child, and sometimes he looked like a completely different person. Celine watched her sister and realized that she had never seen her so in love. Initially, Mr. Richard was not among the characters in the novel and was never mentioned. So the girl realized that they were moving towards a completely different future, and the original scenario was becoming less and less important. She admitted that thanks to the conversation with her sister, she can look forward to a more positive future. Adele admitted that Richard had asked her out on a date the following week, and the girl planned to accept the invitation. At first, Celine was worried that she would interfere with Adele and Louis's relationship, and was afraid that because of her actions they would not have a happy future. However, now the girl really wanted her younger sister to be happy. At this time, a maid came up to them and told them that a letter had arrived. This friend, Wilhelmina, wrote to Celine and suggested meeting in the near future. After some time, the girl went to her friend and realized that the last time they saw each other was 3 years ago. During this time, Wilhelmina managed to grow up and turned into a real beauty. The girl went to a neighboring country to study, and all this time they exchanged letters. The criminal had not yet been caught, but given the girl's status and their friendship, her father allowed her to come visit. Celine had already considered her friend beautiful, but now she couldn't take her eyes off her. Wilhelmina admitted that she had heard rumors that her friend had a boyfriend. Celine admitted that this is not exactly how she would like to characterize their relationship. However, she admitted that she had promised a man she valued very much that she would get engaged to him. Wilhelmina was happy for her friend and asked her to tell her everything in great detail. The girl admitted that she had heard rumors that the prince had previously been engaged to Caroline. Suddenly, Wilhelmina became very serious and looked around to make sure no one was eavesdropping. The girl leaned towards her friend and quietly asked her to be very careful if it concerned Mrs. Caroline. She explained that in the neighboring state, the girl had heard enough rumors about her. Celine was surprised by this conversation and was interested to know what they were saying about her. Wilhelmina said that everyone who got close to Madame Caroline soon walked around dead. A small house stood in the middle of the forest and was hidden from the eyes of random passers-by. Inside, a young prince sat at a wooden table with a table lamp. Mrs. Caroline opened the door and went inside to talk to Will. She didn't think that the day would come when a guy would ask her out on a date. The girl was incredibly curious about what he wanted to do with her in such a dense forest. Carolina hugged the guy from behind and admitted that she couldn't contain her excitement. However, the young man was only interested in whether the girl really tried to kill his bride in that forest. Caroline didn't like the way the prince talked about other girls when they were alone. However, she noticed that Celine was truly beautiful that day and regretted that they had been interrupted. She saw that the prince became very angry in 1 second and asked why he actually called her to this hut. The next second, the young man put a dagger to her throat and promised that he had come here to get rid of the girl. However, instead of fear, real pleasure appeared on Carolina's face. Wilhelmina said that Carolina has a difficult character, and there were quite a few cases when she was suspected of murder. She said that people were so tormented that it looked more like a madman playing. These were just rumors, but the girl believed that they should not be blindly dismissed. She also admitted that she heard about the situation that happened at the hunting tournament. At that moment, Celine remembered Will's words about how he suspected Caroline of involvement. At that moment, the girl realized that her fiancé might have been right after all. She initially found it strange that the queen, who wanted the prince dead, decided to set him up with the daughter of a duke from a neighboring country, which would play into his hands. However, the girl noticed that her fiancé was madly in love with her, and now she had a bad feeling. The girl wanted to meet her fiancé. She even came to the palace, but the maid said that he was busy at the moment. Celine understood that it was unceremonious to show up in the kingdom castle without an invitation, but she could not calm her excitement. She even left home without permission. The girl thought about what her fiancé was doing that was so important that she couldn't see him. Celine was lost in her thoughts and didn't notice how Louis approached her and said hello. The girl was completely unprepared to see him after everything that had happened. She knew that they had not seen each other since the day he had forcibly embraced her. Although she wanted to talk to him, she thought that everything turned out quite well. The girl looked the young man in the eyes and admitted that she had come to meet Will. However, Louis noticed that since the girl was standing in the corridor, it meant that she had failed. Celine asked why the first prince told her fiancé about what happened that time. Then the girl chased the guy away, but the prince told him that they were hugging behind the door. Louis decided to stop pretending that he didn't understand her, so he acknowledged her guess. However, the girl did not understand why the young man did this and told about it. Louis noted that there was no reason for him to continue to hide what had happened. Celine realized that the prince had deliberately told his brother about this and wanted to make them quarrel. The prince in the novel was a noble man. Everyone envied his loyalty and innocence. So the girl was curious about what had affected him so much, whether it was due to Will's changes or because he liked her and not Adele. The prince asked the girl not to make such an expression on her face, because in reality he just wanted to protect her. Celine was surprised that the prince seriously believed that Will was a threat to her, which is why they could not come to an understanding. Suddenly, the boys were distracted because they heard terrible screams at the end of the corridor. They turned around and saw one of the maids running straight towards them. The prince realized that the situation was serious, so he ordered the girl to tell him what had happened. The maid was horrified and screamed that something bad had happened to His Highness Wilfred. Celine heard her fiancé's name and immediately began to worry that something had happened to him. The girl and the prince ran after the maid and entered the younger prince's room. There they saw that the young man was lying on the floor and Carolina had thrust a dagger straight into his chest. The young people were so surprised by what was happening that they froze in place with their eyes wide open. Will turned his head and only now noticed that his bride was standing and watching what was happening. At this time, Carolina pulled the dagger out of his chest and looked like she was enjoying what was happening. Even in the hut, the girl noted that she did not mind dying at the hands of the prince, but in that case, he would lose everything. The girl was sure that his dear bride would not approve of this. Caroline reminded him that she was quite an intelligent young lady, so she would never go into the forest alone. However, the prince chuckled and noted that he never intended to kill the girl. He only reminded that he was going to get Caroline away from him and his fiancée. The young prince used his power and forced the girl to grab the dagger in her hands. Carolina didn't understand what was happening to her because her body was moving against her will. The girl looked at the prince and realized that instead of fear, he was smiling with pleasure. The girl still had no control over her body. She pushed the young man to the floor and sat on top of him. Caroline raised her hands up and was about to strike the prince in the chest. She realized that everything that happened was the second prince's plan. After that, her hands dropped down with force and plunged the dagger straight into the young man's chest. Drops of his blood fell on her cheek and on her clothes, spreading over the fabric. Immediately after this, the young man used the portal and ordered the magic ball to send them to the royal castle. A large teleportation circle appeared on the floor beneath him and lit up. Carolina didn't expect the young man to use the portal, so she was scared. However, literally a moment passed before they found themselves inside the palace in his room. Carolina turned around and saw that a maid had entered the office and was watching what was happening. After this, the girl ran out in horror to call someone for help. Will noted that after what happened, the girl would be accused of assault, and he also had several pieces of evidence regarding her previous murders. He noted that even as the daughter of a duke, at best she would face life imprisonment, and at worst, the death penalty. However, instead of the expected fear, the young man watched as Caroline stretched her head out and laughed. The girl admitted that she liked the young man more and more with each meeting. She fell into his trap so easily, she was so afraid for her life that she could not even imagine such a scenario. She realized that all this was done in order to remove her from the position of candidate for the position of his bride. The guy noticed that all this was done to calm down the girl who was the only one who truly loved him. Carolina was surprised and noticed that the young man was the biggest madman she had ever met in her life. The girl admitted that usually people rejoice at the happiness of their loved one. However, she herself felt pleasure from the sight of suffering on his face. She believed that fear was the strongest feeling, and on the brink of life and death, all people's faces turned only to her. She liked it most when all of a person's feelings were directed at her, which is why she committed so many murders. Even Will found it disgusting to listen to this because the girl killed people for pleasure. Caroline believed that the prince was like her because he did not hesitate to take other people's lives. That's why she thought that the young man would definitely want to kill her. The prince still held her in place with his magic, so the maid should come soon and call the guards. At that moment, instead of the guards, Celine and the eldest Prince Louis ran into the room, which was not part of the young man's plans. Caroline noticed the confusion on the prince's face and realized that something had gone wrong. After this, the girl pulled the dagger out of his chest, leaving him to bleed to death. Besides, she noticed that the guy had made another mistake because death was not part of his plans. The girl raised the dagger above her head and wanted to finish off the young man. The prince realized that he could not use his magic and his body was unable to move. Carolina noted that if the enemy caught her by surprise, then she was given a chance to take away his freedom. The prince realized that he could easily deal with her, but the magic of teleportation over such a huge distance for two people took too much of his strength. Carolina said goodbye to her lover and promised that they would definitely meet after death. Celine saw that the girl was going to finish off her fiancé and tried to stop her. The next second, a pink glow burst from her hands and headed towards Carolina. It was the magical energy that made the criminal stop. The current was so strong that it literally threw the girl in the opposite direction. Celine herself didn't understand what she had just done. Even Louis was surprised that he saw the power of a saint for the first time, which the girl used. Celine immediately rushed to her fiancé and tried to help him. Just at this moment, the guards burst into the room and ordered that Madame Caroline be detained. They put magical handcuffs on her and surrounded her from all sides. Celine wanted to cure her fiancé with magic. However, the young man grabbed her hand and stopped her from doing this. He reminded her that there could be problems if others found out about her power, and besides, they needed evidence against the criminal. However, the girl believed that the life of her fiancé was more important than all this. She tried to heal him, but the prince reflected her magic with his dark energy. Celine didn't understand why he was so stubborn and putting his life at risk. The prince admitted that he wanted to be with the girl all his life, so he asked her not to do anything. Celine realized that the guy was serious and that her actions would only make things worse. However, she still could not accept that she was not able to help him in any way. The prince watched what was happening from the sidelines and did nothing. A little later, Adele and Richard arrived at the palace to support their friend. Thanks to her abilities, the girl's younger sister helped heal the prince's wounds. During the pastime, Carolina was taken into custody and placed in prison. The girl was so crazy that she tried to kill the prince in front of everyone. Celine was glad that the guy was okay now, even though it wasn't her who saved him. Adele watched her sister from the side and realized that she was very worried. Richard promised that he would look after his friend, and in the meantime suggested that the girls take a rest. He reminded them that if things got worse for them, the prince would blame his friend for not keeping an eye on them. The young man took advantage of Adele's sympathy and persuaded the girls to go home. Before leaving, Celine approached her fiancé's bed and wanted to say goodbye to him. She gently stroked his cheek and did not understand why so much misfortune had befallen the young man. After this, the girls carefully approached the exit and opened the door. Richard said goodbye to them, waving his hand carefully so as not to wake the prince. Celine was sure that if she had not managed to stop Caroline, she would not have survived the death of her fiancé. At such moments, she realized how much she valued the young man. The girl was able to save him only with the help of holy power and was worried that she could not study at the temple. She didn't want to be burdened with responsibilities that were too much for her, but she wanted to help people. On the one hand, she could gain power, but on the other, she would lose her freedom. Celine didn't know which option would bring her happiness, so the girl didn't know what to choose. She thought about it for a long time and then finally came to some decision. Richard listened to the footsteps outside the door and informed the girl that they had gone quite far. The young man noticed that his friend was a real masochist, since he mutilated himself like that every time. The prince sat up in bed and confessed that he wanted to kill Caroline with his own hands. He wondered how his bride had even gotten into the castle and seen this situation. Richard said that the girl heard bad rumors about Caroline and came to meet him. Even though things didn't go according to plan, they got what they wanted, and now Caroline will be given the death sentence. The prince admitted that he had deliberately lured the girl into the forest so that everything would work out. Richard was glad it was over, but he wanted his friend not to take such risks again. The prince did not like this saccharine concern, but the Marquis only laughed at it. He admitted that he was worried, and it was not easy for Celine either. The prince understood that they would soon be able to be together, and he would get rid of the rest within the next 2 years. Will wanted to make the girl happy so that he could live with her for the rest of his days. A few days later, Celine came to visit her fiancé while he was recovering. The girl was very embarrassed and worried when she proposed marriage to the young man. Even Will was surprised by how unexpected her proposal was. Celine's father admitted that he had already heard that the girl had left home without permission, so he was worried. After talking with her friend, the girl went to the royal palace because she had a bad feeling. The man did not believe that Mrs. Caroline was the criminal, but now his daughter could move freely down the street. The girl thanked the man for lifting his ban and forgiving her. The man was also glad that the second prince was not harmed after the incident. He promised that he would try his best, but still the king did not have the best opinion of this child. Celine knew that her lover had very few allies. However, she was determined and said that she had one request. The girl asked her father if he could approve of her and Will getting married. After this, Celine went to the palace to visit her fiancé. The young man was glad to see the girl because he missed her very much. He accepted the flowers and apologized for making her worry. The young man did not expect that the girl would take the initiative and hug him first. Celine admitted that she was very glad that the young man survived. The prince was pleased to hear that the girl showed sympathy towards him and was worried about him. The young man thanked the girl for her help and apologized for leaving her alone. He admitted that he was in pain and afraid that he would be killed and Celine would be left alone. After some time, the girl released her embrace and sat down opposite her fiancé. She knew that the young man was very important to her, so she said that they needed to have a serious talk. The girl took his hands in hers and looked into the young man's eyes. She smiled and suggested that they get married as soon as possible. At first, the guy was surprised, but then some suspicion crept into his mind. Celine noted that she wanted to be with him always, because after what happened, all talk about Caroline and the prince's engagement stopped. The girl believed that if they got married, Will's problems would be solved and she would no longer have to hide her powers because divorce was unacceptable. She knew that she would have to get married anyway, so it didn't matter when exactly it happened. Celine admitted that she does not want to hide her powers because it is thanks to them that she could protect her close friends. The girl thought it over well before coming here and making such an offer to the guy. She had the power of a goddess, so people had to change their attitude towards the prince. However, Will was not happy even when he learned that the girl's father had already given his consent. Celine noted that even the king and queen would not stop them. If they signed the documents right now, the girl would be able to go to the temples herself and take them. She noted that when the young man recovered, they would be able to hold a wedding ceremony. However, unexpectedly for the girl, the young man raised his head and said that he did not want a wedding. Celine was surprised to hear that the prince did not want to get married right away. She didn't understand why he refused, because he himself said that he wanted to live together all their lives. At that moment, Richard entered the room and announced that he had bought what he had been asked to buy. The young man saw the girl and thought that he had interrupted a conversation between lovers. However, Celine stood up from her seat, apologized for saying something stupid, and headed towards the exit. She promised that she would return later to visit her fiancé. After this, the girl almost ran out of the room and left the young people alone. The prince clasped his head in his hands, and Richard wondered what had happened between the lovers. He was shocked when he heard that the girl proposed marriage, and the prince refused. The prince admitted that he became scared because he could not do anything about his thirst and wanted to get the girl. He thought that he would be able to part with her without hesitation when the time came. However, he didn't want her to look so upset. Richard laughed and noticed that there was still something human left in his friend. He noticed that the young man really loved his bride. The guy knew that his friend was selfish, and when he said that he would make her happy, he was only thinking about getting the girl for himself. However, now that Celine had chosen him, he suddenly turned tail and ran away. He patted his friend on the head and remarked that being considerate of other people was an indicator of growth in character. The prince admitted that everything was supposed to be completely different. After this, Richard realized that it was time for his older brother to make his move. Celine lay on the bed and remembered what happened to her during the day. The girl could not even imagine that the guy would refuse to marry her. She felt ashamed that she hadn't even thought about the possibility of refusal. The girl knew that the guy still loved her, but she was afraid that it might pass. She tried to understand why she was so upset by their conversation. After some time, Richard and Adele came to visit their friend. Celine realized that she had enough time to be sad, so she decided to greet the guests. Richard sat down opposite the girl and admitted that he had something to talk about with her. He revealed that he had actually found a beautiful girl for Wilfred. Adele tried to object and say that this was not what they had agreed on. However, the guy interrupted her and asked her to be quiet for a bit. Richard continued to talk about what a wonderful girl he had found for his friend. Since the guys didn't want to get married, he hoped that Celine would support Will and they could continue to communicate as a family. This wedding will make the prince look respected and will solve the problems between the couple. Richard remarked that this was very convenient and would only be better for the prince. He noticed that Celine was not happy with this proposal and that something was bothering the girl. He reminded that the guys will be able to continue to be a family, but the prince will have reliable support. Celine didn't know at all whether she should be worried about his proposal. These were indeed very good conditions for her Prince Wilfred. However, she couldn't even imagine him with any other bride. Just thinking about it made the Duchess's chest ache. She finally realized that she had loved Wilfred since childhood. However, now the girl had grown up, and her love was different from that one. That's why she confessed to Richard that she no longer wanted to play family with the prince. The young man did not stop there and asked why she decided so. Celine looked him straight in the eye and said that she loved Prince Wilfred. She didn't know exactly when it started, but it had been going on for quite some time. That's why she didn't want the second prince to marry anyone else. Adele was impressed by her words and was glad that her sister acknowledged her feelings. Richard immediately stopped playing and clapped his hands in joy. He admitted that it was all a lie and the girl should forget his words. The guy had to lie so that Celine would finally realize her feelings, and he knew that Wilfred would never marry another girl. Celine was embarrassed that she had been deceived, and her feelings were revealed. Richard apologized to Adele because she was too sweet when she was angry. Celine thanked the guy because thanks to him she realized her feelings. The younger sister and Richard were surprised that the girl reacted so calmly to this lie. The guy advised the second prince to repeat all these words, because he also did not understand it yet. Celine promised to go to him immediately and confess her feelings. She realized that all this time she had loved her childhood friend Wilfred. Richard noted that she should go straight to the guy, because he would be crying with joy. He assumed that this was precisely why the hero refused to marry her. Will always showed his feelings, so the girl should also confess before proposing marriage. She thanked her friends for their help and said goodbye to them. The girl ran down the corridor to get to the prince as quickly as possible and confess everything to him. The prison was dark and damp, with huge rats running everywhere. Carolina noticed that Brother Louis had come to visit her for the first time since her arrest. The guy just wanted to know why the girl did such a stupid thing. He wondered why Caroline had decided to attempt on Celine's life. The girl noticed that her brother shouldn't worry, and even then she didn't try to stop. The young prince did not like it when the girl did not answer his questions, so he hurried her. She said that she was engaged to Wilfred and had no intention of breaking up with him. Caroline liked Celine. She was beautiful, charming, innocent, and had a sweet expression on her face when she cried. First, Prince Louis was furious that the girl ignored him and continued to talk nonsense. The criminal asked her brother not to be surprised that she became a murderer. Louis said that rumors about this had started, so his mother had facilitated their engagement. However, the girl continued to create problems. Perhaps she even hoped for support from their family. But in the end, if she kills Will, that will be enough. The girl just laughed at his words and said that she planned to hone her skills during this time. However, she surprised the prince by saying that it was Will who had deceived her. She explained that there was no evidence of this, so she kept silent, fearing that no one would believe her. After that, the girl told about everything that happened in the forest and how they ended up in the castle. The prince did not believe the story he heard, but agreed that it was dangerous to leave his brother alive. Carolina was calm because she understood that she would most likely be executed after what happened. Louis agreed because the girl had committed too many murders, so evidence would definitely be found. The young man admitted that he had not hated Carolina all this time, after which he said goodbye to her and headed towards the exit of the prison. The girl admitted that she had lived a rather joyful life, so she was ready to part with it. Celine was worried, even though she had told her fiancé many times before that she loved him. When she realized that it was love, she began to feel embarrassed and it was difficult for her to calm down. The girl sat in the castle waiting for her lover, but instead of him, she noticed his older brother. Prince Louis heard that the girl had come to the palace and asked her to talk for a while. Celine couldn't refuse the crown prince, so she agreed to spend a little time. The first thing Louis did was bow and formally apologize on behalf of Carolina. It was not the young man's fault, so the girl asked him to raise his head. Louis was worried about introducing the girls to each other and getting them acquainted. However, Celine said that in fact they met before that moment. Louis admitted that the girl was very kind, which is why he was so worried about her. He said that he had just seen Caroline, and she had explained to him that the attempted murder was Will's doing. It was true that Caroline was a criminal, but the prince did not think that the girl was lying because he could easily deceive her. He said that servants were not allowed into the rooms just like that, and that Caroline was possessed by the prince's magic, and this forced her to strike. Carolina suggested that the whole thing was a setup to gain the girl's sympathy. The young man noticed that the girl's face expressed distrust. He understood that she had been deceived and poisoned, but she had no idea. The prince then asked if the girl could firmly deny these accusations. Celine remembered how strong the young man had been during the hunters' tournament. Louis continued to talk about his little brother acting strangely. However, Celine interrupted him and admitted that she would accept her fiancé no matter what. The prince smiled indulgently because he believed that the girl was still playing family with him. However, he was surprised when the young lady confessed that Will was the only man she loved. The prince realized that the girl had accepted her feelings and was no longer hiding them. Celine admitted that she was speaking sincerely. They even planned to get married soon. Prince Louis was unhappy that time was slipping away from him. The girl knew that Louis definitely hated his brother deep down in his soul. Although she came here to see her fiancé, his brother showed up, which seemed strange to her. So the girl rose from her seat, said goodbye to the prince, and intended to leave. However, the young man rolled out of his seat and grabbed her hand, trying to hold her back. Celine continued to struggle and demanded that the prince let her go. However, instead, the young man only pushed the girl against the wall. He tried to confess his love to her, but the girl did not want to listen. Then the prince grabbed her roughly by the hands and kissed her hard right on the lips. After a few moments, he felt the girl's resistance and let her go to catch his breath. However, immediately after that, he tried to kiss her again. Louis felt something was wrong, so he took a step back and looked at the girl. He saw that she had stopped resisting him because she was crying. The young man tried to explain his actions, but the girl did not listen to him. She said that she trusted the young man, but she can no longer do so. Celine covered her face with her hands and ran out of the room, leaving the prince alone. The maid knocked on the door and asked if her young mistress was awake. She knew the girl hadn't eaten for several days, so she left some small snacks for her outside the door. Adele came to check on her sister, who, after returning, locked herself in her room and did not come out for 3 days. The girl came back and reported that nothing had changed. She explained to the children that 3 days ago her sister left the room, came back, and never came out again, and besides, she didn't eat anything. Richard remembered that the girl left after their conversation, but she never met her fiancé. The prince also admitted that he had not seen his bride since that day. The boys looked at each other and tried to understand what could have happened during this time. Richard suggested to his friend to approach the girl and talk to her. They knew that it was not his fault that he did not come to her that time. and this could be the reason. Celine knew she was making her sister and the others worry, but she felt very uneasy in her heart and didn't want to see anyone right now. The girl didn't even think that Louis would do something like this out of the blue. Even when he was hugged, the young man was in great pain. The girl was lying on the bed, deep in thought, when there was a knock on her door again. Celine heard that it was Wilfred who had come to see her speaking. The prince apologized because he didn't mean for it to happen that way. The guy was happy when he heard the words about the wedding and sincerely wanted to live with the girl. He selfishly thought that he wanted to be always only with her. But soon he became afraid that he would tie her to himself only because of her responsiveness and kindness. The girl remembered that he had such a miserable face because he thought she was marrying him out of compassion. Will admitted that he would like to be with the girl under any circumstances. He remembered that he had made her promise, but he still wanted the girl to reveal her feelings. The young man apologized for his behavior because he loved his bride very much. His words touched the girl because she also loved him very much. However, she cried and understood that today she would no longer be able to show herself to him. The young man heard the girl apologizing and crying through the door. He asked permission to come into her and talk face to face. Celine was glad to hear from him, but she didn't want him to see her in that state. However, the young man could not leave these issues unresolved, so he apologized and entered the room. He saw his beloved bride sitting on the bed, and her whole face was covered in tears. The prince sat down on his knees in front of the girl and asked who dared to offend her. He wondered why she kept apologizing. The girl was afraid of completely destroying the relationship between the two brothers, but she understood that it would be dishonest to remain silent. So she said that 3 days ago she went to the castle to meet a young man. The prince admitted that he did not know about this because his brother had managed to intercept the girl before that. He guessed that Celine had met Louis, and that was why they never crossed paths. The girl explained that the first prince had an important conversation with her, and then a misfortune happened. The girl admitted that she talked to Louis, and then he pushed her against the wall and kissed her. Will was so taken aback by what he heard that he couldn't move for a while. The girl cried and apologized to her lover because the engagement was not official yet. The prince already understood what she was worried about and told her that he was not going to break up with her. He noted that the girl had done nothing wrong, so she did not need to apologize. Celine admitted that she did not like the kiss at all and she was very worried about it. Then Will laughed and said that in that case everything was fine. He noticed that he loved the girl very much and was not going to break up with her over such a trifle. Celine was very happy with his reaction, so she threw herself on the guy's chest and hugged him. She cried while the young man stroked her back and calmed her down. The girl was glad that Will's feelings for her had not changed. However, at this time, the expression on the prince's face indicated that he would not leave this situation just like that. After some time, the girl calmed down and the young people were able to talk. Celine was confused when the young man asked why she went to the castle in the first place. The guy was very surprised when he noticed that such a simple question made the girl embarrassed. The girl was a little disappointed because she wanted to tell the young man about her love in a suitable setting. However, she was sure that he would be happy with her words in any case, so she decided to act. Celine took the young man by the hand, looked into his eyes and confessed her love. She explained that at first she loved him as family and as a good brother, but now everything has changed. The girl wanted to touch only him, and she would feel bad if the young man found himself another bride. Celine apologized for realizing it so late, but she went to the castle to confess it. The girl noticed that the young man froze and did not react to her words. He couldn't believe that the girl was telling the truth and really loved him as a man. The young man hoped that she was not saying this out of compassion. Celine understood his feelings, but this time she was confident in her decision. The prince was overjoyed that his love was no longer unrequited. To prove her confidence in her words, Celine cupped his face in her hands and kissed him. After some time, when the boys had had their fill of kissing, they let go of each other. It turned out that Will was very sentimental and did not want to let go of his beloved. The guys continued to confess their love to each other and kissed for some time. A little later, the young man confessed that he lived all the time, desperately thinking if there were ways to always stay close to the girl. However, now she noticed that he no longer had such a need. For the prince, all this turned out to be a dream. He still could not fully believe what was happening. The young people were happy that they had finally explained their feelings and could be together. Celine dreamed of being with him from now on and forever. After some time, the girl finally calmed down and left the room to go to her sister. The boys spent the rest of the day together, and in the evening the prince returned to his room. He was furious and threw things around to calm down a little. The guy didn't understand how his brother could do this to the girl. At one point, Will became so angry that he kicked the table, knocking it over. The guy even hit the wall with his hand so hard that he started bleeding. The prince did not understand how Louis dared to encroach on his bride. His head was already aching from anger and the desire to kill his older brother. And if he gives in to these emotions and kills the crown prince, he will be no different from Caroline. The young man knew that in this way he would lose his future with Celine, but he understood that everything had gone too far. He remembered the girl's words that she loved him and wanted to be with him for the rest of her life. The guy thought that she loved him only as a family member or out of compassion. However, it was now clear that she definitely saw him as a man. He had wanted this for a long time, but when it happened, he was scared. The guy was afraid that in the future she would like someone else, because he would definitely not find a girl as beautiful as her. First of all, he had to do something to protect the girl. The young man called his servant to give him instructions. The guy came up with a plan for which he needed to meet with the king. After some time, the prince came to the duke's house and brought an engagement document bearing the king's seal. He did this to demonstrate the seriousness of his intentions. The girl's father carefully examined the document and realized that it was indeed His Majesty's signature. The prince announced that if they did not object, the young people would get engaged and have a wedding in 6 months. Celine was glad that finally all the problems were behind her and in 6 months they would get married. Now the decision was left only to the girl's parents. The man noted that they love their daughter very much and want her to be happy. It was important to them that her man promised that he would take care of his wife all his life. The prince promised that for him, the girl was the most precious creature in the world and he would protect her. Celine was pleased to hear this. She put her hand on the prince and smiled at him. The father was pleased because he saw that the relationship between the young people was genuine. So he decided that he would give his blessing to the boys and allow them to get married. The prince and Celine bowed deeply to the duke and thanked him for his trust. After this, the young people left the office and tried to come to their senses. Celine was very worried. In fact, it was because the girl was very happy and was filled with emotions. She once again felt important to the people around her. Now the couple was engaged, so everything felt like something unreal was happening. After the incident with Caroline, it was decided not to hold an engagement party, but rumors will soon appear. The girl was deep in thought and was surprised when the young man took her hand. He admitted that he would try to be a good husband to her and make her life happy. Celine also wanted her lover to be immensely happy and was happy about it. However, now she was starting to feel a little sad because the time they could spend together would soon be shortened. The young man was worried about the girl and asked her to go everywhere with an escort. Celine didn't quite understand why he was so serious, but she promised to fulfill his request. The girl also planned to greet the king and queen to receive their official blessing. She noticed that the young man was not thrilled with the idea, but she still stood her ground. The prince admitted that sooner or later the girl would find out anyway, so it was better for him to tell her about it now. He confessed that in exchange for the king's permission to marry, which they had received today, he had made them one promise. Will was obliged to go on an expedition against the monsters. Celine was horrified and asked him to tell her what exactly he meant by these words. The guy explained that a dragon was seen in the forest near the villages. Now it is deep in the forest, but no one knows when it will decide to come out from there. Therefore, as the second prince, he had no choice but to go on the expedition and lead it. As a child, the girl read that the dragon has thick scales and possesses a dangerous poisonous mania. She knew that the kingdom had an army, and the plan for this expedition belonged to His Majesty. The girl begged the young man to stay and not go anywhere because it was very dangerous. However, he calmed her down and reminded her that he was very strong, so nothing would happen. The hero noticed that from today their wedding was approved, so he needed to fulfill his part of the deal. Celine couldn't believe that the young man had to go through all this for her. The prince said that preparation is important in this matter, so they are performing in 2 weeks. Celine said that she wanted to go too because she could heal the victims. However, the prince was against this because after all, it was not a walk. The guy noticed that the girl did not have enough strength to last in battle, and he could not stay close all the time. It will take a long time to make an antidote that is stronger than the dragon's venom. It all depends on the situation, but many people could have died. But the power of the goddess could have quickly healed everyone. The prince begged the girl to listen to his words and stay at home. He noticed that Celine had very strong feelings. At such moments, even he was lost. However, the girl stood her ground and had no intention of backing down. Then the prince leaned over and said that if she did not understand him, he would have to lock her up in some safe place. He then pretended it was a joke, but Celine didn't believe him. The prince hugged the girl and reminded her that they had just gotten engaged, so he didn't want to argue with her. Celine agreed, but still thought that it was time for the prince to stop going on such dangerous expeditions. In the royal castle, a maid was slapped and fell to the ground. The enraged queen stood before her, and the girl begged her to forgive her. The queen didn't listen to her at all and swung her sword again to deliver another blow. Suddenly, Prince Louis approached the woman, grabbed her and asked her to stop. The queen was furious and remarked that she had no reason to remain calm. Louis reminded that if gossip started, his mother would be in a difficult position. The queen looked around and saw that several other people were watching the beating of the maid. Only after these words did she calm down a little and move aside, sitting on the luxurious sofa. The girl was furious because evidence was found. Recently, evidence of the queen's past crimes was found. It looked like Prince Wilfred had collected them and handed them over to the king. This situation could be dangerous for the heir, so the father became very angry. Although Wilfred fears his mother, he has the courage to show the proof to the king. The queen was worried because His Majesty would probably be watching her too. The woman was furious because she had dirty her hands to make her son king, and he was not interested in it. However, the young man knew that in fact the girl did all this so that she herself could sit on the throne. Louis knew that before he sat on the throne, he wanted to be a common man and come to power by defeating the girl in this fight. He also had his eye on Celine, but he didn't expect that she would choose a monster like his brother. The prince reminded that the engagement had just happened, so it was not yet clear how everything would develop further. He also recalled that the king had sent his younger brother to fight the dragon on an expedition. The queen was pleased with this and hinted that death awaited all who went on this expedition. The young bride and groom went out into the city to spend time together. The young people remembered that today was the very day when Caroline was to be executed. The girl decided to attempt to kill the prince, and besides, she had already killed many other people. However, the girls spent a lot of time together, so Celine was worried. The prince noted that there was no particular problem. Everything was over, so she didn't need to worry. Will reminded that Caroline had committed so many crimes that even execution would not have been enough. In the morning, everything for the execution of the condemned woman had already been erected on the main square. The girl was dressed in a simple white dress when she saw that even Mr. Wilfred had come to say goodbye to her. She knew he had come to make sure she was executed. Carolina asked the young man to watch carefully as she died. Finally, the girl smiled broadly and admitted that she would love the young man until the end of her days. After this, they took her up onto the bridge, put a noose around her neck, and then removed the floor from under her feet. The execution was carried out, so Wilfred was about to leave when he noticed his brother. The young man was furious about what happened to his bride, so he pinned the guy against the wall. He recalled that the guy had recently committed an unforgivable act, so he had no right to be indignant. He promised that someday he would definitely find a way to get rid of his brother. The prince knew that Louis would never stop interfering with them and their shared happiness. However, the older brother was sure that he was a monster. But it didn't matter because Celine loved him and they were going to get married. Will reminded that, unlike his brother, the girl loved him and even kissed him on her own. After this, Louis pushed the prince's hand aside and moved away from the wall. The young people hated each other, but they were not going to start such a stupid fight in front of everyone. The hero was so immersed in his thoughts that for a second he forgot where he was. Celine called him by name. She wanted to talk to the young man about the expedition. Celine said that she was given permission to use a large number of knights, so there was no need to worry about her. The young man resigned himself to the girl's desire to go with him. He understood that even if she didn't stop him, she would go with him. So the guys decided to work together to develop a plan to keep the girl safe. Celine was glad that she had managed to come to an agreement and go with her fiancé. She knew that no matter what they faced, he would be safe with her. After having lunch together, the guys drove up to the girl's house and were going to say goodbye. The prince hugged his bride and noticed that he did not want to part with her. At first, the girl was nervous about the engagement, but nothing changed between them. The young people suddenly looked at each other and realized that they wanted the same thing. They hugged and kissed because they had mutual feelings. The prince was very glad that the girl no longer stopped him after just one kiss. He realized that she also enjoyed spending time with him, so he no longer held back. The young people sat for some time, hugging each other and enjoyed each other's company. At some point, the young man deepened the kiss, which made the girl move away. Celine realized that everything was happening too fast, and she was wrong when she thought that nothing had changed. The guy sighed and asked when they could go further. He admitted that he wanted to kiss the girl and go further than that, to have all of her. However, Celine was very embarrassed and said that this would only happen after they got married. The girl was very embarrassed, so she got out of the carriage and went to her home. The bride seemed very sweet to the hero. The prince did not plan to wait until the wedding, but decided to listen to her. Soon, Richard, Adele, and the main character's couple gathered together to discuss strategy. Adele announced that she was also going on the expedition with her older sister. Celine was categorically against this because it was very, very dangerous. However, the girl reminded that she also has the power of a goddess, and together it will be much easier. The older sister had nothing to say to this, but she still hoped that Adele would be waiting for her at home. But the girl stood her ground. She was going to go and help her with her older sister. Celine hoped that at least Richard would be able to stop the girl and bring her to her senses. However, the guy admitted that he had already tried to do this on the way here, but Adele made such a sweet expression on her face that he could not insist further. Celine sought help from her fiancé, but he was not interested. The guy noted that Richard could just go with them and guard Adele. The young man agreed to this and promised to try his best. Celine knew that her sister was definitely not afraid of danger. At times like these, she was very stubborn. Returning to the topic of the campaign, the prince thought that it would end quickly, so there would be no problems. Besides, it would be selfish if only Celine's accompaniment went. The girl knew that she and Adele were similar, so she needed to find someone to distract her. She agreed to go on a joint hike, but asked her sister to stay behind. Adele was glad that she had managed to obtain permission to go with Celine. Richard noted that all four of them got along well, which meant they could deal with the monster. The guys had discussed a lot, and now he needed to go back and do his own thing. He said that he had a lot of things to prepare, so he would contact everyone later. Adele also decided to take a walk with the young man and walk him to the exit. Celine was about to go with them, but the young man grabbed her hand and asked her to stay. He reminded them that they had spent the whole day in company, so he wanted to be alone with the girl. They had been doing well lately, so Celine was happy to stay. The boys said goodbye to their friends and hoped that everything would be fine. Celine noticed that she was indeed very sentimental and worried about what was happening. However, instead of continuing the conversation, the young man pulled the girl towards him and kissed her. He admitted that he wanted to be alone with her as soon as possible. He knew they wouldn't be able to spend time together on the expedition, so he wanted to spend as much time with her as possible now. He carefully moved the girl onto his lap and said that he would like to spend the rest of his life like this. Only a few people volunteered to fight the mighty dragon. It was said that the suffering of people exposed to its poison was simply unbearable. The girl could not help but worry about her beloved fiancé, the second prince. However, she promised that she would do everything in her power if he asked her to do so. The guy took advantage of this and asked her to allow him to continue from where they left off after the end of the expedition. He reminded that he meant exactly that moment with their kiss in the carriage. Celine immediately remembered what he had told her and asked him to remain silent. The prince was very glad that they were on the same page on this issue. Although the girl was very embarrassed, she nevertheless agreed to this. She didn't even know what she should say now to avoid misunderstanding. However, the prince noted that it was only a request, not an order, so she could refuse at any time. The weather was cloudy. Crows were flying over the forest looking for their prey. The prince was seriously wounded and could not stand. He had to lean on a tree. The guy saw the blood dripping from his mouth and realized that this time things were really bad. A group of friends dressed for a hike and went into the forest where the dragon lived. Even though it was daytime, it was dark here, as if night had suddenly fallen. Adele walked up to the hooded girl and addressed her by her name, Brenda. As Celine promised, so that no one would recognize her, she disguised herself. The girl put on magic glasses, which were needed to prevent her from being discovered. She also came up with another name for herself and was surrounded by escorts. A detachment of ducal knights went on the expedition with them. There was also a whole detachment that was supposed to accompany Prince Will. His Majesty the King assigned a whole detachment of knights to guard Adele. Moreover, Mr. Richard went with them and took his own people with him. The young man was going to be with Adele all the time and protect her. The guy admitted that he hoped that the girl would not be able to take part in this stage of the expedition. However, he did note that he really liked the way Adele looked in the outfit. The girl was embarrassed, and Celine noticed that her sister was not indifferent to the guy. The young lady hoped that everything would be okay with her lover. This time, the prince took a different path as he plays the role of a commander. After they caught up with the main troops, they would sit in the rear because their task was to quickly heal Will if he got wounded. The boys calmed the girl down and reminded her that even if the prince was mortally wounded, thanks to their powers, he would quickly recover. Suddenly, a green monster jumped out of the bushes and attacked the expedition group. Richard immediately grabbed Adele and pulled her close to him to protect her from the attack. The young man then used magic and easily destroyed the monster. Everything happened so quickly and unexpectedly that the royal knights did not even have time to react normally. Richard reassured Adele and promised that he would protect her in this way throughout the journey. Celine was amazed by his strength, and now she could stop worrying about her sister. Then monsters kept appearing. The knights of their squad dealt with them, and they could move on. However, no matter how much time passed, the main forces that had already entered the forest remained out of sight. After some time, the guys took a short break and decided to rest. Adele thanked Richard for being so helpful and protective along the way. The young man decided to flirt a little and asked if the girl had fallen in love with him again. However, Adele was not one to be timid and admitted that he was right. Richard didn't expect such an answer, so he felt very embarrassed and awkward. The guy was happy about this, but he couldn't hide his feelings, so he turned away. Celine noticed that Adele and Richard looked good together, and it was only a matter of time before they got together. The girl had a good reputation and high status, so she was confident that her father would not object. Richard noticed that the prince's squad and the dragon itself were still nowhere to be seen, which was strange. They went deep into the forest, although they all followed his troops. Richard noted that it would be strange if Will had already dealt with the dragon. Adele rose from her seat and said that she would go for the night to find out what was happening. He answered the girl that everything was going according to plan, as planned. There was nothing strange in the fact that they had not yet met, but it was possible that something had happened to the main forces. Richard knew that the different squads had to communicate using special magical tools, but he could not contact the prince. Celine immediately realized that something strange was happening on the expedition. Richard realized this too and suggested splitting into 2 groups to increase efficiency. However, the knights had originally intended to act differently and were in no hurry to split up. The guy was about to leave the resting place, but the knights did not allow them to do even that. They surrounded the group of friends and did not let them move. The knight advised to refrain from unauthorized actions, because if something happens to the lady, it will clearly become a problem. Richard realized that this was not a warning, but a real threat. At this moment, the Duke's personal guards noticed that something was happening to their mistress. However, the girl ordered the boys to remain in their places and not to interfere. Richard noted that he was only Adele's assistant, so his actions must be arbitrary. However, even he noticed that they had some problems that prevented them from meeting with the main forces. The commander did not react to this in any way and continued to remain silent. Celine found this very strange and thought that he was hiding something. Richard watched the knights for a while and noticed that their main goal was to separate their Adele and the prince. Celine guessed that the knights were planning to take advantage of the victory over the monsters and attack Will, while Adele was unable to heal him. Richard noted that in this situation it would be better for them to stay here and fight everyone. They could only pray that the prince was okay and unharmed. Celine promised that she would do everything to ensure that none of the knights could harm her lover or sister. Richard agreed with the girl in this case and promised to help her with all his might. The young lady confessed that she was going to go to her lover alone. She was sure that if a simple servant disappeared from the knight's field of vision, no one would be alarmed. Richard noticed that they were in a position where it would be very dangerous to separate from Adele. Celine understood this, because if the knights discovered that someone had gone to look for the prince, then everyone else could be in danger. So she explained that Richard and Adele should stay put and protect each other. The younger sister watched as Celine and Richard argued with each other. It was very difficult for her to make this decision, but the girl agreed with her sister's proposal. Even Richard was surprised that the girl agreed to this idea. Adele promised to draw the knights' attention to herself until Celine went away. She promised that after she left, she would cover for her friends. However, the girl said that she would forgive her sister only if she returned with the prince. They decided to do so, then wished each other luck and hugged. After this, Adele ordered the knights to escort her to the second prince's detachment. Richard followed her to attract as much attention as possible. The king's knights followed the girl to prevent their meeting, and our heroine hid behind a tree so that she would have the opportunity to escape. The girl didn't expect it, but her fiancé's personal bodyguard decided to go with her. Celine knew this guy could be trusted, so she agreed. After this, the young people went deep into the forest and hoped that the prince was okay. After some time, they came out into a clearing and saw a terrible picture. The dragon lay dead on the ground, with the corpses of knights scattered around it. The prince's bodyguard did not allow the girl to go forward and get dirty in their blood. A few hours earlier, a whole detachment of knights under the command of the prince walked through the dragon's forest. The young man wanted to finish everything before his bride's squad met him. One of the knights reported that they were approaching the place where they would encounter the dragon. With so many soldiers and the prince's magic, defeating the dragon would not be difficult. The young man was afraid of the queen's minions because there was no better time to kill him. After some time, the squad reached the place where the dragon decided to stop. The young man looked at the monster and realized that it was much larger than he had imagined. The dragon was enormous in size. All its scales were green. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth. The prince commanded the knights to attack, and he himself rushed forward to attack the monster. He pushed off the ground and dealt the dragon a powerful blow to the head. However, the monster did not want to fight, so at the first opportunity it spread its wings and flew away. The prince looked carefully at the others to make sure that no one was injured. The young man did not despair and was going to get drunk on the dragon at the next meeting. It had not been long since they had come across the monster a little further up the road. The prince was about to attack the monster, but realized that the knights were planning something behind his back. At the last moment, Will managed to turn around and repel their attack. The prince jumped back from the knights to a safe distance to be able to counterattack. The young man then rose to his feet and rushed towards his opponents, trying to neutralize them. However, the arrow flew past his face, causing him to freeze in place without moving. The young man looked at the knights and did not understand how they dared to attack him. He expected the queen to try to harm him, but there were too many people for him alone. The young man had no intention of sparing them, so he immediately used his magic. Dark energy enveloped the knights and caused them to go mad, torn apart by pain. But the prince foresaw such a move by the queen, so he ordered his loyal companions to secretly follow him and come to his aid at the right moment. Thanks to this, the battle ended quickly and all the knights were killed. Celine and the keeper came across the corpses of the very people who attacked the prince. The girl was worried about her fiancé and walked among the dead people, trying to find him on Earth. The girl became convinced that none of these people were breathing and they were all dead. However, she breathed a sigh of relief when she realized that her Will was not among them. The bodyguard leaned over to one of the knights and noticed that it was not the dragon that killed him. The guy explained that this was the work of a man and partly the magic of Mr. Will. He assumed that Lord Wilfred and his companions had engaged the knights in battle and had won. Celine didn't understand why he needed to fight the knights who were sent to help them. However, the girl knew that the guy would not kill without reason, so she guessed that the knights were attempting on his life. The bodyguard noted that everyone who went with Mr. Wilfred eventually met the same fate. But there was also a trail of drops of someone's blood nearby, and there was a possibility that his master was still alive. However, Celine noticed that there was too much blood on the ground, meaning the man was in danger. She was worried that her fiancé was left alone with such a serious wound in a forest full of monsters. She realized that she couldn't stop and needed to look for Will, following in his footsteps. The bodyguard and Celine walked through the drops of blood that remained on the ground. After some time, the girl noticed the prince under a tree ahead, who was badly wounded and sitting on the ground. She immediately rushed to him to examine the young man and help him. The girl carefully touched the prince and listened to the beating of his heart. The girl realized that he was still alive, so she immediately used her goddess power and began to heal the prince's wounds. Celine carefully walked along all his scratches and cuts, healing them one by one. The bodyguard noticed that the young man had lost a lot of blood, so even treating it might not be enough. He added that the transfusion could only be done if they returned to the capital, so they needed to stop the bleeding and leave this forest as quickly as possible. Celine carried out disinfection. The wound was small, so it was necessary to return to the capital as soon as possible. While the girl was undergoing treatment, the bodyguard noticed that some noise was approaching them. The young man ordered the girl to hide and not come out until he said so. However, they did not have time to do this, because literally a moment later, a squad of knights emerged from the bushes nearby. They noticed that the second prince was weak and unconscious, so it was necessary to deal with him. The squad leader ordered the killing of Will, the woman, and the bodyguard. The young man wanted to ask Celine to run away, but he realized that there would be problems with this. The royal knights aimed at the prince. The boys were surrounded and could be captured at any moment. The bodyguard tried to buy some time and attacked the knights to protect her master. However, he alone was not enough to deal with all these people. Celine understood that even if the knights found out that she was the daughter of a duke, there would be little point in this, because they were acting on the orders of the royal family. The girl understood that she needed to come up with something urgently, because the bodyguard was already tired from the battle and was taking more and more blows. At some point, the young man could no longer stand on his feet, and the knight ordered to attack the woman and the prince. The girl saw that people in armor were heading towards them, wanting to hurt them. The knights themselves did not want to kill innocent people, but such were their orders. The bodyguard lay on the ground and understood that he was unable to help his master in any way. Celine was finally able to confess to Will, and they promised each other to live their whole lives together, but it threatened to end right now. The girl had only recently achieved her happiness and was not going to lose it in this forest. The knight raised his sword and was about to bring it down on the heads of his victims when the girl screamed loudly. She thrust her hand forward and a huge stream of energy pushed the knight aside. The man lay on the ground and tried to come to his senses and understand what had happened. The energy was so strong that the entire forest began to hum and the trees swayed in different directions. The bodyguard suddenly realized that thanks to this, all his wounds instantly healed. Celine knelt in front of the prince and tried to protect him, not allowing anyone to come closer. The girl did not know what had happened, but she hoped that now they would be saved. A moment later, Adele and Richard ran out to him from the other side of the forest. The young people could not understand what was happening and were worried about their friends. Celine saw that they were now safe, so she no longer had to worry about the prince. She asked to save her fiancé, after which she fainted. The girl woke up and found herself in her bed in her parents' house. Maid Jenna was glad that her young mistress had regained consciousness. She explained that the girl had been injured during the dragon expedition and had been unconscious for 3 days. Celine's eyes widened at her words, remembering why she was in the forest. The girl immediately turned to her maid and asked what had happened to the prince. Jenna explained that the boy was unconscious. His life was not in danger, but he was in a safe place on the grounds of the royal palace. Celine burst into tears of happiness because she was very worried about her lover. After that, she asked how the end of the expedition went and what happened to her friends. The girl was horrified when she learned that because of what happened in the forest, everyone knew that she also had the power of a goddess. It was the first time that 2 people had the power of a goddess at the same time, so everyone was very excited about this fact. Celine found it unexpected, but she used her power in front of so many people, so it wasn't surprising. She didn't regret anything. The main thing was that she was able to save her fiancé. Immediately after this, Adele burst into the room and was glad that her older sister had come to her senses. The girl came closer and admitted that she was very worried. Adele scolded Celine and reminded her that the girl always puts herself in danger. The older sister apologized for making the girl worry. She was grateful that Adele and Richard had gotten the boys out of that situation. Afterwards, Adele told her everything from the moment the girl lost consciousness, and the 3 of them were immediately taken to the hospital. Will was bleeding more heavily, but thanks to her magic, it stopped and he felt better. Adele said that the guy woke up briefly, and the first thing he asked was how his fiancé was feeling. Jenna noticed that her mistress did the same thing and asked first about her fiancé. Celine was glad that everything was fine with her lover, and he was now safe. The bodyguard was recovering in Mr. Richard's mansion, although he himself claimed that he was completely healthy. The girl was grateful to him because if it weren't for him, they both would have definitely been dead long ago. As soon as the prince defeated the dragon, the royal knights attacked him, but were unable to cope. The knights who attacked them were taken into custody by the Duke's forces. During the interrogation, everyone unanimously claimed that they had acted on the orders of the Queen. The Queen denied any involvement, but the girl's father was furious and had already taken action, so she was in a very precarious position. Will gave a detailed testimony, so such a daring attempt will be very difficult to hush up. Celine was angry that the Queen took advantage of the battle with the monster and sent so many people to kill her fiancé. Adele admitted that she tried her best to keep her sister's secret, but one of the knights told about the girl's power. Celine knew it wasn't her sister's fault, but from now on, her situation was going to change. She was already engaged to the second prince. The Queen's position was greatly shaken, so the girl did not think that anyone would force her to marry Louis. However, she could not continue to allow the Queen to do whatever she wanted, so she was going to testify as well. The girl knew that she could not visit the prince until he came to his senses, so she was going to wait patiently for him and pray for his well-being. 5 days have passed since then, and the girl stated that this incident awakened the power of a goddess in her. The Archbishop re-evaluated her abilities, which revealed that her strength was even greater than Adele's. This news spread very quickly, and the girl felt that a lot would change from that moment on. The Queen has so far denied any connection with the assassination attempt on the prince, and a member of the royal family could not be held accountable without serious evidence. Celine went to the palace to see her fiancé and was glad that he had finally woken up. The girl entered the room and saw that Will was completely healthy and looked great. She immediately threw herself on his neck because she missed him very much and wanted to hug him. The heroine admitted that she was incredibly worried about his health all this time. She was even more afraid of losing him than of dying on the battlefield in that terrible forest. Will admitted that he suspected a possible attack from the Queen and even prepared in advance. But the young man did not expect at all that all the members of the expedition would attack him at once. He admitted that he doesn't care about anyone else, he just wants to become worthy of the strong. And during the battle with the dragon, the young man made sure that others did not get hurt, but in the end, he had to kill everyone personally. Celine understood that the guy didn't enjoy it, so she didn't blame him. The prince laid his head on the girl's shoulder and admitted that he was ready to accept his death. Celine hugged the young man tenderly to let him know that she was there for him. It was hard for her too, but she understood that his pain was not comparable to hers. The young people finally got through the difficulties and could now be together. Will admitted that he was afraid that he would never see his fiancée again. The boys were overwhelmed with feelings due to the forced separation, so they couldn't tear themselves away from each other. At some point, Will couldn't hold back and pushed the girl onto the sofa. Celine looked very surprised because they had never gotten to this point. The young man admitted that he wants to always be with her and always feel her near. Celine carefully hugged her fiancé around the neck and admitted that she wanted the same thing. The guys both knew that their feelings were mutual, so they were not afraid to express them. The young people kissed selflessly and did not notice the moment when they became too carried away by what was happening. Will pulled away from his bride's lips and confessed that he loved her and wanted to be with her for the rest of his life. The girl was still too awkward, but she wanted to get even closer to Will. So she leaned forward, wrapped her arms around his neck, and continued where they had left off. After some time, the young people calmed down and sat on the sofa, leaning against each other. They continued to confess their love to each other and enjoyed the moment. Will apologized for failing to protect his bride in the woods. However, he promised that sooner or later he would get rid of all the enemies and the girl would be safe. Celine realized that Will intended to deal with the Queen and His Majesty personally. She wondered how much suffering they had brought him in the past that the young man could not forget it. Even though she didn't like it, she didn't have the right to just tell him to abandon the idea. Will noted that after what happened, it would only be a matter of time before the Queen attacked. He promised that he would certainly create a world in which they could live happily. Celine knew that it would be enough for her to just be near her lover. The girl told him that her goddess power had been revealed and that she would have to participate in a party on that occasion. Since the appearance of two possessors of this power at once was a precedent, they decided to establish a national holiday in their honor. The more firmly the girl's position stopped, the stronger her fiancé Will became. Celine wanted to learn how to use the goddess's powers as barriers. After what happened recently, the girl stopped feeling shy and behaved more freely towards her fiancé. She asked him to promise her that the guy would have a good rest first. Celine hoped to protect Will in the future, and to do this, she needed to become even stronger. The Queen was furious and threw a glass of water at the wall. She was one step away from killing Will, and damn, Celine ruined everything. The Queen realized that the girl was clearly hiding her abilities, since her goddess power turned out to be even stronger than Adele's. Most of her knights were killed, the rest abandoned her, and His Majesty did not want to see her at all. The Queen knew that if nothing was done, her death was near. Louis watched this and listened to complaints that he would soon be thrown out. The Queen noticed that Wilfred had even taken his bride from him. Then she showed him a small bottle containing a very expensive remedy, brought from abroad, which had magical properties. Although not for long, it made it easy to turn any fact into reality. The Queen suggested using it on Celine and wanted to see how disappointed Wilfred would be. The Queen hated the girl, but once she had a child, she would be able to tolerate having Celine as a concubine. Louis was furious and remarked that he would not need this remedy. The guy added that Will can do whatever he wants, but if the Queen lays a finger on the girl, he will not remain silent. After this, the young man left his mother alone and left the room. The Queen was furious and remembered that she had destroyed everyone who stood in her way. So she knew that she would be able to get rid of a few more pawns that were getting in her way. Soon there came a festival that was held in honor of two sisters who possessed the power of a goddess. People came up and congratulated the girls with all their hearts and thanked them. One of the ladies even remarked that there was no one with such a beautiful heart as Celine's. It was announced at the party that Will had recovered from an injury, so he would not be attending social events, including this one, for some time. Everyone knew that Celine's fiancé had single-handedly defeated the dragon and considered him worthy of the girl who possessed the power of a goddess. Will earned everyone's respect for his victory over the dragon, but the fact of the knights' deaths was carefully hidden. Adele noticed that her sister looked unwell and suggested that they rest. The girl said that she was fine, but wanted to get some fresh air. She walked out onto the balcony and saw First Prince Louis standing there. The girl did not expect to see him, but she understood that he had to be present at this celebration. It was the first time she met Louis since the day he kissed her. The girl didn't want to meet him, so she turned around and tried to leave the balcony. The young man grabbed her hand and asked her to stop. He bowed his head and admitted that he sincerely regretted what had happened earlier. The young man realized that he had hurt the girl with his selfish feelings, and he really had no excuse. Celine agreed with his words and asked the prince to raise his head. She was not sure that she would be able to trust the young man in the future, and their relationship would never be the same again. Louis was a wonderful, kind young man. He always treated her well, and the girl valued him as a friend. But if she closes her eyes to what happened, then there is a high probability that everything will repeat itself, and then the blame for it will lie with her. Until now, Will had been the most important person in her life, and Celine didn't want to hurt his heart again with her reckless actions. Therefore, the girl declared that from that moment on, she and the prince would be ordinary acquaintances and nothing more. Louis was worried that he no longer had a chance to change it. Celine stood her ground and admitted that she was now Will's future wife. After that, the girl turned around and walked away from that balcony. Louis first jerked to stop her, but restrained himself because he had no right to do so. He wished he could turn back time, but he knew he couldn't just give up. After the end of the holiday, the sisters returned to their homes to rest. The evening went well because they supported each other the whole time. After the conversation ended, Celine never saw the first prince again. Moreover, she never managed to meet either the king or the queen. Adele suggested calling Richard and Will and going to the park for a picnic to spend time together. Before the girl could finish speaking, she noticed that blood was coming from her sister's mouth. A second later, Celine was already lying on the cold floor, unconscious. Adele tried to heal her, but for some reason her goddess power didn't work. The girl noticed that she could not help her older sister in any way and realized that she needed to act quickly. She turned to the servants and ordered them to bring the doctor as quickly as possible. The next day, Will burst into the girl's room because he was worried about her. Celine sat on the bed and looked as if nothing had happened. She felt good and apologized for making her fiancé worry. The girl suggested that she had been poisoned with a slow-acting poison during the party. It was not possible to remove it with magic, but the doctor quickly made an antidote and they barely managed to save her. Will assumed that this was the work of Her Majesty the Queen. When he had previously visited the royal castle, he had been poisoned with the same poison. Usually the Queen doesn't leave any evidence, and it wasn't easy to deal with the aftermath either. But this time she dared to touch the girl, so Will personally wanted to deal with it. He said that the Queen was the type to corner someone and then slowly suck the life out of them so that no one would suspect her of involvement. Now Celine posed a great threat to the Queen, but her father and the knights were investigating the attempt on their lives in the forest. The girl didn't know what to do, but she promised to figure it out. He asked permission to visit the girl at night, since he was often attacked at that time. Celine was worried not even because of the situation, but because of what the prince had to go through, being all alone in the palace. Will suggested that they spend the night in the same room, because that way he would be calm about the girl's safety and would always be able to protect her if necessary. Celine was pleased, but she thought something was unnecessary. Then Will told her about teleportation magic. He explained that at one time he moved between the royal palace and the mansion of Lord Richard. Although magic consumed a lot of energy, the young man had plenty of it. He suggested sleeping in her room and teleporting back to his quarters in the morning. The girl was a little hesitant, but still agreed to this proposal if the guy promised that he would not notify himself too much. Will was happy that he would be able to spend more time with his bride and did not pay attention to any little things. However, he asked Celine not to tell anyone about this, not even her sister. After that, he kissed the girl's hand and said that from today on, they would share one bed for two. After just these words of his, the girl suddenly became even more nervous. Celine sat in her room and waited for Will, who was supposed to arrive soon. The clock struck exactly 11 p.m., and at that very moment, a teleportation circle appeared on the floor. The girl thanked the groom for coming to her today. Celine admitted that she didn't want to sleep and somehow couldn't force herself to go to bed, knowing that the guy was busy. However, the young man had already finished all his business and came to her. He assumed that the girl was nervous about the fact that they could now share the same bed. After his words, Celine blushed and abruptly jumped up from the sofa. The boys lay in bed and remembered how, as children, when the boy was tormented by nightmares, he would sneak into her room and they would spend the night together. The girl wondered if the young man was still tormented by nightmares. After this, the prince smiled and admitted that nightmares had never tormented him. He said all this in order to stay with the girl longer. The young man admitted that even at that time in childhood, he was in love with his future bride. As a child, Celine was nervous that they might be caught together, and now, although she didn't seem to be doing anything unnatural, the anxiety still remained. Even though Will was only there to protect her, they were still adults who loved each other. Just at that moment, the young man moved closer to her and asked if he could go further. Immediately after this, the lovers hugged and began to kiss. The young man admitted that he would have liked more, but the girl was already falling asleep, so he decided to limit himself to just this. Celine pulled the blanket up to her eyes to hide her embarrassment. The prince wished the girl good night and promised to stand guard over her sweet dreams. After some time, the girl fell asleep and looked serene. After this, the young man got out of bed and went to his desk. He was busy with paperwork and periodically looked back to enjoy the sight of his bride. In the morning, Celine woke up and realized that Will had already left her room. Thanks to the young man, she was able to sleep soundly and was ready to go about her business. From that night onwards, the prince visited her chambers every day, and in the mornings the girl practiced using divine powers. She received royal training because she was the second prince's fiancée. One day, the hero admitted that Richard's love had already begun to irritate him. Celine knew that Adele intended to confess her feelings to the young man the following week. Will said that the king had no intention of breaking Adele's engagement and would not allow her to stay with Richard. The girl began to be summoned to the castle more often because the king was worried that the second prince's bride possessed the power of a goddess. Will noted that the girl need not worry about the queen. After this, he tenderly hugged his bride and suggested that she get ready for bed. In the middle of the night, the girl suddenly woke up and saw that she was alone in bed. The moon was shining brightly and Celine went out onto the balcony to enjoy the night air. The girl noticed that there were bloodstains on the floor in her room that weren't there the evening before. Will's letter said that he was very busy, but as soon as he finished all his business, he would definitely come to visit the girl. 4 days had passed since that night, and the bloodstains made Celine wary. Even though Will wrote that everything was fine, she was still worried about him. The girl said that the teacher would come soon, so it was time for her to go back. After what happened in the forest, Will's servant earned his trust and served as his bride's personal bodyguard. The boys were heading to the office when they noticed Adele and Richard walking down the corridor nearby. Celine wanted to call them, but heard that they were talking about the young man being offered to marry the Marquis's daughter. She didn't want to disturb their conversation, so she hid behind a column. Richard confirmed that this assumption was true. However, he noticed that the girl had absolutely nothing to worry about here. He wondered why she was asking, if she was starting to worry about who he would end up with. Adele decided not to hide her feelings any longer and said that she cared because she loved Richard. She apologized for not responding to his intentions immediately, but noted that she did not want him to belong to another girl. She wanted to confess earlier, but she was afraid all the time and could not bring herself to do so. Richard quickly leaned down and hugged his knees with his arms. He apologized for the fact that his legs were shaking and couldn't support him at all. The guy admitted that he had a feeling that he would die of happiness. He admitted that he had already guessed this from the girl's reaction. However, as a grown-up young man, he did not even take the first steps, which he regretted very much. The young man admitted that he also loved the girl, and now his feelings were mutual. He remembered how he fell in love with her at their first meeting. At first he thought it was just a simple crush, but it only grew stronger with each passing day. Richard asked if he had the right to consider the girl his beloved from that day on. Adele was a little disappointed, because she had hoped that the young man would make her his bride. The guy admitted that he really wanted this. He just didn't want to pressure her so quickly. The young people hugged and confessed to each other that they wanted to spend their whole lives together. Celine was glad that her sister found her happiness and was able to explain herself to her beloved. Later that evening, Will finally got his affairs sorted out and showed up at the girls' chambers. He apologized for being gone for a few days, as he would have to be gone some more. He didn't think that the killer would come into the girl's room again, but he still introduced the bodyguard to her. The guy said he had had some very busy days, but everything was going pretty smoothly. Celine remembered that in just 3 months, she would become the wife of her lover. Will said that the girl would be the most beautiful bride in the history of the kingdom. He also thought about buying a mansion in the capital because it would be dangerous for a girl to live in a castle. This was the first time Celine had heard of a prince and princess who would not live in the royal palace. Will didn't care what others thought about it, and besides, he himself had been kicked out of the palace as a child. He was going to come to the house every day, so he suggested buying a small mansion just for the two of them. The guy even offered to move there next month, which surprised Celine. She wanted to move after the wedding because the mansion would be far from the venue, and returning would be late and the girl would not get much sleep. The young man remarked that they could stop anywhere, but that day he would not let her sleep. The prince admitted that he had been holding back for a long time and asked not to be deprived of the opportunity to enjoy their first wedding night. Only at that moment did Celine remember that they would already be husband and wife, and for them